Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim. I don't know.
Yo, shout out to Brother Garfield in the building. Peace and love, man. We're going to have a beautiful show today. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful show. Check this out, by the way, too, man. Check this out, check this out, check this out, check this out. Shout out to Amadi for the introductions and the promotions and the books and the X, Y, and Z, and just for putting in that work that make me look like I know what I'm doing, which I don't. But I want to say shout out to everybody before we start the show. Say it has been a wonderful, wonderful week, and I want to give everybody the opportunity to subscribe, of course, to the Brother Garfield YouTube channel, Brother Garfield podcast, and have some fun. And this is the time where we do things, family. We're doing things. We're doing big things. A lot of things coming up. We're gonna be doing some huge things with the Brother Garfield podcast, with the Dagger Squad, with there's some people that we cool with. We're just gonna be doing some things, some more interviews coming out, some beautiful things. I want people to understand that we're putting in the work, man. We're putting in the work. And if you're not putting in the work, then you can't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Maka Diamond. She gave a shout out to my book. It just came out. Shout out to her.
Ready. Want to support this book? It's all about misconceptions and misinformation. Tales of Black Hebrew Israelites, volume 1. I know say this is Garfield reading the book. I know say you're going to look at them and endorsing this one. Say, no, say, I'm a Brother Polight, so the book, run go. Anyway, to say right now, look at the caption below, I'm going to buy it off.
All right. Shout out to Maka Diamond, my friend for years. For those who know me in the dancehall world, y'all know what it is. Yeah, so we promoting the book, we promoting us, we promoting good information, and of course we have a little mixing with it. And we're gonna throw that in and make people say Wagwan. And hold on, let me see what I got here. I got one more thing I gotta play before we get out of here. Before we get out of this right here. Shout out to I think my dude. Where's my dude at? I think he's up here somewhere. Shout out to Safari in the building. We gonna let me see what we get. Where we at? Yeah. Hold on. Shout out to Captain Tazaria, by the way, in the building. I'm gonna put that picture up and so people could see me and Captain Tazaria, see how he's shorter than me. Hold on there. Yeah, here we go. Let me put this on the screen. One more video, and we out of here. This is Safari endorsing my book. Let's go.
Straight, you already know what it is, Safari here. And look, it's all my book readers out there. It's all about misconception and misinformation. You know what I'm saying? It's an amazing book, and I just need to go out there. So it just has a lot to do with, you know, just where things are seen from, you know, with the whole black Hebrew Israelites, side. About misconception and misinformation. All right, so make sure y'all go out there and check that book out. All right, shout out to Garfield Reed. You already know what it is. Keep doing your thing, brother. I salute and respect.
All right, family. Yeah, man, we're doing big things, and I want to say peace and love to everybody, man. And shout out to a couple camps out there. We got Sons of Thunder, my man Joel out there. We got Christian Corey from Tabernacle of David. Shout out to Priest Daniel, Lands of Israel. Shout out to Captain Tazariak, ISUPK, doing stuff in the community. Sikari, doing big things. Shout out to all the camps, man, that's doing things. Shout out to Morrison's Temple. Shout out to the Nation of Islam. Shout out to all the black churches that's putting in that work. Shout out to my pastors, Pastor Bennett and Pastor Mike Holloway. Shout out to Brother Bareen and others out there. All right. Let me ask y'all this right now, right? There's a couple of things I want to talk about. Shout out to Mr. 707 Videos. Let's be respectful in the chat when we're going back and forth. Tone 360, going to keep it straight. Mika, of course, my right hand. Kwame, big up yourself. Brandon Dennis in the building. Joel Armstrong, peace and love. All right. So now, tomorrow is Columbus Day. So I got to start off the show with Columbus. And of course, the link is at the top. If anybody want to jump on, y'all know I don't discriminate. Unless it's somebody who knows they're not welcome trying to come on. I don't mind anybody. I got 50. I'm the clip. Mr. 707, shout out. All right. Let me say this, by the way, my brother, Mr. 707. There's no race in the Bible. There's a nation, the Israelite nation, but there's no race. When it says Song of Solomon, I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem as the tents. This is a female talking, but it's not black in the sense of what you're looking at or what you're thinking in a modern day sense. And I think I'm still learning because I'm looking at the term black from an ancient Near East perspective all the way up to the black African American experience. It might turn into a book because it's a lot of research and I'm learning a lot every day about this term black and its usage. The word black, by the way, is not a word that existed in ancient times. They didn't use the word black, just for the record. They use terms that we interpret today as black. It's just like the Greeks, just like the Romans, just like the Egyptians, just like the Persians. They have terminology that might be black, grayish, or black, or with a little tint to it, or it might be light. So it's kind of confusion whenever you're looking at the word melas and melancrose and all that stuff. It's very confusing to the average person, especially when you're coming from a modern day context. I'm saying that the ancient Israelites aren't black. I know that's a little gaslighting on my part. I don't think the ancient Israelites were black. But on the other hand, I don't think they were white either. But you're going to get to it. I'm going to get to that in a minute. But in the meantime, since tomorrow is so-called Columbus Day, and Columbus is used by the folks who are black, who call themselves Black Hebrew Israelites, and they said, don't call us Black Hebrew Israelites. That's a racist thing. But let's get into it a little bit. Columbus is alleged to know that America was Arzareth. It's also alleged that he knew he was coming to see Israelites because he brought a translator. It is also claimed that the biblical stories are seen in the ancient indigenous Native American stories. And we're gonna look at it. We're gonna look at it and we're gonna have this conversation. Now let's let me do this for a second here. Peace and love. And if you haven't joined my channel before, we're gonna do subscribers only. Let me do the subscribers only in the chat. Participants. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. But if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. All right. All right. So every day I come on once a week until until my schedule is cleared up. Then I could start doing shows more often. But I do want to say to everybody that's watching, I really appreciate y'all taking the time out to say, hey, I'm a come check Garfield out on a weekly basis. I got the football game that's already started, and I wanted to give everybody opportunity to come in and look at what these guys teach. And I hope, and by the way too, man, I'm not stopping nobody from believing what they believe in or whatever. But when you start claiming exclusive and this is facts and all that stuff, that's when I step in and I do my little talk here and there, whatever. All right. For anybody who's on Facebook, please share the show, like the show, whatever. So we have Columbus doing a lot of different things, and I wanted to get into Columbus for a little bit so that people could hold on a second here. Let me take this off the screen. And let me pull up. What is this? Yeah, let me pull this up and go to page 79. All right. So for those this is just a segment for Columbus and the folks who claim Native Americans are Israelites. I want to put a little pause on that. And I want to, hold on a second. I got to bring up the screen because I'm not going to be looking at the screen on StreamYard. So I want to make sure it's being shared properly. All right. So here we go. All right. So of course, cross-comparative linguistic analysis. I'm not going to get into that right now. I really want to get into this part of the document. All right. Now let me go on YouTube to make sure this is being showed properly. All right, give me a second. And again, I hope you guys learned something. I'm not trying to say I know everything, but I hope you guys learned something from this. All right. Now, it is taught that Columbus knew that the people who were here were Jews. Columbus interpreters were useless. Natives did not speak or understand Hebrew. What is the proof of that? The Indians did not speak Hebrew, and the crew was forced to communicate with them via sign language. This is the source. The source is, hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, family. All right. So Columbus was forced to communicate with them via sign language. What is the source for that? Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo in General and Natural History of the Indies, Book 2, Chapter 6. Back to our history, having the admiral arrived to the island of Cuba, where I said he jumped ashore with some Christians and asked the Indians about Cipango. They, making signs, answered and pointed to the Isle of Haiti that we now call Hispaniola. And thinking the Indians that the admiral did not say the name right, they said, Chibao, Chibao. And this admiral took 9 or 10 Indians with him, so they as witnesses of his good fortune would come to kiss the hands of the king and queen and would see the lands of the Christians and learn their language and learn their language and learn their language. What is the language they had to learn? They had to learn Spanish. So if the Native Americans or the Native Indians or the natives of the land were learn Spanish, then they could bring them back. So when they came back here to the island of Hispaniola, and the Christians that were under Guacagari's protection and in the castle of Puerto Real would act as translators and interpreters in order to conquer, pacify, and convert these peoples. So for those who don't know, and this is not to disrespect any brother who follows the Hebrew Israelite paradigm or the Black Hebrew Israelite paradigm, I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not saying you don't know how to research, but again, it is incorrect to say that he did bring an interpreter who could speak Hebrew, Arabic, and Chaldean. Not only Hebrew. They like to focus on, why did he bring a translator that could speak Hebrew then? The translator, you bring somebody that knows languages. That makes sense. So that if the person you need to communicate, you have somebody who speaks multiple languages, so he can help with these new people that you encounter. It makes perfect sense. All right? Not arguing. All right. All right, here we go. The Jewish Indian theory or Jewish Amerindian theory is the erroneous idea that some or all of the lost tribes of Israel had traveled to the Americas, and that all or some of the indigenous peoples of the Americas are of Israelite descent or were influenced by still lost Jewish populations. The theory was popular in the late 17th century. I'm not going to get into this right now because I have bigger fish to fry. I want to go to my slide at 98. I'm going to get to that in a second. Let's come now right here. I don't want to be with Manasseh ben Israel and all these white folks who taught the natives the Jewish stuff. All right. James Adair. I'll deal with James Adair another time. I don't want to deal with James Adair right now because a lot of people read James Adair work and they misinterpret what he's saying. He doesn't even think that the Native Indians are lost tribes. So using him kind of defeats your own purpose. You got to bring somebody that's familiar. And he didn't even speak Hebrew or know Hebrew culture, but he was able to understand and compare languages. Use common sense, family. Use common sense. All right? That's all I'm going to say. All right. Let's get to Columbus thinking that America It was Columbus thinking America was India. It was rendered such an extraordinary event that Christopher Columbus himself was, as far as we know, convinced until the end of his life that the island of Cuba that he reached during his first journey was the eastern coast of the Asian continent. It was only after his third and fourth voyage, during which he explored the Gulf of Paria and the coast of Isthmi, that he suggested the existence of another world. Indeed, on the map attributed to his brother Bartolomeo, dated to 1503 to 1505, a continuation between Asia and the mainland can be seen that expands far to the southeast, trespassing the equinoctial line and named Mondo Novo. However, the overthrow of traditional representation was not only limited to geographical knowledge. The exploration of an unknown continent was not only a matter of islands, capes, and lands, as the course of events repeatedly confirmed the existence indeed of a fourth part of the world. The Occident also discovered another radical different human culture that they had never expected, and urgent questions arose. Where did these savages come from? To whom, due to the original Columbian era, the name Indians was given from the very beginning? Did these human beings really have a soul? So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, these are Bible believers. They want to know who these people are, where they come from. Remember, they believe in Shem, Ham, and Japheth. They believe in the Bible. So they want to know who these humans are. And they have to attribute it to either a monogenesis position or a polygenesis position. So did all humans come from one human being, or did they come from multiple different human beings from all over the world? So that's the argument. Now, a next thing is, England was considered one of the four corners of the earth. It was considered actually the last corner, hence letting back Jews in England would signal the beginning of the Messianic age. So people got to also understand this. But the Jewish Indian theory in the Hispanic world, and this is very, and he didn't, Mr. 707, hold on a second, guys. All right. So before I put on this video about the whole Diddy stuff, let me just clear up this Columbus thing with everybody. And if you want to talk about James Adair, Mr. 707, I would love for you to come on and prove that he actually knew Hebrew, because in his own writings, he said he doesn't even know Hebrew. So how could he compare languages if he doesn't even know the language? He doesn't even know the culture. So you got to use common sense in your head, Mr. 707. And of course, as humans, we don't like to admit that we're wrong. So you're not going to be in the chat and say, hey, Garfield, you're right about everything. I don't expect that from you, because we have an ego problem. All right. So now what's going on now, family? Whenever, I don't know if you guys watched the Yawasap debate that we had, I never got the chance to actually respond to this. And this is a question Priest Daniela wanted me to answer, but he never got the chance to ask it. Why does the Native American stories sound so similar to biblical stories? Here you go. Europeans translate Indian stories with a biblical twist. So the Europeans are doing this. Before the Europeans, you can't find no tradition that's connected to the Bible tradition. There's no tradition that exists. So hence, because of the European connection, that's when all of that stuff starts to come in. And we need to be aware of this so we could stop putting out this notion that, hey, the stories they sound just like the Noah story with the flood and all these different things. Of course they sound similar, because the Europeans who are Bible believers are trying to convert everybody into their biblical mindset by translating the stories to make them sound similar to biblical stories. It's without the European, we don't have this in the mix. So this is why when we talk about African stories sound similar to the Bible stories or Arabic stories, because you have Arabs that are translating it and you have Europeans that are translating these stories. So of course, your oral tradition sounds different now all of a sudden. It sounds like a Bible story. I'm connected to God or the tribe of Dan or whatever. So this is why I'm very familiar with oral traditions. And I said to everybody, I accept all of them in context. Every single, so there's no argument. How do you know the oral tradition is not true? This guy told me this. I accept all of them in context, because we have older traditions and we have traditions that the greats passed down for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years, not many hundreds of years, hundreds of years. And they pass these traditions down, which is documented when the colonists first come. You have like with the Ashanti. I didn't even know the Ashanti didn't even like circumcision, but we are claiming that they are Jews because they circumcised. They didn't support circumcision. They didn't like it. It's not a part of their culture. All right. So now these translations of indigenous narratives into a biblical style can also be found in the work of the Dominican Diego Duran, History of the Indies of New Spain. This is one of the sources that my Hebrew Israelite brothers like to use. From the second sentence onwards, the author proclaims his conviction that the natives are Jews and part of the Hebrew people. He also insists on the factuality of their long and painful migration from unknown and furthest regions until they took possession of this land. Through following a method of meticulous comparison between Native Americans and Jews, he reveals obvious similarities concerning the way of life, their ceremonies, their rites and superstition. Among all these common traits, Duran focuses on the penchant of idolatry, such and such and such and so on and so forth. All right, let's go to another page. All right, so let's go to this. The Lost Tribe and Promised Lands with Columbus. A lot of people teach that Columbus knew about Arzareth and he called America Arzareth. I did this last week, I did this the week before, and I did this the week before. He feels the lost tribes of Israel were the Jews in Europe, the rabbinical Jews. I'm not going to get into that right now because we're talking about Arzareth. Arzareth, ladies and gentlemen, is a compound word. It comes from Aretz Rataza, as Kataza pronounced it. I'm pronouncing it like him, like I'm speaking Lakwan Kodash. That's funny. But it's actually two words. It's written in Deuteronomy 29. It's a word that means other land or another land. And what happened is the person who wrote Second Esdras compiled it together and made it one word called Arzareth. And then I ask Bible believers this who believe in Second Esdras, and to the brothers and sisters that believe in the biblical text. If you believe in Second Esdras, why we don't see the term Arzareth anywhere before that? Or nobody else saying Arzareth? Because the writer used and combined both words and made it one word, Arzareth, which is wrong. Now, Deuteronomy 29 is the proof, because it means other land or another land. And they were talking about where the Israelites would go in Deuteronomy 29 and so forth. And that's what the person in Second Esdras is using to come up with this theory. But the Jewish Encyclopedia doesn't do us any justice. It tells us that Arzareth, the name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 4th Esdras 1345. And for the record, the 4th Esdras is the same as 2nd Esdras, and this is a book that's widely considered by the consensus of scholarship. I have not met any scholar that says that 2nd Esdras was written by the actual Ezra in the 5th century BC. It's written in the 1st century, some of it written in the 2nd century, and some of it written in the 3rd century of the Common Era. Interpolations by Christians. So if you believe 2nd Esdras is written by Ezra, of course you are wrong, you are incorrect. But again, you have your belief. I'm not trying to step on your belief. I'm only dealing with the facts. The facts on the ground is 2nd Esdras is not known by anybody in the BC era. There's no Israelite, there's no Jew, there's no Hebrew, there's no one at all in Israel, that paradigm, that know about 2nd Esdras. It's only come into existence and is known first by Clement of Alexandria around 170 to 180 AD. So you're telling me nobody knows this book until Clement of Alexandria? And we're supposed to believe it's a BC era book? It's not in any canon of the Old Testament. Only time you see it in canons is in the New Testament, for good reason. All right, Chazak Shakat, why don't you come on the panel and have a conversation? Have a conversation. That's the date of that specific manuscript. There's no manuscript that's dated that then, my brother. So you're wrong. They don't have no 2nd Esdras manuscript that date to the 1st century either. They're estimating based off of the internal evidence and how it's written. That's how you decide. You decide there's several things that play a role. The records of the Jews themselves play a role. It's talking about an apocalyptic, talking about Jesus and all that stuff. That's 1st century Christian interpolation talk. Jesus quotes Jesus in the New Testament. That alone is a dead giveaway. Why are you quoting Jesus? Why are you quoting Jesus in Matthew and Luke and Mark if you were written in the 5th century BC? You see, family, this is easy work. And all scholars, and they like to use the Zondervan Bible. The Zondervan Bible actually agrees with Garfield. Now, there's 2 Ezras, maybe 2 Ezras, because they say it's written by Salathiel, which is another name for Ezra. But listen to this carefully. It says 30 years after the temple fell, which would be 556 BC. Ezra is not alive at that time. Ezra is written during the time of Artaxerxes, in the 400 BCs. That's when he's writing. So it couldn't be the Ezra of the Old Testament. It's somebody else writing, pretending. That's why it's called a pseudepigraphia. Or he's using Ezra as a pseudonym.
So he's writing and pretending to be Ezra like it's an old writing, but it's actually a new writing. All right? Okay. All right. Okay. And by the way, I will give you $500 if you could prove that Second Ezra was written by Ezra. You could come on the panel and prove it right now. I will cash app you $500 or Zelle you or Apple Pay you. And that's a challenge to all Hebrew Israelites out there. This is what crumbles the whole 12 tribe chart stuff. And this is why the guy, when he came on, he was having me chasing these fake archaeological finds out of Ecuador about their Assyrians, because they're claiming that the people left from Assyria and carried all these things while they're traveling for over a year and a half. This is the silliness of our communities. This is a part of the African-American Black experience. That's why I don't condemn the Moors, the Nation of Islam, or them, because it's a part of experience of several stages that we go through in life. The Rastafarian level, the Christian level, the Hebrew Israelite level, the Moor science level, the Nation of Islam level. And you have to step in stone. So nobody is wrong 100%. They have some stuff that's true. But if your whole belief system is based on Second Esdras, you are totally in fault. You're totally wrong. All right. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So in this Jewish encyclopedia, it tells us until the time of restoration, according to 4th Esdras 1345, Columbus identified America with this land. Now, there's something important that's going on here. I want you guys to take a look at this, all right? There's something important going on. Remember when I showed this page about Columbus talking about reprobate Jews? There's something that's very important here. There's something very important. He quoted Ezra 6, 2nd Ezra 6:42. He never quoted 2nd Ezra 13:45. He didn't care about that. But because the Jewish encyclopedia says this, they don't care about anything else that the Jewish encyclopedia says, by the way. They zero in on this and trust this. But look at this, family. Columbus identified America with this land, and it says, see Caseling's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Groves, page 15. They never checked, because your brother did check, and it doesn't say that there. There's nothing in this writing that says Second Arzareth is America. They got it from, I went to page 15 in the source that they gave. It's not there. He doesn't write about Arzareth either. And he thought the rabbinical Jews were the lost tribes of Israel. So Columbus is not the best witness for you to put on the witness stand if you're a Hebrew Israelite, because he's saying the Jews that don't believe in the New Testament, those Jews, those rabbinical Jews or Orthodox Jews, are the lost tribes of Israel. He never said the Native Americans are lost tribes. So Katazai, when did that debate, bro? You'd have been smoked. You would have been smoked. But again, I'm not approaching this in a disrespectful manner like, I got you. I'm just trying to point out, with Columbus saying he discovered the world and all that stuff, and Indigenous Day and what we change the name to and whatever, I had to put a little Columbus information in about Arzareth and all that stuff. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Columbus for today. We're going to leave Columbus alone. We're going to leave him alone. Let him rock out. And we're going to chill out. All right? Peace and love, man. We got 86,000 people in the building. So let's get into so with Columbus, I just want to make it clear. He thought the rabbinical Jews, the Jews that call them reprobate Jews, the Jews that didn't believe in Christ, he called those people the lost tribes of Israel. He didn't call the Native Americans lost tribes. So be careful. Is it people like Deacon and Akai and Hassad and Guerrilla Hebrew? They'll change their minds and don't use a source again. They'll do that. But with the other camps, they want to say the elders taught this, so this is what we're going with, and I believe this, and don't listen to what Garfield says. All right. Now, if you want to have a conversation about James Adair, I do have my slides here. If you want to get into an academic conversation about James Adair did not believe the Native Americans were the lost tribes of Israel. Did you guys know that? They love to use James Adair. He could not speak Hebrew. He did not know the Hebrew culture. He says it in his own writings. He had 23 comparisons, which is cool. And these are everyday things that we find in culture. But I'm going to tell y'all this, man. When it comes to the information, if there's one brother that you know that's going to be truthful and honest and don't pick sides, if the Israelites are right, I'm going to say the Israelites are right. And you're going to see in this video today that I show with Ron Dalton getting destroyed, a review by my brother Akweti, my African brother. And Deacon talked about it too a little bit. I don't know if I want to play Deacon's video. But we're going to get into some of this stuff here real quickly. We're going to get into the ancient Israelites weren't black. I'm going to get into King Monologue. I got to troll him today. I definitely got to troll him. Because I told him I'm going to troll him. I'm going to troll him. Shout out to Brother Ong too, by the way. Come on when we're ready. So we could get into this conversation about blackness and so forth. Eli Melech Yissachar. We are still going to go on with all that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just putting the information out. Do whatever you want to do with it, sis. And nobody's stopping you. And I would not encourage you to stop doing what you're doing in your life. If it's a she or a he, I don't know what it is. All right. So let me get to this video real quickly about I'm gonna go to Snatch Investigation. Snatch Investigations, that YouTube, and the reason why I'm bringing it up, about the whole Polight stuff, I just want to make it clear to everybody. Akweti Ama, peace and love. I hope I didn't mispronounce your name, my brother. I'm about to play your video in a minute. But I wanted to get into this Diddy and Polight Jay-Z. And the reason why I'm bringing up Polight, because Polight was dropping alcohol or drugs in people's drinks to get them in a certain position. Go back to that Columbus book. It have a whole chapter on Indians and Israelites. Listen, beloved. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm talking about Columbus. So I'm not being. If you want to point out how I'm being disingenuous, it's because it doesn't agree with what you teach. So come on and correct me. I don't have a problem saying, you know what, my bad, I am incorrect. I have no problem with that because I'm not losing anything. But when your belief is entangled in it, you don't want to say Garfield is right because he don't believe the way I do. I don't want to give the non-believer the chance to be one up on me, like a competition. No. Come on and teach me. This is why I have the link and I mute my mic and I let you talk. So if I'm being disingenuous, beloved, it's not on purpose, but come and point it out to me. I'm a human being. I could make mistakes. All right. Now, let's get to this video from Snatch Investigations. The reason why I want to bring up Polight is because in these parties, it's alleged that Puffy is putting stuff in the drinks to persuade these women. I'm starting to mix the Columbus information with Israelite and then play the Diddy video, but I got to get the show the way how I organize it to go on. Now, if you, ladies and gentlemen, been to a party with Puffy, I've never been there, so I can't say, but it's alleged that he likes to put stuff in people's drinks. He likes to have you in this type of atmosphere, this feeling, so that when you're partying, you're high. But I want to play this stuff here, and I want y'all to take a look at this right here. Hold on, let me get this video right here. I gotta get the right video. The oldest video or the most popular one. Let me get this real quickly, family. In the meantime, if anybody, again, if you want to jump on and do what you got to do, we here.
Police report. We're going to do a step-by-step. I have some maps. We're going to get interactive because I want us to have healthy discourse, but arguing from the same set of facts, right? I've seen some people cover the police report, but not really. I want us to have healthy discourse, but arguing from the same set.
Turn your background off, beloved. Turn your background off. Turn your background off, beloved. Let's turn your background off. Now, you said I'm being disingenuous. Go ahead, my brother. The floor is yours. Break it down.
All right. Shalom, shalom, everybody. Peace, brother.
Peace.
I'm just saying, I'm just scrolling through YouTube and I see that you posted Christopher Columbus in the discoveries. What is it? Christopher Columbus Christopher Columbus in the Portuguese and his discovery in North America, right? In that book right there that you just posted when it was talking about the other Jews. That's earlier in the book, but that book has a whole chapter on the Indians in North America, the inhabitants of North America, and the Israelites in the Bible. It's a whole chapter on it. That's the disingenuous part I'm saying. For somebody that didn't know that, yeah.
Yes. No. Hold on.
You can just breeze right past it. But
hold on. Let me ask you this. The whole segment I was talking about was actually about Columbus, right? Because so-called Columbus Day is tomorrow. Now, I'm not saying there's not claims of Israel and Indians being talked about in the book, but the truth of the matter is Columbus thought that the reprobate Jews were the lost tribes of Israel, and the reprobate Jews were the Jews who were the rabbinical Jews, and that's in that book. All right, that's first point. The second point is Columbus never said Arzareth was America. So I pointed out where the source of that comes from and show that he never said that. It's in his records, but this is what Israelites, the folks in America who think that they're Israelites, teach. That's the second point. The third point is he brought a translator that spoke Hebrew, but the translator also spoke Chaldees and he also spoke Arabic. But you guys zero in on that because you want to imply that the Native Americans spoke Hebrew. Fourth, when they met up with the Native Americans, they could not communicate with them because they did not understand Hebrew or any language that they try to speak. So they had to use sign language. So that kills 4 main points that Hebrew Israelites talk about when it comes to Columbus, which is what the conversation is about. If those arguments are wrong, let me know that they're wrong. Saying that there's something about Israel and Indians, that's a whole nother conversation. So I'm talking about Columbus and the claims that you guys make regarding Columbus. So those 4 points is where I'm standing on. Now, if I'm disingenuous regarding Columbus, please point it out. I'm here to learn. Or if I'm incorrect.
Very, very disingenuous, even down to the Native American. They clearly said Indian. I think you do this on purpose.
Hey, fourth family, if you're not talking about Columbus and the points that I make, please don't.
I'm talking about Columbus and that book. It says Jewish and Indian connection, don't it?
Calm down. Relax for 1 second. Let me talk to the brother right here first, GD and Capone. Can you point out on those 4 points that I brought out about Columbus that I'm incorrect? That's what I'm on right now. If you could point that out, then you can say I'm disingenuous. I'm not talking about Indians right now and Native Americans. I'm talking about the points that's made about Columbus, the 4 points. He says the reprobate Jews are the lost tribes of Israel. That's number 1, which would be the rabbinical Jews and Orthodox Jews. The second point, he never said Arzareth was America. The third point, he brought a translator that spoke Hebrew, Arabic, and Chaldees. You guys always say he spoke Hebrew and leave out the other 2 languages to try to imply that the Native Americans spoke Hebrew. Fourth point, when he did come and have a conversation with the Native Americans, they did not understand Hebrew, Arabic, Chaldees, or Spanish. So he had to take back 9 of them back to Spain to teach them Spanish so that they could be the translators for them when they bring them back. So those 4 points tell me how I'm being disingenuous.
That story don't even sound real. What are you talking about?
Those are the 4 points.
So he's gonna take back people who don't speak his language. He's gonna take people back that he don't understand, that don't understand him, to teach them a language that they never spoke before. But
All
he
right.
brought over the interpreters, right?
Hold on 1 second. Don't take my word for it. Why don't we take the primary word for it?
I don't believe none of that Columbus stuff. He didn't land in North America anyway. You said Cuba.
Hold on. You see, now you're being disruptive. You're being disruptive on purpose. I'm saying I'm making a point about Columbus, right? Columbus thought he was in India. He never thought he was in the Americas. That's why they got the name Indian.
Well, let me stop you there, because it was called Hindustan back there. It wasn't even called India.
Show, you can't stop me on my show when I'm talking. And by the way, you know what? Let me put you down. I'll deal with you in a second. The brother called GD and Capone. The floor is yours, brother, for you to respond. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna get back to my now fourth family. What did you want to drop into the conversation?
I'm just saying, like, you acting like Columbus is like the I guess to say so, and what's what. But you're just wrong on a few parts. India wasn't this was called India here in America. What you're talking about referring to Asia, like the
Stop right here.
pushed
No. We're gonna do point by point. You said this was called India here in America, right? Can you show and prove
superior,
that?
Yeah.
Can you show that? Can you show that?
You can look up a map if you want.
Go ahead. Bring up the map. Bring up the screen.
I have to drop a link.
India, America was known as India. This is your point.
Superior. India superior. Correct.
India superior. Okay, so show me that on the map.
You gotta give me a second.
Whose map it is? We're gonna stay at that position.
Show your screen on here.
All right. Do me a favor, brother. Fourth family, get your information together. GDN Capone 74. I'm a fear guy. I want you to build. I'm not here to argue. I just want to talk about those 4 points that I made. If I'm incorrect, I stand corrected. That's it. If you don't have nothing to say, what I'm gonna do is, he dropped off. You see what I'm telling you, family? I let anybody come on and talk. Even fourth family, he gonna get on my nerve for the next 4 or 5 hours. He keeps coming back on here because he love my show, because I let them speak. All right, let me play this video with Polight, and we're gonna get back to that stuff in a minute. But I got to do a recap of that video, and we're gonna get to that. All right, peace and love. Or we gonna play this video.
Break it down and investigate like we do over here. But before I get started, I want to say thank you so much to all my new subscribers and welcome. And then a special thank you to all the men, the brothers, the fathers, the uncles, the godfathers, the mentors, the kings, and the emperors in our community that do the great work, that have not been shy about voicing their opinions on a situation like this. I know that you brothers are nothing like the monster that I cover over here, and he is not representative of the Black man that I know. So I wanted to get that out the way. But let's get into this police report. So what we're going to do here today, we're going to start from February 27th, when the first allegations were made, to August 17th, when we all found out about it. So then that'll be our ground level foundational piece. So then when we argue, we're arguing the same point. All right. So I want to start with page 1. Page 1 is not really that important to me, but there is such a fun fact in this page. If you look at permanent address, you see 6220 West 3rd Street, Los Angeles, California. So I looked that up. That is the Palazzo Apartments, which is in the same courtyard as the La Brea Apartments. If you watch my video, Who is Amunet, you will see that I posted in that video court documentation of their eviction from the La Brea Apartments. So when I saw the Palazzo, I said, now, wait a minute. Did this man go rent an apartment next door to the building that he was just evicted from? If he did, he a bad mamma jamma. He is a bad mamma jamma. But while I'm here, actually, let me answer a question that I saw. Someone asked a question about him being served, and if he doesn't have a permanent address, how can he be served? By me looking through the case, something that I noticed with it was that there was never a docket entry of warrant served, because that's usually entered as a separate docket, because sometimes it's any police officer or anybody that serves that person, and then they have to, then because you're not technically served until it's filed with the court. So from me looking at this, he turned himself in. Now, how could that happen? We do have to recognize his celebrity. And if he was compliant with officers, had an attorney, or just was answering the phone and showing up every time, they would give him this courtesy while the investigation was going on. Now, let's get into page 2. What stands out for me in page 2, and you guys can screenshot this and read it yourself, because I'm not going to read page 2. It kind of gives a backstory of like who they are, and I did videos on Linda, so I don't need to go there. What stood out to me in page 2 was in bold the actual date, location, and time of the incident. I think people miss this. It is saying that the incident occurred on the 27th day of February 2021 at 2 o'clock a.m. because usually on these type of documentations, they're using military time. So when they say 2, we can say 2 a.m. Okay. So at 2 o'clock a.m. at 1100 West Avenue, number 13, room number 13, Miami Beach, Florida. Remember that address because it's going to be important. I'm going to show you why. 1100 West Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida. So when we move on to page 3 gets a little more into the actual allegations that are happening. So I'm going to do an overview. You can screenshot this and read this. So long story short, what is alleged here is that Polight asked his girlfriend at the time, Linda Arocho, could he take her daughter with him to an after party at Club 11, and also to talk to her because they were having some discord. Linda agrees. We can have a conversation later about how you guys feel about her agreeing to something like that. I think that's a fair conversation to have, since it's saying that the incident occurred at midnight is when he asked, could he take her out? So I think that's a fair conversation. But let's get through the timeline first before we have that debate. So she allows her daughter to go with him. She gets ready. At some point, she gets worried. She's calling him. Where is my daughter? He then brings her daughter back to her mother's room, where we can fairly assume that the daughter then explains to her mother what happened. But also what is stated in the police report is that the mother notices her daughter seeming slightly intoxicated with swelling around the mouth. What makes me say that we can safely say that her daughter told her in the room is because then in the police report, it goes on to say that the mother transports her against Polight's wishes, because one of the things that Polight said was that it would ruin his career. That was what he was said to her, but against his wishes, she transported him. Now, this is the part that stood out to me. Second paragraph. Defendant Noah then took victim TS to her mother's hotel, Fontainebleau, 4441 Collins Avenue. So, what that means is the incident took place in a totally different hotel. So when we talk about hotel cameras or things like that, there's 2 hotels that will have cameras. The 1100 West Avenue, where I showed you on page 2, it said that the incident occurred, is the Mondrian Hotel. TS, who is the victim, and Linda were staying at the Fontainebleau Hotel, 14 minutes north up the beach. from Polight and more on the South Beach side, because the Mondrian is not on that Collins Avenue, Loomis Park side. To give you a little bit better bearings, the Mondrian is actually on the side when you drive into South Beach. Anybody that has driven in the South Beach, and you have to drive into South Beach, I mean, you can't fly. I don't know, because I only fly into Fort Lauderdale. When you drive into South Beach, you drive across a long bridge. As you're coming across that bridge, you see yachts and they're not hotels, they're actually condos. You see a lot of waterfront property. The Mondrian is on that side of South Beach. But from the Fontainebleau, where the mother is notified against Polight's wishes, she transports her daughter 10 minutes to Mount Sinai Medical Center. They go to Mount Sinai Medical Center, and while at Mount Sinai Medical Center, the daughter reports a sexual battery. Once the daughter and her mother report sexual battery, she is then transported to the Roxy Bolton Rape Treatment Center, which is about 25 minutes away outside of South Beach. Actually, closer to Club 11, believe it or not, because Club 11 is nearer into Miami, not South Beach. You have to go back across the bridge to go to Club 11. So she's transported to Roxy Bolton Treatment Center. At Roxy Bolton Treatment Center is where they take the DNA samples. This is all on February 27th. So let's do a quick recap. So on Thursday, February 27th, the alleged incident occurred between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. The victim is then transported to Mount Sinai Hospital, where a report is made of sexual battery. From Mount Sinai Treatment Center, she is then transported to Bolton Rape Treatment Center, which is located in Jackson Memorial Hospital. So the DNA samples are taken February 27th. Now let's move forward. On Tuesday, May 4th, 2021, the lab results are completed. The lab results confirm 6 semen stains. We don't have an assailant yet because they do not have that DNA evidence yet. They only have the DNA from the victim. So they're just confirming, yes, that there are semen stains on the victim's clothes because she gave all that to the Roxy Bolton Treatment Center. Those stains were then identified to be located on her shirt and scarf. Now, on Tuesday, June 8th, a month later, Polight is served with a warrant for DNA, not a warrant for arrest. There's different types of warrants. You got bench warrants, you got, a bench warrant, they don't pick you up until they catch you. An arrest warrant, they coming to look for you. He got a warrant for his DNA. So he's served with a warrant for his DNA. A DNA swab is taken by the Miami-Dade Forensic Lab. That is on June 8th. I hope you guys are following me. So then we fast forward on August 10th, the DNA match is confirmed. Confirmed meaning that the 6 semen stains that they found on the victim and confirmed on May 4th now have a DNA confirmed match to Brother Polight. The semen stains matched Brother Polight. The DNA was a match. Monday, August 16th, 2021, Polight is arrested. And I put Miami Beach Police Department because I noticed something. On the arrest record, it says arrested and it has the Miami Beach address. To me, that says that they did not pick him up, that they called him and that he turned himself in. How we can even conclude that is because the bond was also posted on that same day. So he got his affairs together. He turned himself in. He was booked at the Miami Beach Police Department, meaning they detained him there. They didn't go to any other resident, any other location. Now, this was on August 16th. Remember, none of us knew this at the time. And then the next day, all hell broke loose and Polight business became on Front Street. I mean, it was like,
aka Brother Polight. As you guys know, him as was just released from Miami, and he was charged with raping his girlfriend, 14-year-old daughter, okay, in a hotel room. All right.
All right. Now I took you from February 27th to August 17th when we all found out. Now that we're on the same page on what occurred that night, February 27th, where it occurred, the Mondrian Hotel, what happened in the events that followed from her being moved to Fontainebleau, Mount Sinai Medical Center, Roxy Bolton Treatment Center, to May 4th when Dade County confirmed the 6 semen stains, June 8th when they served Polight with a warrant for his DNA samples, August 10th when they confirmed that, yes, the DNA matched Polight, and August 16th when he turned himself in and was arrested, and finally August 17th when Miss Tasha K dropped a bomb on all of us. So now that we're here, what do we do next? Let's have a real conversation now that the facts are out. Thank you guys so much for checking me out. I'll see you next time. It's Angie Snatch.
All right, brother. GD and Capone, I'm gonna take a break from that conversation. You say you wanted to share your screen. Go ahead, my brother. Share your screen. Brother GD and Capone. The floor is yours, brother.
Oh, there you go. How do I share screen on here?
You press the present button, and then when you press the present button, you do your screen. What are you trying to show? Do you want me to show what you put in the side chat? Oh, that's not you.
Yeah.
What's his name? Put that in the side chat. That was the other dude, or that was you?
You know what? I'll just read it. So right here, this is. I'm just going to read a few things from this book.
Hold on 1 second. What are you reading from, beloved? Oh yeah. By the way, family, this is the map that the gentleman put as proof that the place was known as India. And ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the map, it says America. We know America comes from Amerigo Vespucci. And it says Sive India Nova, map of the Americas from Gerhard Mercator. And this is 1628. This is way after Columbus. So how is this evidence that this place was called India before Columbus came? America is India Nova. See, right here. I can't listen to these guys when they talk, man. This is why I like when people bring sources so we could vet the sources right on the spot. This is what I do all day. I vet sources. That's what I do. I'm the best researcher around. Might not be the best debater, but I'm definitely one of the best researchers y'all will ever know. All right? So get out of here with that. That's the first thing. Let me deal with GD and Capone. What are you reading from, brother?
I just told you the book is called Christopher Columbus and his early discoveries.
Say it again. Christopher Columbus and his what? Bro, I can't hear you, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I could hear you.
Okay, it's called Christopher Columbus and the participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese discoveries.
Is that the book that I had up?
Yes.
All right. So let me get that book and go to the page. Hold on. Say the name one more time. Christopher Columbus. It's by Kayserling, right? By the guy Kayserling. Book by Mayor Kayserling. It's a free book online. And what page are you on, beloved? So I could share.
Yeah, they reprinted it.
What page are you? What page are you on? I'm going to share it on the screen.
Page 95.
Page 95. Let me get page 95 for you. Page 95. All right, page 95. Go ahead. What are you reading from? What does it say? Does it say Luis Torres? Does it say Luis de Torres?
Give me 1 second. I believe that's the page. No, go to 91. Go to 91 first. You can get the.
And what's the point that you're making? What is the point that you're making?
Go to 91 first. No. That's the page. That's the page right there. So the point that I'm making is that he had translators with him, so it was no need for him to go cross the Atlantic and go and grab translators for the native for the inhabitants of this land once he arrived here.
I don't think you understand what I said then. If you're saying that, you're not paying attention. You see, when we're doing research, right, we got to pay attention to what we're saying and be careful. All right. Now, I already said that he brought Luis Torres. Nobody's disputing that. The fact of the matter is Luis de Torres, and I'm going to prove one point to you.
No, that ain't what I'm not talking about. I'm not.
Luis de Torres is on that page that you just told me to talk.
I'm not talking about Luis Torres.
That's who is on the page right here, Luis Torres. That's his translator.
Yeah, but you're not reading the. You just see his name right there.
Okay. What do you want? What do you want to read, brother?
Okay, it's part of it is go up a little bit. Go up to the next page so we can read that last line. Right there. That's enough. It says, when the fleet whose crew was very mixed. So this is talking about his fleet, his crew. Go down and go down to the other page.
Okay.
And it says it was mixed with Jews, Spaniards, and Moors.
Okay.
Right there. So then right here, when you get down, it says drop down. I'm just gonna read it. It says when they touch land, the cry teria, teria, which means land. That's in the Hebrew, that's the word for land.
Hold on a second. Who is saying that? Who is saying tierra? Who's saying that?
Well, it tells you the person that's saying that. It says at the last, early on the Friday morning, October 12th, the day on which the Jews expelled from Spain and their colonists in every part of the world were singing in their hosanna the cry teria, teria. So it tells you that, but when you read it up, I probably started the wrong page, but when you read it, it tells you once they saw land, the people that he had on the ship was saying that, his navigators.
Okay. So the people in the Jews expelled from Spain and the Corinthians in every part of the world were singing their hosannas, the cry, tierra, tierra, land, arose on the Pinta. In his journal, Columbus confesses that land was first seen by one of his sailors, but the avaricious explorer could not withstand the temptation to claim the royal gratuity of 10,000 maravedis, and the poor sailor lost this as well as the promised waistcoats. Who was the fortunate mariner whose hopes were thus shattered? Goncalo Fernandez de Oviedo, who saw the Jews depart from Spain and heard their doleful lamentations, was informed, so he tells us, by Vicente Pinzon, the commander of the Nina, and by the seaman Herman Perez Mateus, that it was a sailor from Lepe who first saw a distant light and cried land. Okay. According to Oviedo, when this man found that he had been defrauded of the gratuity, he obtained his discharge, went to Africa, and there discarded Christianity for his old faith. The Chronicle does not inform us whether the old faith was Judaism. According to others, it was Rodrigo de Triana, a sailor of the Pinta, who first cried land. Okay. What is the point you're trying to make?
Can you hear me? No,
Yes,
because the point that I was making, you were saying that he didn't have translators. And right here, it clearly says that he had translators. Hold on, it's a few points that I was making. But that's not.
Stop. Bro, I just showed a slide right here. It says he did have translators. I said that the translators were useless because the people couldn't speak Spanish, they couldn't speak Hebrew, Arabic, or Chaldees. I never said one time. And this is a problem Hebrew Israelites have. They always don't listen.
Bro, listen. Hold on, bro.
Hold on. I made you talk. If you notice, I make you talk and I don't interrupt you. You guys
bro,
on your
you're not even giving me a chance to talk.
I'm giving you a chance. I said, let me explain something because you are incorrect. You just lied on me, not purposely, but you just lied on me. You said Garfield said there was no interpreters. I never said that. This is what a matter of fact, hold on 1 second. Let me be 100% honest in this conversation. Let me just show you something real quickly. This is the slide that I showed. I'm going to go back to the slide that I showed, and I want you to tell me where I said, where did Garfield say that there was no interpreters? I want you to show me that slide right here. Hold on.
No,
hold on.
Bro, listen. Hold on for a second.
Right
you have to
slide. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the slide that I showed right here. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Hold the fort. Relax. You see, again, you're gonna apologize to me and say I was incorrect. You just said out of your mouth that I said there was no translator. This is the slide that I showed. I'm gonna show it right now. This slide right here. Columbus interpreters were useless. Natives did not speak or understand Hebrew. The Indians did not speak Hebrew, and the crew was forced to communicate with them via sign language. See, right here. And I showed this. So this is, and by the way, this guy's mentioned in the book. The guy at the bottom right here, the source, is mentioned in the book that I just brought out for you. I never said that. I said the reason why they had to take back the 9 or 10 because they did not know Spanish, Hebrew, Arabic, or Chaldees. They didn't know any languages that the interpreter Luis Torres could speak. So they had to take them back to go meet the king and the queen and learn the language. That's why they had to see and learn. This is what the guy who was with Columbus said, Oviedo. He's the source. He's the primary source. He said, did not say the name right about so they would see the land of the Christians, which is Spain, and learn their language. So when they came back to the island of Hispaniola, and the Christians that were under Gorgeous and protection in the castle of Puerto Real would act as translators and interpreters. They had to take them back, the Indians back to Spain, because they couldn't communicate and teach them Spanish. That's what I said. Now let's move on. Are you going to correct what you said, or are you going to keep going?
I would can I get a chance to speak?
Yeah, correct what you said now.
Okay, so first of all, I came in halfway through your presentation, right? I did see your debate with the brother from I forgot what camp he was in. I did see that, but what I said is that he had translators, right? You were saying that he didn't. When I came in, hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. You just went. You just went, bro. You just went. So you study going to Luis Torres when he's not the translator. He has other people on the ship that are the translators. That's screaming land. Luis Torres is the one that, hold on, let me finish. Luis Torres is the one that discovered the tobacco when he discovered the Indians using tobacco. He's the one that's credited for that. So he's a discoverer. He's not the one that's speaking and translating. That's what I'm saying. That's the disingenuous part that I'm talking about. And it tells you that in the source.
Okay. I got to pull this down. This is Katazar, right? Presentation. Katazar from ISUPK. All right. I want y'all to pay attention. This guy don't know what he's talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. And then you're lying on top of it. You can't lie to Garfield. Listen to Katazar talk.
So now, out of all the interpreters that Columbus could have brought with him, what do you think the language was? Let me hear it. Hebrew. There was only one interpreter that he brought with him, Luis de Torres, a so-called Jew who had occupied a position under the government. He was fluent in Hebrew. Because Columbus knew who the hell he was going to see. He knew who he was going to find. Next slide. So now,
let me go back. Let me go back one slide, and let me replay what Katazar said. He said he brought one translator. This guy is saying he brought multiple translators, but that's not even the argument. The argument is that he brought Luis Torres. That's who he brought. He brought Luis Torres. You're saying Luis Torres is not a translator. You see, people don't want to admit that they're wrong. Look at this right here. Again, look at what Katazar said.
Out of all the interpreters that Columbus could have brought with him, what do you think the language was? Let me hear it. Hebrew. There was only one interpreter that he brought with him, Luis de Torres, a so-called Jew who had occupied a position under the government. He was fluent in Hebrew because Columbus knew who the hell he was going to see. He knew who he was going to find. Next slide. So now,
all right. So let me bring you back up. Go ahead. What are you
Oh,
saying,
you
brother?
dropped me down?
Say that again.
See,
Go ahead,
I'm
brother.
not him. I'm not him. See, man, I can't even.
Bro,
I can't.
you keep saying that I said that no translators were brought with Columbus, and I corrected you and showed you what I said. Then you said you came in, but how is it that you come in and you said you heard me say there was no translators?
Indians spoke a derivative of Hebrew. No, I was answering the comments. My bad. Go ahead.
All right. So what is your point? I'm trying to get the point that you're trying to make.
Bro, I made my point. Okay, for that, even that clip that Katazar just put up, Luis Torres is an explorer. He's not an interpreter. He's credited for discovering the Indians doing certain practices, preferably the tobacco. That's one of them. And I think they was in Cuba. Hold on, let me look real quick. It has a whole section on him.
All right. Let me ask you a question. You have that book in front of you, right? Do you have that book in front of you? This is the page that Katazar read from. And this is why I don't like to argue with people.
Yes.
Look at what it says right here. What does it say right here? I want you to read from the top. Among the explorers' companions whose names have come down to us, the complete list is lost. There were several men of Jewish stock. For example, Luis de Torres, a Jew who had occupied a position under the governor of Murcia and who was baptized shortly before Columbus sailed. As he understood Hebrew, Chaldee, and some Arabic, Columbus employed him as interpreter. You just said that Luis de Torres wasn't the interpreter. And the same book you just recommended that I have and I use is saying Luis de Torres is the interpreter. So what are you talking about? Bro, I can't do this, bro. It's too early in the morning for this.
Bro, if you will let me speak, bro.
Right, go ahead and speak, bro. Go ahead.
Lord have mercy. He had other translators. I don't know why they won't let me when I go to another screen, they won't let me talk. But he had other translators. What page is this on right here? Because this looks like a list of sources right here. This looks like a bibliography or something like that. Because the book is not like this. So what page is this? It looks similar. Okay.
Page 90. It's page 90. So
okay,
now you're
page 90.
I'm not trustworthy because I don't believe like you.
No, I'm just saying, just show what page it was. I could have looked it over.
Page 90. This is not hard though.
Okay, but it doesn't say that he was the when you get to the page, when it talks about Luis Torres, it doesn't say that he was an interpreter. It says that he had multiple people. He had Jews, Spaniards, and Moors.
Bro, what does
it say? With him.
Bro, what does it say right here? As he understood Hebrew.
Yes, I understand that.
Columbus employed him as the interpreter. Employed him. And let's scroll down some more. It's in the book called Herrera, Historia General December, and we could show the sources for that.
Right there. It says, when the fleet whose crew, it tells you right there. You stuck on this part.
One thing at a time. Was he employed by Columbus as an interpreter? Yes or no?
Of course. It says it right there, right? I'm not gonna go against that.
Okay. I just want to make that point clear for the audience that's watching. Now, what is your next point you're trying to make? because you're not saying anything that contradicts me. You actually agree with me. So
What?
you came on stage to do what? What did you come on stage to prove?
Okay. Right.
Oh, hold on. One comment you made, you said that Columbus said, Second Ezra 13:45. He quoted that. I want you to show and prove that right now. I'm gonna see if I could find that comment. You made a comment earlier.
Well, it's not in this. It's not in this book. It's not in this book. I have another book
Okay.
where it's quoted.
Show me the.
And that book is dated in the 1700s.
What book is that? What book is that?
The evidence of the North American Jews are part of the lost tribes of Israel.
What's the name of the book? Let me look it up right now. What's the name of the book? Say the name of the book again.
The discourse on the evidence of the American Indians being the descendants of the lost tribes of Israel by Mordecai Manuel Noah.
Mordecai Noah. Evidence. Mordecai Noah. I'm familiar with Mordecai Noah. All right.
Yeah, I can't go through I don't know why it won't let me go through my search, because when I leave off this page, it goes I goes out. Y'all can't hear me.
You're saying it's in that book, right? Do you know what page it's on?
I have to go check. Let me check real quick. But I wanted to deal with this though here, because
no. Hold on 1 second. Because listen, I like when people say stuff, and I'm gonna tell you right now. You're saying that in that book, he says that Columbus says Arzareth is America. Am I correct? I just want to make it clear. I want to make sure that I heard you right. Yes or no? Come on, bro. Are you saying in that book he says that?
My bad, I was off the screen. Yes, in his own writings, it's called the Dialis. This is in Columbus' own journal. He has passages from Second Esdras in his journal.
Yes, Second Ezra 6:42. That's the only one that he quotes in his journal. Second Ezra 6 verses 42. So now I'm saying this to you. Have you read that yourself with your own eyes, or did somebody teach you that?
Bro, it don't. What you mean?
I'm asking.
Don't nobody have to teach me anything. I can go through information myself. So what I'm saying is,
I don't think you
if he understood Second Ezra, hold on. If he understood,
hold on.
Listen, man.
I'm asking you a simple question, because you guys lie for your belief. I hate liars. So you're saying in Mordecai Noah's book, he says that Christopher Columbus said Arzareth is America. Yes or no? That's all I want to know right now. That's all I want to know. Does he say?
No, I'm saying Mordecai Noah is saying that. It's in his book, and he's not saying that just to assert it. He's saying it because there's too much evidence that connects to it. See, man, look, every time I start talking, bro, you talking about hold on. Like if you don't have a discussion or no.
My brother, first of all, you got to be disciplined when you're on my channel. I'll let you talk. I have a simple question, because you're saying two different things. You said, look at what you wrote. Columbus had translators with him, and he quotes Second Ezra 13:40. You're saying he quotes Second Ezra 13:40. You wrote that. Isn't that you?
That's me, brother.
All right, where did Columbus translate and quote Second Ezra 13:40? That's all I want to know, brother. That's all I want to know. Nothing else. I deal with Mordecai Noah after. You wrote this on the screen. Show and prove. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay. There's a famous painting in the where is that? I think it's in Peru, where they have the colonizers and they point into Second Esdras upon their arrival, like when they meeting the natives of the land, and they point into Second Esdras in his own chapter 13 and 40. It's in a museum somewhere in Peru, but it's a famous painting.
Who does that? Who points to Second Ezra 13:40? Who does that?
The colonizers is pointing at Second Ezra. Hold on, let me.
You wrote that Columbus had translators with him, and he quotes Second Ezra 13:40. That's what you said. You said that. That's what you're saying. I'm not worried about nothing but else. I'm dealing with Columbus
Pull
today.
up his journal, man, because I ain't finna do this with you.
Pull it up and show me. I don't mind being corrected. It's not a problem. I don't have a problem being corrected by anybody. But I'm not going to sit
Let me
here
pull
and
up his
allow.
journal because I'm not finna keep going back.
Oh, okay, I got you. And for the record, for everybody out there, he does quote Second Esdras, but he quotes Second Esdras 6 verses 42. That's what he quotes. He don't quote no second. If he quotes verse 40, as you say, and for everybody who's watching, this is verse 40. So let me just put verse 40 on the screen right here. This is what he wrote. This is why I don't believe anything that comes out of an Israelite mouth when it comes to history. I have to see it for myself. And it's not, I just don't think they're great researchers. I think they're looking for stuff to add on to their belief. He says Columbus had translators with him, and he quotes 2nd Esdras 1340. See, this is 1340. And so they came into another land, which is Arzareth. That's another word for Arzareth right there, another land. So I would like the brother to show and prove this quote from Columbus. And I want him also to show that Columbus said that Arzareth is America. I'll wait for that. I'll wait for that. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna allow him to do that, and I'm gonna play Tasha K's video in a minute. When you come back, we're gonna keep this quote on the screen. I'm gonna keep you right where you are. You ain't gonna move from where you at. Keep you right where you are.
All right, y'all can hear me? Breaking news. I need a breaking news anthem. My show is okay. Listen. This is gonna be short and sweet. I just wanted to put this information out, okay? Apparently nobody's been doing it. Well, okay. 16 seconds until we get this show started. Y'all will not believe what I just got in, okay? Straight from Miami-Dade. Straight. Now, you know I got people on the inside. Let me get this disclaimer in. Now, of course, listen, before I really give y'all what's going on, sorry, my clothes on. I have to thank my sponsors. Y'all stay right there. Y'all will not believe what has just came to my desk and what is about to flip the internet, okay? We got some sponsors that we need to brag about. Hold that thought, like this video, which means boldly raise the glass too. Let's go. Let's put the wine down for a second, because at times like this, we need to take a shot of the olive leaf. You know, I guess as a motivational speaker, I mean, he's a polygamist. He believes in mankind should all be one. I believe the brother speaks 7 languages. I mean, he's been, I guess, connected to a lot of A-list celebrities, okay? He's claimed that he's mentored them. And yeah, I mean, just a whole lot of bullshit he's been feeding y'all for a long time. And I'm sorry that Derek Jackson's his ass tonight, but it's actually worse, okay? Now, it just came in to my email, all right? This is confidential information. It's really not supposed to be out, but you are hearing it first on Online with Tasha K. Brother Polight, who goes by Michael Nowak, okay, was just released on bail last night in Miami for and was raped. I mean, I said and was raped and was charged. I'm sorry, y'all. Just when I get too excited, because I'm like, I knew it. I just knew. And y'all just be falling for any motherfucking body. Okay. I told you there's God, there's Jesus, and there's me for motherfuckers like this. Okay. Right here. They're gonna hate me. Anyway, Michael Nowak, aka Brother Polight, as you guys know him as, was just released from Miami. And he was charged with raping his girlfriend, 14-year-old daughter, okay, in a hotel room. All right, now, And before you say, oh, they just trying to take him down, no, they got his motherfucking semen. Now listen, I'm gonna read y'all what just came in on the transcript. Like I said, this is just breaking news. All right, we're gonna get into details more tomorrow. All right, so defending Noah, who is Brother Polight, 37, and the victim's mother, Arocho, who's 31, were dating for over a year. And on, I believe, 2021, at approximately 0 hours, defending Noah requested Mrs. Arocho, who is the mom to the daughter, to allow him to take the victim, who's known as TS, 14 years old, to an after party in order for him to speak to her and mend the relationship between mother and daughter. Okay? Defending Noah and victim TS, who is the daughter, responded to, I guess, Club E11. Now, I'm reading it how it's put into the system. Okay, so that's what I have is a printed out report of what they have written down. So if it sounds off, it's because I'm reading it how they have. Okay, it sounds like the first 48 or some shit. Damn, I need some chapstick. Shit. Anyway, and so I guess they went to Club 11. It was on 29 Northeast 11th Street, Miami, Florida. Upon arriving.
All right, I'm not going to show any more of that. But the bottom line is, when that video was made, Polight did say he was going to sue Tasha K first and all this stuff, right? Now, the reason why I'm showing that, because the allegation of Polight was one of the things that he did was he put liquor or something in the drink to get the girl, like a date rape drug. And it's the same thing that's been talked about with Hollywood, with Bill Cosby, with Puffy now, with Polight. So now these allegations were thrown upon Jay-Z and Beyonce. And I want to say to everybody, be careful who you try to come at when it comes to mix up and information. Because what's going to happen is a lot of people say stuff on the internet like Jaguar Right. And what happened is it comes back and haunt you. So we got to be careful when we say stuff on the internet. Like, I'm being very, very careful. All these allegations are allegations made against people. I don't want nobody to try to come and sue me. But look at what happened with Jay-Z. This is what I'm saying though. If you are wrong and somebody says something about you that's wrong, you got lawyers on deck. With all the money that you have, you can sue him. Cardi B sued the hell out of her and got $4 million out of Tasha K. I don't know if she's finished paying it yet or whatever, because saying that I think she had herpes or some stuff they were saying about Cardi B. She got sued. Cardi B went all the way. But now the issue is Tasha K now has to watch everything that she says. Watch this.
But instead, their lawyer did, okay? And so Piers Morgan had a very hilarious interview with Jack. Go, be all you could be. Be all you could be, girl. I'm over here. I'm chilling. I got my peace. Okay, that's all I need. Moving on. Okay. Beyonce and Jay-Z have finally had enough.
I'm not here for the gossip and all that stuff, although we technically are, because that's what we like as a culture. We love gossip. But I'm showing this part with the Piers Morgan and this girl, Jaguar Right. Jaguar Right will get you sued, yo. Because everybody thinks that she knows everything and says everything. She's correct and all this stuff. So let's look at what happened.
Enough, okay? They have had enough. And I thought Solange was going to enter the chat, but instead their lawyer did, okay? And so Piers Morgan had a very hilarious interview with Jaguar Wright, Vlad TV, and Ariel Mitchell, okay? We don't have a clip from that interview because I think he's since taken it down or either edited Jaguar Wright's part out, because I'm trying to figure out why was he entertaining a woman that he knew was lying. Like Piers Morgan, when I tell you this is the epiphany of a cloud chaser, like I'm like, Piers, out of all the stories you can do, but I mean, it's right up his alley though, because he's always arguing with TikTok stars. I mean, didn't he have Tommy Sotomayor on his show at one time? Like, he's always giving a platform to anybody. How can I put this? okay, so his audience is mainly like white people, right? And they love shit, especially shit that involves Negroes. And so as long as it's shit, they will watch it. Okay. And so, but this time, these two said, no shit. And so here's the thing. After he did that interview, I knew it was only a matter of time before Jay-Z and Beyonce hit back, because they going after the corporation. They're not going after him. They're not going after Jaguar. Jaguar ain't got no money. She ain't, what they look like chasing her around. Everybody always saying, if she's lying, sue her. They don't sue because people lying. They don't ever sue because people lying. But that's what y'all think. And that's okay. That is A-okay. That is fine with me. I have learned the game, and I just, we play the game by the rules, but it is what it is. And so, but you have to understand, who are you suing? And what are you going to gain by suing? Everybody knew Jaguar was schizophrenic. Everybody knew. I got a video with her right now claiming that me and Clive Davis chased her from Dallas to Vegas to Arizona to back. The whole story took place with us chasing her in a car during a high-speed chase. And the whole time, if you listen to the specifics, because I slowed it down, she never left Dallas. But this is who y'all listen to. This is y'all hero. It's cool. Hey, that's cool. But when Jay-Z and Beyonce entered the chat, I knew it was only a matter of time. But this time they say they're coming after the white money. They don't want no money from no black people. We ain't got it like that. We ain't got what they looking for. But Piers Morgan got it. And this is why he made a video saying, I ain't got it. Go, Piers, go. Well,
Jay, you were right, unexpectedly made several serious allegations about Jay-Z and Beyonce during that interview. As I said in the moment, they were not present to respond or defend themselves, but now they have. Their lawyers contacted us to say that those claims were totally false and have no basis in fact, and we've therefore complied with the legal request to cut them from the original interview. Editing interviews is not something we do lightly at a show called Uncensored. But, like the proverbial cries of fire in a crowded theatre, there are legal limits on us too. And we apologise to Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I don't want to live 9 to 5, paycheck to paycheck.
I wish I would have known this 20 years ago.
This is
I ain't never apologized, Jay-Z and Beyonce. I said what I said. But why would they sue Jaguar? What are they going to get from Jaguar? How are they going to serve her? Is she going to show up to court? Why would I waste my money on her and I can go after these white people? Huh? Why? Y'all asking me if I joined the elite. So do I have elite money? Where's my elite money? Where's my elite money? Please, where's my elite money? Huh? I know Jaguar got another warrant again, another warrant. But she swears Clive Davis, is Tasha K, is Jay-Z, Beyonce, is all these people. And listen, a broken clock is right twice a day. A broken clock. But y'all go live and learn. But Jay-Z and Beyonce said, not today. Not today. Listen, we talk, we kiki, we gossip about them. I get my opinions. And for those of y'all that are sitting here as if I'm like, a journalist, when have I ever said I was a journalist? I didn't go to school for journalism. None of that. I am a gossip page, entertainment news, comedy. We drink wine. We talk shit. And I happen to break stories from family members. But y'all expected me to have this CNN like, I'm biased. I am a personality, which means my opinion is what drives this show. My opinion. You got it? 2 active warrants right now in Texas as we speak. They looking for Jaguar right now, but I know she gonna think that me, Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Clive Davis did it. But like I said, diagnosed as schizophrenic, and y'all are literally laughing at the folks that are in, what do they call it? What is that in that movie? Who Flew from the Cuckoo's Nest? What's that movie, Jasmine? It was one of the movies of all them people that was in this like mental health asylum, and that's Jaguar and Orlando Brown. Yeah. Didn't he tell me I was Oprah during our interview? Orlando Brown told me I was Oprah during our interview, just like he says Jaguar is his mother. And y'all just laughing and kikiing it up. I cannot. Tasha, didn't you take that $50 million? What $50 million? What are they talking about? Charlotte, if I had $50 million, my hair would be done right now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, mess with Jigga all you want, man. That's a New York, Brooklyn cat. You can mess with him all you want and talk that talk. You not gonna go on no station with them white folks and talk about how Jay-Z and them is monsters too. I'm not saying he is or he isn't. I'm just saying be careful what you say. Doggy Diamonds, you be on point too, bro. I'm watching Doggy Diamonds, he be on point. All right, so let's get to Hebrews to Negroes. I thought he was destroyed based off of the commentary by my brother Akwete Ama on YouTube. And to the brother Mr. 707, if you do want to get into a conversation about the Native Americans and languages, I'm all ears. I'm right here. You could argue with yourself in the chat. The ancient, you see, you would rather say that Native Americans are Jews than other Africans which you come from. This is what's so silly and stupid about this whole theory. It's crazy. They would rather say they are related to Native Americans who have no connection. C and Q markers. They C and Q. What are you? You're an E marker. You're not related to them. You ain't got nothing to do with them. Bro, I've been through all of this, man. I know foolishness when I see it. I'm gonna show y'all something right here. Look at this writing system. He talking about a writing system. Look at the Cherokee writing system. I want y'all to take a look at this. I'm gonna deal with this nut fourth family in a second. This is the Cherokee writing system, and this is ancient Hebrew. They are so related. They are so related. How many days in a week in a Cherokee week? How many days in a Hebrew week? How many tribes and clans they have? One have 12, one have 7. Let's deal with the linguistic typology. Subject, object, verb, subject, verb, object, verb, subject, object, verb, object, subject, verb, subject, object, object, verb, subject, verb. These are the linguistic typologies you have in the world. 45% of us are subject, object, verb. We who speak English here in the West is SVO. Cows eat grass. What is biblical Hebrew? VSO. Eat cows grass. Hebrew, when you speak it, is subject, verb, object. Cherokee and Uto-African is subject, object, verb. Cows grass eat. That's how they speak. We said cows eat grass in English. VSO, biblical Hebrew, eat cows grass. So they're not even connected through linguistic typology. That alone kills the whole argument. Let me show you another dagger. Let me show you another dagger. With the languages. Since you want to play the language game, let Garfield teach you something else. Stop teaching that Native Americans are Israelites. It is stupid. It is dumb. All you got to do, Mr. 707, is do what's called, Asari Motep taught me this, cross-comparative linguistic analysis. The most common words that every culture use. Father, they use a word for father, brother, man, child, and the sun in the sky. Just look at the sun. Look if you see any similarities between these and the Hebrew. The sun is Shemesh in Hebrew. Do you see any similarities here? There's no similarities. Let's look at the word for child, Yeled. Let's look at the word for ish, for man, ish. Look at that. No similarities. All you got to do is a cross-comparative linguistic analysis and it's a wrap. I'm not listening to these guys. I'm not listening to them. Now let me bring up this guy back on stage. Fourth family. Now you said that the map was older. You got a younger map. Let's take a look at America, Civ, India, and where it comes from. Come on, fourth family. You there? Let's go.
I already put a link in the back. You can skip all past this one. Let's put a link up real quick.
Put the link back. It's the one from Tando Online. Is that the one? Or you want the one from
yeah, Tando Online. That's it right there. The
Tando
last
Online.
one I put up.
Okay. All right. So let me share the
You
screen.
can't.
So
Hey, let me ask you a question, girl. Are you just upset that we know who we are, and not just some random lost Africans that you want us to be?
I'm upset at misinformation. So you put this up to say what?
That's cool. Go to the second paragraph. I'm about to show you.
The second
zoom
paragraph.
in some.
Let me make
My
it
bad.
bigger.
Zoom in. Yeah, so I can see it.
All right.
All right, go down. All right,
here.
it's still kind of small and shit. Let me see if I can turn my phone. All right, bet. So it says it right here. Let me get to the part. Boom, that's perfect. It says Hindu, India, which is then adopted by Indian, Roman, Greek writers, blah 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 blah. It says, but it also became a term designating the area between the Indus and the Ganges. India within the Ganges, as well as lands further to the east, India beyond the Ganges. These two Indias, are at the root term of the word Indies, which connoted and still connotes a region that spreads across the southern and eastern Asia and even into the Americas. There's been America over here too. It said it's two different Indies. Do you get it? Now you could take that map and make it make sense.
Okay, now watch this. I'm gonna ask you a simple question. When was the first time the Americas was referred to as the Indies? India.
I don't know what year, but it's always been. Just like that's always been like that too.
No.
I don't know. I just told you I don't know.
Let me respond. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me pull you down and then bring you back up because you ain't got no discipline. You're a Hebrew Israelite. You ain't got no discipline. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he's trying to prove the term Indias or India in the Americas. The problem is the first person to call over here India or assume that was Christopher Columbus. Before Christopher Columbus, ladies and gentlemen, nobody's calling over here India. He thought, if you look at the maps of the Christopher Columbus folks, they enlarged it and included Southeast, which is over here, to include it as India. They thought literally that it was India. They were wrong. Hence, that's why they call them Indians. Indians. Not Ishi means man. Ish means man. Mr. 707, Ish means man. Yo, Mr. 707, you're either one of the most dumbest people in the world, or are you doing this on purpose? Oh man, now I gotta show you that Hebrew Ish means oh man, this is sad, yo. The word Ish means man or person. Same word Ish is masculine gender and Isha is feminine. So person is probably a better translation than man specifically, although man is the usual translation. So Ish means man. I have to show you this. This is sad, yo. This is sad. This is so sad. This is so sad. You are ridiculous. So what, bro? The word Nero. Do you know the word Nero means black? Does people know that this word Nero means black? Look at this word right here. Nero means black. I'm gonna put this on the screen right here. Does anybody in the audience know that the word Nero in Italian in the Roman culture today or Rome means black? Does anybody know that? And the word Nero with the king in the 1st century means Andrea or Andrew. How is it the same word from the same cultures don't mean the same thing? Why? Why don't mean the same thing? It's not cognate. You got to understand what the words mean. This is sad, man. Sad. Just to try to be right. But anyway, let me bring up this brother right here and ask him a question. He doesn't know when the word India was used over here. It was used by the people that came with Columbus because they thought it was India. Hence, your conversation don't make no sense. But anyway, fourth family, I'm gonna move on to the Hebrews to Negroes.
I proved my point. I talked to that little pale skin too the other day. He's a hoe. Katazak, whatever the hell his name was.
Oh, that was you that called in the other day and disrespected them?
Yeah, that was me that called his whole ass and Cap touching on each other like they gay. I don't know about here with that.
Come on, man. Those are your brothers, yo. Come on, chill out. Those are your brothers.
Yeah, he tripping though. He tripping messing with that white boy.
Hi, I'm Dawn, and I run a company called Jotful. We make one-of-a-kind websites just like these.
About 3 hours. Of
All right, this is my brother. I don't know if I'm gonna remember to put the video in the comments or in the thing, but subscribe to his channel. His channel is called, let me tell you all his channel is called. Let's go down here. Where is his channel? Akwete Ama. Akwete Ama. Subscribe to my brother's channel, man. He got some, the brother is on point. I would recommend him all day, every day to anybody. All right. He's a very good researcher. I love his information. He's on point.
Okay, so I'm going to be giving a critical review of the debate between Deacon Hakar and then Ron Dalton Jr.
So Ron Dalton had this debate with Deacon Hakar from the Genesis camp, right? And he basically did a review of it because I didn't watch the review. And watching the review, I could tell that Ron Dalton makes absolutely no sense. It makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. All right. Let's go.
The debate lasted for over 3 hours. I sat through the entire debate. I took extensive notes, and I want to do a review of what transpired. I'll do a review by rounds. There were 3 rounds and then a Q&A, and then there were conclusions. So I'm going to take it by rounds. Round 1, round 2, round 3, and then the Q&A. All right, so we're going to start with Deacon because he started round 1. In Deacon's round 1 position, he argues that archaeological evidence support the location of Israel in the Middle East.
So this book called Six Figures from Scratch is designed to keep open while you trade. So it's about the astonishing science behind it.
He highlights several key archaeological findings. He talked about the
Something I want to ask Akwete, does he believe in the Joshua's witness stone? I would love to hear my brother's input on that. I don't know if he did in this video, but let's just take a look. Because I'm kind of like this Joshua's witness stone. I'm not too sure about that so-called archaeological find. But otherwise, Deacon did his thing.
The Torah temple, which is an ancient Hebrew temple from the Kingdom of Judah, dating back to around 950 BCE. And he argued that it supports the historical presence of Israelites in the region. He mentions Joshua's witness stone, which is erected in Shechem, and he argued that this stone is part of the archaeological evidence of ancient Israelite settlement. He brought up the Dead Sea Scrolls, which he argued that was discovered in the 1947s, that these scrolls are crucial archaeological finds that contain ancient Hebrew texts, which further anchors Israel's historical location. He talked about the Moabite stone, which is dated to around 840 BCE, and it contains a significant Canaanite inscription indicating the historical interactions in the region. And then he mentions the Merneptah Stele, this monument, which includes the first known reference to the Israelites, reinforcing their historical presence in the Middle East. He talked about the Hinam Scrolls, which are amongst the oldest known texts, with passages from the Hebrew Bible, which he argues, which are discovered, in 1979. He talked about the Tel Dan stele found in 1933, which he argues contains an inscription which mentions the house of David, linking the biblical narratives. He talked about the Lachish reliefs. These narrate, according to him, the Assyrian victory over Judah, providing evidence of historical events in the region. So Deacon also argues against the idea that sub-Saharan Africa was the location of these historical events, citing a lack of archaeological evidence for invasions or conquest by Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, or Romans in sub-Saharan Africa. He references biblical passages to support his claim that the land of Israel is currently occupied by others, as prophesied. So in his first round, Deacon referenced the following Bible passages to support his claim. He referenced Luke 21 verses 24. This passage he used to suggest that the land of Israel would be occupied by Gentiles until a certain time is fulfilled. He also referenced Leviticus 26:32. This verse he cited to indicate that enemies would possess the land of Israel, aligning with his argument about the current occupation of the land. So, in all, Deacon's first round is well structured and relies heavily on archaeological evidence to support his argument that the Holy Land is located in the Middle East, specifically where modern-day Israel is. He effectively uses a combination of archaeological findings and biblical references to bolster his position. His argument is logical and grounded in tangible evidence, which can be persuasive to an audience that value historical and archaeological data. However, the effectiveness of his argument will ultimately depend on the audience's perspective on the weight of archaeological evidence versus other forms of evidence or interpretation. So this is a summary of round one for Deacon.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images.
Okay, now, in Ron Dalton Jr.'s round one position, he challenges the conventional archaeological evidence presented by Deacon, arguing that the Holy Land is actually in sub-Saharan Africa. Here are his key points. Number one, skepticism of archaeological evidence. Dalton Jr. questions the reliability of archaeological findings, emphasizing issues like the lack of context, chain of custody, and the potential for artifacts to be moved and misrepresented. Number two, lack of visual evidence. He points out that the absence of video or photographic evidence of historical invasions by Assyrians, Babylonians, and Persians suggests that such events might not have occurred as traditionally believed. Number three, he talked about Gentile influence. Dalton Jr. argues that Gentiles have historically manipulated narratives, including the crafting of
All right. I think Ron Dalton is the worst researcher in history, or in the top 5. But I'll tell you this: the reason why he's liked by the Israelite community is because of the whole Hebrew to Negroes and the Kyrie urban situation. Outside of that, he serves no purpose. No one really, there's no one that actually, there's no Israelite can say, hey, I support Ron Dalton 100%. They don't believe what he believes at
Went
all.
to Africa. It's his
There's
mind.
none.
He's trying to
There's none at all.
make them Hebrews over there.
All right.
Crazy.
Shout out to Brother Hassad in the building, man. Hey, listen. The other day I was on Hassad's panel and I said to Deacon, well, he's now a priest, but I'm still gonna call him Deacon because until I get used to it. But what do you agree with that Ron Dalton teaches? He said that African Americans are Israelites.
That was
I didn't
the
want to
truth
go
right
back and forth. I didn't want to go back and forth, fourth family. But
I got you.
he believes, you know, all right, let me ask you this, fourth family. Do you believe as a man to a man, we talking right now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Deuteronomy 28:68 was one of the most biggest selling points to attract people to the Black Hebrew Israelite movement in North America. Do you believe that wholeheartedly?
I do. I don't think it's attracted. It was the truth, but I don't think it was.
Now watch this.
Africa
Watch
to
this.
hear
Watch this. Watch this now. Watch this now. This look where I'm going. So we're not arguing now. Look where I'm going. Ron Dalton believes it's actually another group that fulfills Deuteronomy 28:68.
I told you he went to Africa and lost his mind.
No, well, he made a documentary before he went to Africa.
I mean, whatever his plan. When he made that book, Hebrews to Negroes, he wouldn't think about no damn Africa like he doing now.
But this is actually he does. He's actually a strong proponent of Israel. I mean, of Africa. But I didn't hear him saying that Israel was Africa before he went. You're correct. I never heard him say it.
He lost his mind. He's talking all funny and stuff. I don't know what happened to him.
Oh, hold on. Look at what he said. He says there's a lack of evidence. This is what my brother Akwedi says. I never watched a debate. I'm going by what Akwedi. I don't think Akwedi has a reason to lie. He's actually in Ron Dalton's documentary. He knows Ron pretty well, and he's an African-based guy. Although he may live in the U.S., but he's definitely pro-Africa and all that stuff. He don't push the whole blacks is Hamites, and he don't push that stuff. But listen to what he's saying. The guy said there's lack of visual evidence. He wants us. It's the same argument when people say Jesus don't exist. They want people to go around and show a picture, a videotape of Jesus, like we could have that 2,000 years ago. So he's saying there's no lack of visual evidence, like he actually went to the places where it was destroyed. So he's saying what you believe, fourth family, is a total lie. It's a total lie. What you're saying is all.
Is he black? Is he African? What is he? This dude you're talking about?
Who, Ron Dalton or
no. Akwedi, whatever. What is he?
Akwedi, he's the one that's doing the commentary on the video.
Oh, he's not us, so I don't know. He can say whatever he wants. I don't really take them people serious.
I'm not going there with you. I'm not going there with you.
I got
but
you.
Let's deal with this. Because this is my argument, though. How can we agree with Ron Dalton when he's saying, "Hey, African Americans are Israelites"? He used that argument, prop himself up, make these movies. Then on top of it, now go back to Africa and said, "No, well, the Israel y'all in America believe in is actually here in South Africa." It's so ironic. He lives in South Africa. There's no irony there. It's another selling point. He's trying to sell something.
I mean, he probably got a little South African chick or something trying to save her. You know what I mean? You know what dudes do for women. You know?
Yo, shout out to For the Family, man. Hey, I want you to leave Katazan Tazarek alone, man. They're my people.
Hey, they better stop perping. What's wrong with them? All right, I got you though. I got you, man.
Stop it, man. Leave them alone, man. The brother said his mother is white. He said that in public, and his father, he would say
I don't care what baby Jesus say. I'm done with it.
Baby Jesus. Yo, craziness. But let me go back to this commentary.
Of the Council of Nicaea to obscure the true identity of Israelites, whom he associates with people of African descent. He talked about geographical and biological indicators. He contrasts the geography and wildlife of Israel with that of Africa, noting that the high elevations and diverse fauna of Central Africa align more closely with biblical descriptions. He mentioned historical artifacts. Dalton Jr. highlights that many significant artifacts, like the Lachish relief and the Meneptah stele were found outside of Israel in places like Iraq and Egypt, questioning their connection to the current location of Israel.
Sports investors, if I offered to work with you and teach you over the next few months how to win at 60 to 70% with less than 1 hour a day of research without losing more and more money, feeling overwhelmed, struggling with maintaining.
He talked about cultural and linguistic shifts. He questions how quickly Israelites supposedly adopted Greek language and culture after Alexander the Great's conquest, suggesting a disconnect with historical timelines. He mentions genetic evidence. Dalton Jr. claims to have genetic proof of Assyrian and Babylonian presence in sub-Saharan Africa, supporting his argument for the Holy Land location. And then he criticizes modern Israel. He argues that the current geographical features of Israel do not match biblical descriptions, such as the high mountains of Israel, and accuses modern narratives of being fabrication. So, Dalton Jr.'s argument is built on challenging established narratives and presenting an alternative view that places the Holy Land in Africa, supported by a mix of geographical, cultural, and genetic claims. In his first round, I must say, Ron Dalton Jr. did not explicitly reference specific Bible passages to support his claim. Instead, he focused on questioning the archaeological and historical narratives and presented alternative interpretations and evidence, such as geographical and genetic indicators, to argue for the location of the Holy Land in sub-Saharan Africa. Ron Dalton Jr.'s first round is intriguing and challenges conventional narratives by questioning the reliability of archaeological evidence and proposing an alternative location for the Holy Land in sub-Saharan Africa. I must say that his approach is bold, relying on skepticism of established historical accounts and emphasizing geographical and genetic arguments. So, where are his strengths? Critical thinking. Dalton Jr. effectively questions the chain of custody and context of archaeological findings, encouraging the audience to reconsider accepted narratives. Then we come to alternative perspective. By proposing a different geographical location, he introduces a fresh perspective that can provoke thought and discussion. Where are his areas of improvement? I would say number one is lack of specific biblical.
All right, let me say this. Akwedi is a very he gives a political discourse on Ron, because I'm gonna say this. I'm very raw and I'm very upfront. Ron Dalton is a pseudo, and he is a pseudo, and he keeps saying nobody wants to challenge him, but nobody needs to challenge a pseudo. He doesn't know history. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He barely knows scripture, and it's sad because if you look at somebody who's when I evaluate the biblical text, right, the questions I ask is the first things I look at is who wrote the Bible, who, what, where, why, and how. Those are the questions I ask. Who wrote it? What is its purpose? Why was it written? Where did it take place? And how was it compiled and put together? If you can't answer those questions, you should not teach the Bible. And then those answers are not definite, because guess what? We are 2,000-3,000 years away from when the stuff was put on paper, or somebody tried to write it on sheepskin or whatever. So we don't know what that person's motive is because we can't transfer our mindset into the mindset of the writers. So it's basically assumption. So that means anyone can have an interpretation and say they are right and exact. So now, why was the book written and put together? I think the Bible was put together for a specific person for that time period for a reason. But I'm saying to myself, listening to Ron Dalton, he's being protected by the Black Hebrew Israelite community. They should be condemning him, but they won't. And I'm going to tell you why they won't condemn him for his foolishness. Because of the popularity surrounding Kyrie Irving and the controversy with Nick Cannon and all that stuff, they look at it as a way of popularizing the movement. But it really makes us look even stupid, more stupid than ever, listening to this guy. Listen, I was going to do a whole response book and video to his nonsense, but I didn't even have the time to do it. This guy's information is so pseudo. It's I don't know why. I mean, I'm glad Deacon did it. And every time I asked him to debate, he said, I'm not debating you because you don't believe that African Americans are Israelites. This is why he won't debate me. That's his stem. I said, we've come from West and Central Africa. But in the next upcoming weeks, I do have some information genetically to prove that African Americans are West Africans. I could say at least 70% of them right now today. 70% of the 50 million are Africa. Are from Africa. Don't interrupt my thought. Don't do that. Because you know I'm gonna let you talk, whether we agree or not. Don't do that. So what I'm saying is 70%, and the other 30%, I could prove that they're connected to R markers. The R markers. And this is how I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it because there's certain things that we can't have because of us being Africans. I could prove it. I could prove it, y'all. All right. But anyway, let me finish this part right here. You want to respond to that, bro?
Yeah, I put something in the back kind of relating to what you're talking about, man. I thought it was kind of funny.
Hold on. Oh, I have her book right here. I met her. I met her at Schomburg Library. Alondra. She's very.
She lost that case.
She lost
that case because there was no blood connection to no damn Africans.
She lost her case. Which case she lost? I'm not familiar.
Look in the back. Look in the back. I don't know if can you see it or not.
I brought it up. What did she lose?
She tried to do a lawsuit, but you got to read it. The judge determined that there was no blood connection to Africans. She tried to say she was part of some African slave trade and she was linked to the people in Africa. The judge threw that shit out like, nah, there's no blood connection between
You know what?
people.
I'm gonna read this because I don't trust when Israelites say anything. I gotta look behind
I
y'all.
got you. Hey, I expect you to do your due diligence. Do your thing.
Yeah, I'm not taking your word for it, but let me see.
No, take her word for it. You feel me?
No. I'm gonna look at the article and read it myself, then draw a conclusion. I'm not taking nobody's word. Anybody that claims they're Hebrew Israelite, it's not a disrespect, but I notice y'all just research, y'all just find stuff to add on to what you believe. And like the brother in the chat, Mr. 707, right here, he wants me to dig up a video. Why do you want me to dig up a video, Mr. 707? Why? What happened? Mika, you're going to lose. You're going to lose, Mika. You're going to lose. You're going to lose big time. You don't want that debate. The R marker, like when I debated Al-Azhar, and I said during the debate that the brother lost because he destroyed his ministry by showing that his father was R, so he's R. And I think what people don't recognize is that whenever you have a marker paternally, and you teach that you go by your father was connected to a European. So you might come out and say, hey, I'm black today. But like Rick Kittles is R, and he's darker than any black man that I know.
That's a chocolate cup of white man. He tell you he a white man. Hold on, what you trying to say, that we go back to white people? That's what you really trying to say?
Some of us, 30 to 40% of us here in North America.
So European to you means Caucasian.
Yeah, because
I can't roll with that.
You don't think black women were raped during the slave time?
Some of them, but they killed them babies. Them babies ain't survived like that.
Oh, they kill them babies.
Oh, woman, hell yeah. And the niggas was killing them babies too. You think a nigga? Wait.
kill them babies.
The woman killed the baby first of all. And you think their husbands is gonna let them babies come to fruition?
I'm not gonna allow you
They
to
was
say
killing the shit out
you
them
know what?
babies.
Bring the evidence, and I'll put it on the screen.
I got you there too.
That's gossip.
I'm gonna lace your boots. I got you.
That's gossip. That's gossip.
No, that's blasphemy to say we mix down with them white people like
Come
that.
on, Mika. Jump on the panel, Mika. Mika want to
Yo,
debate.
yo, Garfield, can I get 3 minutes?
What's up, bro?
So what I was saying is, if you check that video link, I consider myself somewhat of a history buff, and I was looking at something totally unrelated to Israelites, and so this bit of information to me kind of like was kind of good info, and it's about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes of the guy. He lists 2 book links, 2 book sources along with his info, which corroborates what I was saying, how the Algonquin language has some type of affinity with ancient Libyan, and so also Amerindian. And they have evidence. There's books. Maybe you could review the books. You could debunk it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to debunk anything. I don't want to debunk anything. All we got to do is simple. You see, this is simple. All we got to do is this. I'm gonna show you something on the screen real quick. Because anyone can make a claim, and I research every claim, even when it comes to Egypt, when it comes to Kemet, when it comes to Samaria. I research every flipping claim. I don't care. I got to see it for myself. Then I could jump out the window. Shout out to one of my boys from a long time. Sean is in the building now. If you're hold on before Sean jump in, John, you could unmute your mic. You could talk. They didn't kill them babies. This guy's a goofy. Yeah, we know 4th families are goofy. You ain't gotta tell me that Haitian first. We know he's a goofy. He came back up nothing he's saying. He's gonna say those women killed the babies, and I asked him for evidence, and he can't prove that. He can't prove that. He can't prove it. He can't prove that to nobody. What's up, Sean? What's on your mind?
All right, so I was trying to just kind of soak up a lot of this whole stuff that's being said about this Hebrew and this Indian stuff. So I just want to say this very quickly. There is absolutely zero evidence of a Jew being in the New World before the arrival of the Spanish.
Gad isn't a Jew.
Hold up, bro. Y'all gotta respect him. He's talking, man. You gotta wait, bro. You gonna talk? No, you don't have to talk to nobody. I got 6 hours to go, man. Go ahead, Sean.
He's referring to Judah.
There's not a single Jewish Israelite. I don't give a
Jewish is something totally different.
Can you let me finish?
707. Just be quiet, bro. You see, you notice the black Hebrew Israelites have no discipline.
Hey, I'll drop you two links in the back, man. If you wanted them.
No discipline, and let Sean finish. Let him finish. Look at y'all. Y'all emotional. That ain't no Israelite. Ain't no real Israelite. It's Captain
I just gotta nudge him off his square real quick. That's it.
You can't nudge me nowhere.
Until he's finished. That's all. It's easy, bro. I'll shut my mouth. You see Sean talking? I shut up. I shut my mouth. Go ahead, Sean.
There is absolutely no evidence of a Jew, a Hebrew, Israelite in the Americas before the Spanish. There are no Indians here claiming to be. Very easily.
You just
very
talking.
Easily.
Do it now. Pull it up.
Bro,
prove that it was none up here.
You made the claim. You made the claim. You believe this claim. Y'all believe this claim.
I know this. Ain't no believe nothing.
No, okay. So if you know, where is your evidence that proves this? Because before the arrival of the Spanish, and I'm talking in the 1490s, there was no information over here that could be linked to, tied to, or translated out to say that these people were of such. Missionaries spent years trying to convert these people from their indigenous beliefs and traditions, which we have the primary evidence for, because we can go look in their codexes. when we get translations and communications of the interactions of the natives or the indigenous on their accounts on the arrival of the Europeans. So you want me to prove it? I'll be right back, Garfield. I'm finna jump off my phone and get on my laptop, and I'll be glad to pull up the first accounts of the goddamn native people in the Americas when they encountered the Europeans, and ain't
Well, go
none of
ahead.
them
Instead of
talking about
talking,
their
go get it.
motherfucking
Go get it,
religions.
nigga.
All right,
Yeah,
bet. Let me
I'm
rock
not
out for
you.
a quick second. Let me rock out for a quick second.
Go ahead,
Yeah. All right. So we're not. Nobody is saying that American Indians are Jewish, or they're not saying that they're they have some cultural and linguistics that make that connection. And then so also when the Spanish are having an inquisition. So if they're against Jewishness so-called, or Israelite type, they're Catholic. So if they're interacting with the Native Americans, there's an inquisition to where Jews and Israelites or whatever are at the butt end of that inquisition. So if a Native American is practicing so-called Jewish practices, they would be a target by the conquistadors and eradicated, because this is the period of the Spanish Inquisition.
Let me ask you this, right? How many indigenous languages exist in the Americas?
How many
Thousands,
indigenous?
man. Thousands.
Yeah, but a lot of them are interconnected. I gave you examples.
It's like different dialects though. But it's not that deep though, man. It's not that
Listen,
serious.
this is what I'm saying, though. This is what I'm saying. Let's stop playing the game of Jew and Israel and Jewish and all that foolishness. That's garbage. There's no Israelites in existence before the colonizers came here and started saying that they were. That is the point. If you can show me, hold on. Just relax, bro. It's not that serious. If you guys, I'm asking both of you guys, do you have evidence before Europeans that Israelites were here presented? That's all we're saying.
They're the ones that was documented. They found artifacts here already, man. They observed the customs that we was doing already here. It lined up with what they saw and read it about.
So you don't have
it's real simple.
You don't have any information then. You don't have any information.
I mean, that's the information that you need. I don't know what you mean. They documented what they saw. We can use the white people. We can use the white people.
What's the information that you have?
The white people say it all the time.
One example. Give me one
I'm gonna let the brother talk, man. Go ahead.
Give me one example. You see, hold on, before 707 talk, you see, the problem is you can't approach this because you believe into a teachings that's just not true from the hold on, Ford family. Stop interrupting, bro. You see, the problem is you already have the answer and just looking for something to agree with that answer. This is why Yahweh failed in our debate, and this is why Hebrew Israelites on a whole fail. You can't use your belief as evidence. You have to present archaeology, history, anthropology. You have to bring linguistics and genetic evidence. Now, the issue is these people who are in this area have the C and Q marker. So if you're saying you all come from Jacob, why do you have the E marker and they have C and Q? You can't explain that away because you're supposed to be Israelites, period.
Can I explain that?
Let me finish, bro. I promise you I'm gonna let you talk. I promise you. All we got to do is just think about what we're doing. All right, know what I'm saying if you want to ask me a question without interrupting. All right, this is what I'm saying to you guys. The reason why Israelites fail because your methodology is fucked up. This is what you do, and I'm gonna show you what y'all do. Y'all do this. This is exactly what y'all do. I showed it last week. I'm gonna show it again. This is what y'all do. Here's the conclusion. What facts can we find to support it? Instead of saying, here are the facts, what conclusions can we draw from them? This is courtesy of Sar Imhotep. And this is where the problem lies. You already have a belief, bro. So you're trying to find anything to attach on to the belief without actually doing a proper, serious research on the matter. This is where I come in. I don't have nothing to win or lose. I have nothing to gain by showing what the truth is. I'm for the truth. Truth has no friends. Truth has no friends. Again, courtesy of Asari Motep. So if you want to tell me that the practices to determine an Israelite presence, we have to identify records before Columbus came to the Americas. Any records of cultural practices, any writings in Hebrew, etc., oral traditions, holidays, calendar system, days of the week, how many days? Does a Judean Indian language exist? Example, like in the Persian, you have Judeo-Persian or Judeo-Aramaic. Does a genetic connection exist? Do we find traces of Jewish holidays being practiced before Columbus? We have the sun, moon, winter solstice, spring, summer, fall, winter in every culture. So many celebration dates might actually correlate. So that's not a problem. But what would be an Israelite presence in the Americas? We're looking at the folkways, the mores, the norms, traditions, customs, writings, material, culture. Have we done this? This is what I'm asking you guys. This is not play for me. I take this serious. So when I bring this out to you, I'm not saying it because I could research better or I must be right. If I'm to be corrected, you have to bring it to the table. So look at this. Are these Israelites that's in the Americas before Columbus practice any of the following feast days or rituals? And I start looking and naming all of them out. Passover, unleavened bread, first fruits, Pentecost, Feast of Trumpets, Day of Atonement, Feast of Tabernacles, Purim, 7-day week, Sabbath, ritual purity, dietary laws, circumcision, human sacrifice or animal sacrifice, separation with menstruation, the 12-tribe concept, 10 commandments, Exodus, origin story, Hanukkah. Where is Hakar still here? If Hakar is in the building, I would love for him to even join this conversation. Because if you're saying this is true and you have proof of this, let's go through them one by one. We have over 20 different ritualistic practices here on the table right now. Which one of them was being practiced before that we have on record before Columbus came? Now I'm asking both of you guys, Fourth Family and Mr. 707. Which one of them was being practiced before Columbus came?
First fruits, unleavened bread. We up circumcised.
Stop right there. Stop right there. First fruits. Let's deal with first fruits. Where's the evidence of first fruits?
I had to go dig it up, man. You know what you're doing? Basically, what you're saying is like America didn't exist before Christopher Columbus discovered it. Like you asking, I'm saying the questions that you asking.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that with you. If you don't have no evidence, shut the fuck up. We're dealing with evidence right now. The emotion shit ain't gonna work. You see, Mr. 707 tagged me in the back. He said, Garfield, put this video up. Because he's bringing evidence to the table. You just talking and yapping at the mouth, Fourth Family. That's what you did on Tazariak's show. You yapped him out. We deal with evidence here. So I'm asked 707, do you have evidence? Let's go. We got to deal with this. You say the white man is the devil and all that stuff. Let's deal with the Native Americans and their own culture. That's all we got to do. Deal with them and their own culture. You can come on, Mika, whenever you're ready. Let's go.
Well, can I touch on the DNA thing?
Yeah, touch on the DNA, brother. Sure.
So basically, like, so a DNA haplogroup marker is basically an invention within the last 30 to 40 years.
Well, it's not.
The database. Let me fit your. I see. You cut me off, but if I try to get it worded in edgewise, it's a problem.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So the database that you're referring to is about 20 years old. It started around 2000. So essentially, this is an invention. Not saying it's incorrect. This is a small piece of genetic information, maybe 1 to 2%. So if you're using DNA, you have to use the entirety of the DNA, not just one small marker. You see what I'm saying? So if you can't breed out an Israelite.
Because you can map the whole. Okay, so on the screen, Garfield has the Montana boy up, which is, it should be ANZIC 1. So ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2 were both critical in mapping the genome for all. Now they found in Montana, but their genetic ancestry takes you back to northern Siberian, East Asian, which is what they are. They some kind of way a group of people admixed with Siberians from the East Asian area. They will give way to that. Now, this Montana boy, this will be the oldest DNA evidence that we have. Outside of that, we got the dude that's also from Montana. I forget his name; it's slipping my mind right now. Whose ancestry goes back 55 generations, proving the science. So not only that, we also have the archaeological record and other evidence from woolly mammoths and stone tools that would actually find about the first peoplings of the Americas. So what's critical here is that none of these people are having these stories of what you Hebrews are proclaiming.
Well, the problem is those people are now primarily extinct. 95% of the native population was genocided.
Bro,
95% of the Native American population was genocided, and what was left over was admixed. So the second largest haplogroup would be R.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen, bro.
A total of 63
You see it says R, T, Q, and R. R is the Iberian.
No, R is from the European connection. It says
but we know that R is coming from the Iberian.
Hold on. Most haplogroup R lineages present in Native Americans most likely came from recent admixture with Europe.
That R is Iberian, yes.
No, it's not Iberian, brother. It's not.
That's Spanish.
Okay, hold on a second. The R that they have is RM269. That's the one from the Caucasus Mountains.
No, where does it say that?
That's the R that they have. They have RM269.
So you're saying the recent admixture is Caucasus and not Iberian?
The recent. Hold on. When you say Iberian, Iberian. You're being tricky because the Europeans, some of them are Spanish.
Is that downstream of the Caucasus?
It would be yes. That's that stream.
Bam.
Yes. So it's Iberian, but of course you're gonna say Jews were.
So you agree?
Now hold on. But first of all, I ain't even talking about recent. I'm going beyond recent. When we talking about ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2 and their significance to the whole genome mapping, that's the most critical evidence that we find because we know the geographical location of where this little boy was buried next to this rock. And inside that were stone tools that were actually found that was given to this boy. So you show me how many Hebrew Israelite burials where you put somebody in the ground and you buried them with stone tools and toys that they should take with them in their afterlife. You don't have that.
Taking into account that they also they had some admixture with Chinese who have Q and C haplogroups.
Talking about somebody.
When the Chinese built the railroad in America, they admixed also with these Native Americans. So when I said 95% were genocided
on the European,
I can show you an Indian with an E marker.
No, man, bro.
I can.
Can you listen so you can understand what I'm saying versus you just trying to talk to anticipate what I'm saying? What I'm trying to tell you here is what you don't understand. We know who the Native American people are. Right. We know what they come from. So now I'm finna hit you with some shit you don't even know. They're admixed with archaic humans, the Denovicens and the Neanderthals. They carry the cheek, lip, ear, eye structures of the archaic humans. So
mitochondrially.
Oh my!
On the mitochondrial side, yes.
Oh, do you know the gene expression for the lip, the cheek, the nose, and the chin area of the fucking first peoples in the Americas?
That's because they mixed with the Chinese who built the railroad.
No.
It's not across the board.
Listen to my question. Do you know the gene for those specific areas that I named in the face? Do you know it? Yes or no?
Say that again.
Okay. Do you know the name of the genes for the lip?
No, I don't. I don't.
nose, the
I'm not
face,
gonna
and
even.
okay. So
I
you
don't know.
okay. So
That
allow
doesn't. That
me.
doesn't. That's not a. That's not
Allow no.
something to say yay or nay.
707.
Because
707.
I don't know the name.
707.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Hold
gonna
on,
sit
hold on,
here and
hold on,
lie
hold on,
to
hold
you.
on, hold on. 707. This is why you Dagger Squad, man. Because you are a man. You're not like the dude that I put on the screen, GD and Capone. Now he coming about the Talmud said the lost tribe went into Africa. He don't even know what he's talking about. But I'll get into that in a minute. Well, at least you were saying you're a man. You said you don't know. We can't say that. A lot of people don't say that. So you good. Listen to what Sean got to say now. You ain't got to argue about saying I don't know. But go ahead, Sean. Build on that.
Right.
Go ahead.
So this is how we know the genetic makeup of the first peopling is because of those gene expressions at those site locations. Not only that, because they carry those strong features, they also have some shit that's going on with them regarding their blood type as well. This ain't in y'all, bro. All of these things that we talked about are scientifically proven. So when we talk about people populating the Americas way before the Europeans even get here, I stand on what I just said.
Let me
There
tell
is
you
not
why
a
your
Hebrew.
argument wouldn't
There's
hold up in a court of law.
Hold on, let him
Let
finish.
me tell you why your argument wouldn't hold up in a court of law.
Let him finish.
That nigga saying a court of law.
Let him finish, bro. You gonna talk?
There is not a single Hebrew Israelite Jew culture in the Americas before the arrival of the Spanish.
That's why they called the lost tribes. But go ahead.
Ain't shit. Okay, so can I share my screen, Garfield? I know you got this map up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So now that he said that, can I share my screen? I'm gonna share my screen. All right, so appreciate it. I'm gonna share a few things real quick, but first I'm gonna do this right here.
What's going on, Sean? How you doing, bro?
What's good, huh? How you doing?
Hey, man,
So right. So real quick, do you know about these codexes? The 4 codexes. Do you know about them?
707. He's talking to you.
I don't.
707. Do you know about the 4 Maya codices? Everybody knows about them.
I know about the Codex Kimbrough.
So this is
Kingsborough,
expression of their religious
who called them
practices.
a lost tribes of Israel.
All right.
The Codex Kingsborough.
Hold on, my brother. This is the 4 Mayan codices. Have you read on this? Have you studied this? This specific codex?
I can't. You have to delve into it some more. Oh, Yucatan Peninsula. That's Joktan. That's a Yucatan is a Hebrew name for Joktan. You know how the J is the Y.
Please stop.
Please, brother, stop. Please. 707. Hold on 1 second, brother. Let him finish. Make your point, John. Or you're teaching right now. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right, so these are significant in regard to the answering the culture about these people. You heard Garfield mention this earlier, talking about agriculture, seasons, astronomical movements, etc. But what I'm really trying to get at is that when you look at these codexes, they look exactly like this. They're pictorial, and this is a religious codex that we're looking at. So you see the paintings of black and all these other things going on. This has no remnants of anything that would be Hebrew Israelite related. So I'm only showing this just to say when you go inside the culture of these people, you don't get that. So just to give you a broader understanding, then you go into the Florentine Codex, right? This is around 1577. Look at these people. Look at what they're writing on here and displaying on these people. This is what I mean by going into their culture. We can click on any one of these books and we're going to get plenty of stuff about it. But that's not my point. I'm only showing you little pieces of a bigger, broader picture to show that y'all ain't got no existence here. But the biggest thing is when you talk about the encounters of the first these people encountering these Europeans. So here you have the Mexican Aztec account of the Spanish conquest in the 1500s. You probably never seen this before. I'm gonna blow it up for you a little bit, and I don't mind sharing all of this information with you because I can share my information with you and wait on you to respond to it. So this right here is account of Miguel de Portilla, a Mexican anthropologist, compiled Native American accounts, native accounts of the Spanish conquest of Mexico. This is key here. And you can read these for yourself. This is what I mean. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. right? Because there's so much information that's available to us through the codexes and through these accounts that provides us the evidence of who these people were and what they seen of them. Just to double down on it, there's another Spanish account, and I'm gonna give y'all all of this crap. And it's simply giving you two languages right here. You get the regular shit, and then you get the translation for those of you who can't read this, because none of us should be able to read this, because none of us was none of these people. But we go through, and what do we get through here? We're dealing with their history, myth, religion, and prophecies. So I'm gonna give this to you because you didn't know anything about it, and just so I don't want to sound like I'm trying to one up you or none of that shit. I ain't doing that on this show. But there's evidence for these people that you don't know anything about, and I'm about to drop the Florentine Codex first, so you can read up on that.
What's up, Unc?
What's up, man? How you doing, Brother Garfield and the other brothers on the panel? So how many brothers on the panel think that the Hebrews are Native Americans? Just one guy?
Well, two guys, but the other guy dropped off.
Oh,
No, I believe American Indians are. Y'all gotta stop with this Native American stuff like y'all confused. Stop acting confused on purpose.
So my question is, no matter how many facts Sean present to y'all, that's not going to change your mind. So
That's an
no matter
opinion.
what,
That's not no fact, brother, man. What you gonna do to change my mind? Besides talking about what he was talking about, because you just talking at this point.
so should I just say fuck you?
Now you say fuck yourself.
Right.
That's what you say. Fuck yourself. Get to the damn point, nigga. Get to the point.
I came in calm.
Don't
Yo.
worry
See how
about
you
him.
act?
Don't worry about him. Don't worry about him.
Yeah, don't chase him off. Don't chase him off. I ain't gonna cuss him out. So we already see he very jumpy and out of order for a reason. There's a reason why he's out of order. Because he's afraid. You always attack what you are in fear of. So my question to you is, what is your dog in a fight? What is your reasoning behind this? What is it that you gain and lose for making the Native Americans you? What is it that you gain? That's my first question.
I don't believe the Native Americans or whoever are Hebrews.
Well, the guy that just was cussing, I know you ain't put him off, Garfield, because he was trying to hostile escape himself up out of there, yo. So that's a question for him. What is the,
I stand the gain. I stand to gain
What do you
everything
gain?
back that was taken. That's what.
So you actually think something was taken from you, and you're gonna
My
gain
land,
something.
yeah. Correct. I answered your
what you're
question. That's what I stand
Okay.
again. Yeah.
So are you 100% certain that this is
1000%.
that what you're speaking? So you're 1000%.
1000%.
Okay, have you ever looked at that? So that means you already wrong because you're speaking in absolutes.
I'm wrong because I'm 1000%. Really?
Yeah, because nothing is 1000%. You think about it, you're speaking in absolutes.
Then why you ask me a dumb question then?
I
So
did
you
not
ask me
ask you.
trickery. Stop playing with me, old man. Now get to it.
So I asked you, what percentage do you think you're correct? And you said 1,000.
And I said 1000. If I would have said 100, you would have said I was wrong too. So get to the point.
No, my point is you're speaking in absolutes. There's a
Correct.
chance that you could absolutely be wrong. When you speak in
Okay.
absolutes, you know
Prove
you're wrong.
it.
Because it's already been proven.
I don't need a lesson. I don't need a lesson from you. Get to your
already
point.
been proven?
Let him make his point, Ford family. Come
He
on,
ain't
man.
making no point. He just talking.
Hey, Garfield, see how they come at me because they know who I am, right? And if I call
Hey,
this mother a bitch, I'll be wrong. If I did all that, I'd be wrong. You see that I can't even have an intelligent conversation with these bitch ass niggas. I can't even have a good conversation with two black men, right? I'm just having a regular conversation. I ain't hype. I ain't nothing, man.
Bro, what's
I'm
up
just
with the
trying to make
ad-homs, bro?
Man, was I talking to you? Did you say something reckless to me?
You
Or
said
did the other
these bitch ass niggas.
Okay, so I said it. So now what, nigga? I'm gonna get you first.
Okay,
like
so
a
why
nigga
you
tried
trying to
get
act
me.
like you didn't say it?
Nigga, I wasn't talking to you. But you want to make yourself a part of it. I'm just trying to have a regular conversation.
We on the panel, bro. We on the panel.
Hold on, bro. Let him finish his
People on the panel.
I wasn't even talking
finish
to you,
his
bro.
point, bro.
You
Chill out.
didn't come disrespectful, nigga. Now you disrespectful. I don't even
Bro,
know
I ain't disrespect you.
You is. Why are you talking to me though? I wasn't even talking to you. You didn't get slick with me. It's the
Bro,
other
you
wild
tried
nigga
to
that
act like
did.
you just didn't. You tried to act like.
Hey,
I didn't even
let
know
him
you was
finish his
on
point, man. Finish your
No,
point.
hold on, Garfield. I didn't even know that nigga was on there. I asked a simple question. You said one of the guys dropped off. So at that point, I thought it was one guy. It's like some kind of history I got with these guys I don't know. Like they looking at my shit, hating me. I ain't said nothing to you, bro. I don't know you. We can have a cordial conversation. So I'm gonna
That's
ask
what
you
I'm
to send
saying.
right. So then let's knock it off, yo, and make good content for the Brother Garfield's channel, bro. So what is your investment in this? Why is it that you think you have to be these people? Whatever your
Because
stance
it's
is,
too
what is
much.
it?
It's too much evidence to disregard it. That's one thing. I don't disregard evidence. I don't disregard facts. I don't disregard sources. People spent their life work proving that they are lineage of these people.
Okay, now what would
Okay, so are
change
you
your
Hold
100%?
on. Hold on. Not only that,
Garfield. Hold on, Garfield. Let
the
me have this
traditions, the
conversation.
cultures, everything points to it. Like you gotta like. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all can't see that, but you can go. We can go to Africa and we can see similarities that we doing over here and know that we come from Africa. But you can't see that the Native Americans come from there too. This is crazy. When they have the
Okay, so what
same
percentage?
traditions, they have the
So what
same
per,
sources. You just pulled
so
up
then
that
what?
Mexican
I
antiquity,
didn't
those
pull up.
codexes of the Mayans. Hold on, bro.
I didn't pull
Oh,
up
that want
anything,
you?
bro.
All right, go ahead,
Nah,
go ahead.
no. So I'm saying, so what percentage are you certain that these people are you? Seriously.
Well,
All
through
jokes
so you
aside,
gotta understand, bro. This one thing you have. This one thing we all have to understand.
I
We
just asked a
talking
simple
about
question, yo.
3,000 years of procreation and intermarriaging.
I just
So
asked a simple
hold on,
question, yo.
listen, bro. You asked me a question. Can I answer it? So we talking about 3,000 years. 1,000 years from today, we ain't even have cars. So we talking about this is a long period of time of people procreating and multiplying and intermarrying with Spaniards, with Frenchmen, with all types of other people. And then the Africans come, then the slave ships come, and we go into those same eras in the marriage with these same people. So a lot of the bloodline is diluted in a sense. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't think you can answer the question though?
But
Did you hear what the
hold
question
on,
was, yo?
I'm finna land. But if you trace it far enough, you will see that these people are descendants of the children of Israel. It's too much evidence, bro. It's too much.
So you're not gonna answer the question. You forgot what the question was?
Bro,
I just asked a
you
simple
just
question.
asked
I
me.
didn't need a lecture from
And
you, yo.
I just answered it. So
You
I ain't
didn't. I
answer your
said
question.
no, my question was, at what percentage do you think that you're right? You know what I'm saying? And is there a possibility that you could be wrong? That's all I asked you. Yo, I didn't ask for the
Wrong about
detailed
what?
history of it. Wrong
Wrong
about
about
everything
what?
you just said. Is there a
I'm not wrong
possibility
about
that you
anything that I said.
so there
If
is no
I was
possibility?
wrong, listen, bro. If I was wrong about anything that I said, I would have Native Americans or in in my camp, in my church. I wouldn't have those. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So there is no possibility that
Apache,
you could be.
Hopi, Tainos.
So then what percentage
Go ahead, bro.
that you think,
Go
what
ahead. You
percentage
want to
that you
talk? Go
think you're
ahead,
right? What percentage do you think you're right? I'm
bro.
not talking long. I just, seriously, if we put it on a scale
Ain't
between
nobody
1 to
finna go off no
100%,
percentages, bro. What is you talking about?
no, I'm asking you, bro. Why are you getting hostile with me, yo? Why is it like this?
Because why is you
You might
trying to
could
play
teach,
with people intelligence, bro?
I mean,
Talking about some what percentages? What
so you,
percentages of the stuff that
bro,
you
you're
saying
too
is right?
emotional, bro.
so
You're
I'm
too
saying, I
emotional.
think,
You get defensive for no
No, this
reason.
how I talk, bro. I'm not
no,
emotional.
why?
This
I
how I
mean, but
talk.
no, that's not true. You got a job and you working. You do not go to your job and talk to the people that's in charge of you like that,
Yes,
bro.
I do. Yes,
No,
I
you
do.
don't. Oh,
Yes,
now
I
you
do.
make it. I mean, come on, yo.
Yes, I
Nobody,
do.
that doesn't even make sense to be hostile
All right, bro.
in a
Look,
work environment.
that ain't got nothing to do with what we saying, bro.
Okay, so I asked you percentage. You should ask me the same question. I don't have a problem with that.
It's a
He's stuck on the same dumbass question, man.
fact.
Shut
You hear
up,
me?
old
This is a
man.
percent fact, and it been known.
I know,
This
but why
been
is it?
known before the first century.
If it's a,
So why are we trying to act like that this is something sporadic that just happened out of nowhere when this has been a known fact?
what I'm saying, if it's a
They
dumbass
don't
question,
know the difference
why
between
y'all struggle
evidence,
with it then?
facts, or anything.
Well, why? I'm
He's
Hold on,
saying,
hold
wrong.
on.
why is they struggling?
Time out. Everybody, time out.
Oh,
Time
now
out.
I'm lost.
Time out. Everybody, time
Now
out.
I'm lost.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. GD and Capone. You said before the first century this was known. When was this known before the 1st century? By who?
Hey, Garfield, you're not gonna make them ask my question, yo. I ain't come on here. I didn't bring up no slides. I just want to have a conversation with the bros, yo. You know what I'm saying, yo? Give me the same amount of time Sean got. Let me have a conversation with these brothers. They hostile towards me. The audience can clearly see that. I asked a very simple question. You can ask them the same question. So I'm gonna tell you, based off what I know about evolution, I think that I'm not. I wouldn't say I was 100%. There's a possibility that things could change, and I could be wrong on some of the things I'm saying, yo. And I'm gonna say that, brother.
Okay, so this is
That's
another
all I
thing.
was saying. So is it a possibility that you could be wrong with some of the things you're saying? That's all I'm asking. Why I get cussed out for that, yo? Okay, so watch this. So, hold on. So now I understand you're not actually looking at this through the eyes of anthropology, right? Or which is a scientific discipline. You're looking at it through the eyes of your bias. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I'm not tripping. But if you really want to understand, let me finish. I never cut you off, nigga. I'm saying if you want to get to where you at in understanding the connection between Africa and Native American populations, you should look at it through the scientific discipline, because that's the only way you're going to get the answer, bro. And I'm done right there. I just wanted to say that, brother. Learn how not to be hostile towards each other, yo. Seriously, yo. It don't even make no sense, yo.
Hey, Capone, you said before the 1st century, it was known that the people in Americas were Israelites. That's what you said?
Yes.
What evidence do you have of that, my brother?
It's written in the Talmud.
It's written where?
In the Talmud.
In the what?
In the Talmud.
How's that evidence?
Wait, hold on. I said, no, hold on. Wait a minute. I said that it's been known that the descendants of the Israelites, they was in Africa. That's what I said.
Okay, now where's your evidence of that?
It's in the Talmud. And other travelers that traveled, you can go to
You're not pronouncing the word properly, brother. I don't understand what you're saying.
the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud.
When was the Babylonian Talmud written, brother?
In somewhere between the 3rd and 5th century.
5th century what?
CE.
All right, so that's evidence of it being from the BC era. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm not even being funny.
What?
I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Bro, I just told you it's in the Talmud that the lost tribes went into Africa, different parts of Africa.
Okay, so it says that in the Talmud. All right. I'm not even going to ask you for show source. I'm just going to show the people on the screen a slide real quick. This is what
bro, you do this all the time, bro. We can't ever get nowhere.
No, because do you have a source to show? Do you have a source?
Bro, what's the sense of me showing my sources if you're not going to accept them?
But see, that's the issue, though. You think that you have all the answers. So this is something that's
because I study, bro. Because I study, and I don't just study my sources.
Capone, I'm not going to talk over you on my show.
Go ahead, bro. See, you can't let anybody talk.
You just said that Africa, they went into Africa because of the Talmud. He's referring to actually the Talmud, to where did he exile the 10 tribes of Israel? According to Mar Sutra, to Africa, and according to Ar Hanani, to the mountains of Salug. However, the 10 tribes of Israel slandered the land of Israel, for when they reached the city of Sus, they said that it was like their own land. And when they came to the city of Elmin, they said it was like our Elmin. And when they reached the second Sus, they said that it was much better than their own land. Now watch this, family. Notice. They're asking somebody where it is. Mar Sutra is saying it's Africa, and he actually said Afriki. So now Afriki and Salud require
the name of Africa before.
Hold on, shut up, bro. You got to keep your mouth shut because you don't know what you're talking about. Again, I'm proving it to you. Afriki and Salug require some thinking. In his Geography of the Talmud, Adolf Nober identified Afriki as either the Roman province whose capital was Carthage, or a stretch of countries from Ethiopia to today's North Africa. In either case, it marks the southern borders of the Roman world. It is not clear where the mountains of Saluga are. Many early modern and modern travelers suggest da. So you're saying it's in Africa. Africa where? Where exactly is this
It
location?
said North Africa. It just said North Africa.
No, it's saying that it's possibly North Africa based off of the geography. This is somebody who's rightly trying to identify it. So where did they go? They didn't go. They didn't go to the
So
Americas.
they went North Africa. They traveled west. If you understand,
they traveled west. Where does it say they traveled west? Where?
From North Africa, they went west, going around to the Gold Coast. So it's called the Jews of Bildad El Sudan. It was a kingdom of Jews in Ghana, or in parts of the
what in the fuck?
The northwest coast of Africa.
Hold on a second.
Bilad Al Sudan is not the northwest coast of Africa.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, guys. Time out. You said that the Jews went into Africa based off of the Talmud, right? Do you follow the Talmud?
No.
Why do you accept that as history?
Bro, that don't have nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
No, because you're taking the word of
That's not my premise. You making a false premise, bro.
Well, you brought it to the witness stand. What are you talking about? So the Talmud is the witness right now. So you're saying the Babylonian Talmud?
No, I was using that to show that it was knowledge of the Jews going into different parts of Africa.
No.
though?
Mar Sutra suggested that. It's not a fact.
It's in the Sanhedrin.
Do you know what a fact is?
114a. Huh?
Remember, it's according to Mar Sutra, they went to Africa, and according to Hanina, they went to the mountains of Salima. They don't know where they went. They're just making suggestions. That's not a fact.
Bro, I didn't say that. I've said it's been known. I said it's been known that they went to Africa. If you go through the information, they went to hold on, bro. If you go through the information, they went through both. They went to Africa, and they sailed through the Euphrates, and they went to parts of Persia as well. They traveled across the. Come on, bro. I'm not. Go study, bro.
We know about the Jewish diaspora,
Just go study, bro. Just go study. See, a lot of us.
I'm saying, can we read it? Can we read it though, brother? Is that possible? Can we read it with you or something like that? That's all I'm asking.
I gave him my sources. Already.
Yeah, you said no. Where at? If you read it, like if I read something in the Bible, I'm saying verse 1, chapter.
I gave you the chapter. He just pulled it up.
All right, can we read it, Garfield? He read the chapter.
He just read it.
He did not read that. He read a commentary on it, yo. He didn't read the actual.
Yeah, he said.
Bro, he just read it.
Yo, this is not evidence, bro. This is a commentary.
A commentary, yo. Come on.
This is not evidence. The question is, to where did he exile the 10 tribes of Israel? According to Mar Sutra, to Africa, and according to Hanina, to the mountains of Salud. This is not facts. This is just people throwing stuff out. This is not evidence for you to use 2,000 years later and say, yo, they went into Africa. It's not. They're just throwing stuff out, bro.
No, Garfield, he said he read it in the Talmud. Can we read it where he read it at?
Yeah, this is where he's talking about. This is what he's talking about.
All right, go read it. No, like in the Bible, if I say God created heaven and earth, you say where, huh?
Yes, we can. You want to read? So go to Second Esdras, chapter 13, verse 39.
In the Talmud, yo? That's what you
bro. See, man, what is y'all doing, bro?
You said it wasn't the Talmud, though.
I know he.
You just read it out of the Talmud.
No, he didn't, yo. He read a commentary on it, bro.
Here's another. Hold on. Here's another commentary between Rufus and Rabbi Akiva in the 2nd century. Right? Hold on 1 second.
Am I talking Spanish or something? Am I tripping?
It's crazy, bro.
Nah, but hold on, brother. Before we move on, do you understand that what I read was a commentary? It's not a fact.
The whole time is commentary, bro.
Okay, but when they said Mar Sutra said they went into Africa and Hanina said they went to the mountains of Salud, you know they're talking about 2 different areas, right? You do know that, right? This is not hard though. I'm like, I can't see what's the problem. This is
Oh
easy.
God, bro, this is crazy.
No, it's not, because you're
Hey,
not hearing
Garfield,
what you want to
me,
hear.
Garfield?
This
Wait,
is
Garfield,
nuts,
am I?
man. This is nuts.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Garfield?
I could hear you.
Bro,
So
that
we
don't
just
have
not going.
nothing to do
We
with
not.
what
Hold
we
on
were
for a minute,
talking
bro.
about,
Hold on,
bro.
brother. Hold on for a minute, yo.
You making this is the thing when I was just
Bro,
using
I'm
that
trying.
to show
No,
that
brother, I'm
people
trying to.
early on people had knowledge of the lost 10 tribes of
Bro.
Israel. That's
Hey,
what I
bro,
was showing.
I'm saying there's a possibility you could be right with the statement you made. The statement was that it's in the Talmud. And so we're thinking you actually read it in the Talmud. We're not thinking you're talking about a commentary on it. So I'm saying it's a possibility you could be right. I know you wouldn't come up here and lie. So if you sat down and read it in the Talmud, I'm just saying, can we get the same honor that you had? Can we look at it where you read it at? There could be a misinterpretation of it. It could be, I could say, yeah, you know what, it does say that, and then totally disagree with the shit and say, well, that's not a scientific document or historical document. But at least I know you're not coming up here playing with us. So where did you read it at, bro? That's all I'm asking. That should not be a fight. That should not be an issue
That's it
between
right
two
there. He
brothers,
got
yo.
it on the screen. That's it right there. The discussion the two guys was having. That's it right there. Two rabbis was having.
All right, now hold on 1 second. So, are you familiar with Rabbi Akiva's information with Rabbi Rufus? When they talked about where it was, where did they go? Did they come back? Are you familiar with this conversation?
So that's
What
the Talmud,
they
Garfield?
mentioned
You read it on the
about
Talmud?
the Josephus and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say to you though, if it's all commentary, how does the commentary turn into fact? Because if you think about it for a second though,
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, brother. Relax. We're not even.
Man, see, look, here y'all go.
It says, hold on. According to Mar Sutra, they went to Africa. According to Ar Hanina, they went to the mountains of Saluk. So where did they go? Did they go to Africa or Saluk?
Bro, it's 10 tribes, bro. They went both ways.
No. They said the 10 tribes went to Africa.
They went to both. They went to both areas. It's evidence of them in both areas.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second now.
Hey, Garfield, can you ride in the car with me, Garfield? Can you stay in the car with me? Just stay in the car with me.
All right.
Seriously. Don't stay where I got them at. Don't add. Not yet. I'm saying, is it a possibility for us to actually look at the English translation that we all can read in the Talmud in the section that he's taught? Is that a possibility? If it's not, then I'm gonna rest my case. Is it possible? Because he claims he read that. He's not showing you the Talmud, he's showing you commentary on it. Like me, you can give commentary on the book of Genesis and then write our commentary down. That's different between actually going to the biblical text and reading it. You know the difference, right? I'm talking to you, brother.
I think he's still here, but he ain't saying nothing. So I guess we're not.
Sean, you get my point. You get my point, right?
Yeah,
Sean?
we need to. Yeah, we're
read
just
the
trying to
shit
read what he's saying. We're trying to read where he read it at, so we can get the same proper understanding of how he came to his conclusion.
all.
At the end of the day, that's all.
He could even say I read the, and that's fine. And then we had to figure out why they picked two different areas. That's fine, but at least we can have a healthy discussion without cussing each other out.
Right. We just trying to see how they came to their conclusion, and he's avoiding answering that question. He's still here, but he just, bro, you here, you ain't saying nothing. So I don't know if you got a phone call or whatever. He ain't talking at all. He tripping. Ong just fell off. So Garfield, this your source?
Yeah, it's actually from the Talmud, where they're having a conversation in the Talmud. So it actually is Talmudic commentary. But the issue is,
okay. So what? So can you tell me what footnote 52 says?
I don't have it right here. I got. You know what? Let me dig it up right now. I got you.
Because if we have that footnote, maybe it'll take us to to give us more understanding, because this is confusing. Why would they go in two different areas? What they do, split in half?
No, the issue is it's an opinion, because they don't. You remember, you have rabbis saying that they're not going to come back and they're gone forever. So this is the commentary that Eldad the Danite read in the 8th century. That's why he came up with this crazy story. So these guys don't know the root of it. That's why they're saying this. But let me get the book, the actual book for you, because I do have it right here on my computer. Let me just find it for you. This is craziness. What?
If he's not gonna, right. So if he can't point us in a direction, we got to point ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So all right, so we don't have that, because I would like to, like I like to read early in the morning. So I would really enjoy reading that part of the Talmud. See what it's talking about. Okay, all right. So
We gotta do our own work.
Yeah, the brother could have a point, yo. But if he said I just read the commentary, that's fine too. Like, all right, you read the commentary. Why ain't nobody tripping off
Who
that,
gonna
yo?
argue with him because you read commentary?
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you over that, yo. I might disagree with it and say, yo, this is bad. But I mean, we should at least be able to have a daggone discourse, yo. The audience benefit from that. It ends up being great content. When we cuss each other out, it's like ain't nobody gonna hear that, man. Ain't nobody, they listen to it thinking we nuts, yo. And then you don't know who the damn fool is. So I'm working on that type of behavior, yo. I ain't pointing no figures who started first. I'm saying I'm gonna be in control of what I can be in control of, yo. And right now, I just want to know why the brothers think the way they think, yo. That's all. I ain't no shit.
Yeah, it's gonna take us back to the whole belief, which is the root of the problem. Because they just said it's not a belief, it's a fact. So now we have to understand, well, what is factual?
Yeah.
Because he's finna take all this stuff in the Middle East, or the Levant region, and then bring it to the Americas. And now you got to show me, well, how did it get to the Americas? Did it migrate through the Levant, through the East into the Americas, along with that migrational pattern that took thousands of years?
Yeah, what boat boats was being, because only Semitic speaking people that I know that was like experts on boats with Phoenicians, and we know that ain't true. You know what I'm saying? We don't want no Phoenicians in no America.
Right. And I don't think that they understand that they have to show that. Like, okay, it's easy to show the culture, right? Like they were eating all types of animals over here. So what animals could they not have eaten over here, or that we find bones of over here that would be significant? Where did this come from? They ain't sure. They ain't thinking about none of that stuff. They ain't thinking about how they prepare meals. They ain't thinking about how they live near water. They ain't, you know what I'm saying? It's like scatterbrain.
Yeah, is white-tailed deer kosher?
Yeah, they're not, and we see that. That's what I say when Garfield brought the DNA up. Like, bro, like this is evidence of who these first people are. These people don't know nothing about no damn the Inuit. They don't know nothing about no damn Jews. Man, them people came down through there. They don't know nothing about no Jews. They ain't got no crosses or none of that stuff. And I ain't seen, the only time we seen a cross in any of the codexes is when they're hanging that African dude up. They strung him up on a rope. And I can go get the source for that. That's the first time we see a damn cross in any codex.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And they telling you who that is. They telling us who that is. And that's the beauty of it. That's why I say, hold on, y'all not reading the codexes. So basically, and just for the record, that source that I put in the chat is the Digital Florentine Codex. You can download those pages, and it's the whole book. So you can download the whole book for those of you who want to do it. Book 1, book 2, all the way to book 12, which is the Conquest book, and it tells you everything. They got gods. Did the Hebrews allowed to have more than one God?
They're gonna say that they worship more than one God, so they did it at that time. That's what they're gonna say.
Yeah, because they definitely have henotheistic background.
So they was sacrificing babies and shit.
Yep.
We want to talk about that.
Oh yeah, to mullet.
Right. So they literally was going up there and sacrificing all these babies, and then we don't even want to talk about that. That we got the DNA evidence of these human sacrifices of these children.
I mean, they was doing. You had a preview of it in the Bible with Abraham.
Man, they tripping, bro. But yeah, that digital copy will let you download like a lot of books, a lot of that stuff, and it gives you the Spanish. It renders Spanish and English translations. So for those of us that can't recognize Spanish writing, that's why I did that. But no, we have to do a better job at understanding how to arrive at these conclusions. Like, your screen still up, Garfield?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Okay.
Let me take it down.
I'm gonna go back to this source because I want to show them what I didn't show them in the source. Since we talk about culture a lot and understanding the people, so this is what I showed early on, and you just click on it and it'll take you straight there. But it goes further than that with the occupations. Even when the Europeans are there, it goes through all of that. Like, we can go ahead and see this stuff about these people in their encounters with Europeans, and we can sit here and tell you, you know what I'm saying, what it is. Like all of that. So, like, as an example, you just click on this. It's gonna give you the book in its entirety. This is the entire Florentine, and then it's gonna give you this stuff. Like, we ain't, man. This is what I'm saying. This, you got to separate yourself when you're trying to have a belief. You believe y'all got crazy. You believe you was here, but then when we ask you for the evidence, you ain't got it.
All right, it's in the Babylonian Talmud, Sanhedrin 94a. So let me get it for you guys. I have to go to the actual book and get the source. Babylonian Talmud. Sanhedrin 94a. Sanhedrin 94a.
Damn, Portuguese ain't even saying some of the stuff that they saying. I think he dropped off because his phone, somebody might have called him, Mika. But I think that they ain't even understanding that the Spanish, when they arrive, when they're writing things, they're not even saying that these people were Jews or Hebrews or any other likings. They're being specific in their encounters of who they saw, what they saw, and how that shit went. And nobody wants to take that into account. Or we want to say, oh, the white man, the devil. But then you're using his internet. Quit using his internet, man. You going to, you trusting him for all this other stuff y'all got going on, be the devil. He said the people ruled 200 BC. Rule what? The Thule people established 200. Man, you making up stuff. Mandinka Mali said it's easy to debate yourself, Sean. What's your problem against the Israelites? First of all, I don't even think y'all Israelites. None of y'all.
No,
right,
they don't even worship El. They don't even you know what I'm saying, look at El as a supreme deity. They worship about Yahweh.
Where Uncle? This is it right here.
I think Uncle fell off. He probably listening. But if he took a call, you know, on StreamYard, they're gonna kick you. Look at dude, L is a word. This guy, boy, down understudy. Yeah. Tell us you don't know nothing without telling us you don't know nothing. Yeah, this it right here. Where is that? Ain't none of this stuff gonna put us in the Americas. What was his claim again, Garfield, about this? This supposed to tell us what again?
It was in Africa. That it was in Africa.
Right, free thinker. That's all it is, by faith, a belief.
I mean, you had Berbers that converted to Judaism, but not in the time, not in the times that they talking about though. You know what I'm saying? They all in the BC era.
Stoke one. That's why I said what I said about the Inuits, because a lot of not only the Inuits but all the native cultures here in the Americas had animism in it. Why you think they call themselves Howlin' Wolf Joe or some shit like that?
Peace. What up? I just want to say, I just learned today that chromosomes are pseudoscientific.
The Gemara asks, to where did Sennacherib exile the 10 tribes? Mar Zutra says he exiled them to Afriki, and Rabbi Hanina says to the Seleg Mountains. The Gemara adds, but those exiled from the kingdom of Israel spoke in disparagement of Eretz Israel and extolled the land of their exile. When they arrived at one place, they called it Shosh. They said it is equal to Shaveh, to our land. When they arrived at another place, they called it Almin, as they said, it is like our world, as Eretz Israel is also called Bet Olamim. When they arrived at a third place, they call it Shosh the second Tereh, as they said, for one measure of good in Eretz Israel, there are two here. The Gemara cites additional verses written with regard to Sennacherib. Rabbi Yohanan says a blaze was kindled beneath his glory. So, I mean, it's not saying, this is not nothing definite. This is just them giving commentary on what they think. It's not that it's facts. And I think that's where the brother goes wrong with understanding the Talmud and what it's saying in 94.
What was Cliff Note 52 though?
That's it right here. This is it right here. This is it.
Oh, okay.
See, so this right here, we could go to, because I have the book on Kindle right here. So it says Babylonian Talmud, Sanhedrin 94a. And that's in the 10 Lost Tribes of World History. That's the brother that I interviewed on my channel, Zevi Benit, the #1 scholar on this issue.
Did he say that there are no 10 lost tribes?
Did he say there's 10 Lost Tribes? Yes, that's the ultimate. Yeah, there's no such thing.
There is no, right. There is no such thing as 10 lost tribes. So nobody argues that but people who are uneducated about the Bible. Because clearly all the way up through the New Testament, it don't take to go to some quote unquote scholar to tell you that the lost tribes are not lost, because, or the so-called 10 lost tribes are so-called lost, when you can go all the way as late as the New Testament and hear the apostles speak to the 12 tribes of Israel. What is all this mumbo jumbo about? We need scholars and archaeology and dig all this deep.
Israel bound. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the Old and the New Testament?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that Deuteronomy 28:68 is speaking about the Israelites coming off the slave ships?
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's in the Bible. Who else
Okay.
would it be speaking about?
It's in the Bible saying y'all came off slave ships.
Is that not in Deuteronomy
Hold
28?
on, I'm asking a specific
I'm
question.
asking you, is that not in Deuteronomy 28?
You don't answer a question with a question. He asks you a simple question. This is the problem. If
I
you
answered
believe
your
that
question when you answered it, Garfield. I said yes.
Israel bound, don't be shouting at me like I'm a kid or something. Relax. That's the first thing. The first thing
And
is you are not better than anybody on the panel because of your belief. Hold your horses. Relax. The second thing is he asked a simple question. Sean, ask your question again.
So in Deuteronomy, in that area of Deuteronomy that we're speaking of, it says that you were coming off of slave ships.
Yes.
Can you read it for us?
You brought it up. You read it.
I didn't bring it up, bro. You said it
All right.
first.
Because you speaking on
That's
things you
why I
don't even understand.
responded. But you
So go ahead.
said it, and I responded to you. So I'm
Hold
asking,
up. I said,
can
no,
we?
when did I
Can you
mention?
pull that
When
verse
did
up, Garfield, so we can read it, please?
Bro, when did I mention slave ships?
You literally just said it.
Agreed. You said agreed.
Huh?
You just said
No,
you
I
just
said
said
no.
it, bro. What are you talking about? You switched
Hold
up in like 2
Hold
seconds.
up. Hold up. Wait a minute. When I came on, I first started speaking. Let me make sure I'm clear, and that I know what I said better than anybody else do. When I came on, I said that I instantly started speaking about the 12 lost tribes. I didn't say shit about no slave ship.
Garfield
But
was asking you questions.
they asked you agree with it. You agree with it though.
No, I agree that there are no such thing as 10 lost tribes of Israel. And then I went forward to say that you can go into the New Testament and see that all 12 tribes are represented in the New Testament of the Bible. Tell me where I said something about a slave ship.
Yeah, we asked you about 28:68, bro. You did say that, bro. You said you believe that you're coming off the slave ships. That's what you said, bro.
No, you asked me, Garfield. You said, do I believe in the Old and the New Testament? I said yes. That's
All right.
factual.
Let me ask you a question right now. Let's forget about all of that. Let's start over.
Right, because now we was hinting to Israel balance.
Let's start over. I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you believe Deuteronomy 28:68 has to do with African Americans coming off the slave ships?
I believe that it has to do with Israelites coming off of slave ships.
Okay, all right, no problem. So you're actually saying the same thing then, that you're denying that you said from the original. You're actually saying the same thing. So you believe that Israelites coming off slave ship. Now, Sean, ask your question now.
All right. So where in that verse does it say that Israelites came off of slave ships?
I mean, read the scripture, brother.
Okay, so let's bring up the scripture. Deuteronomy 28:68. Deuteronomy. Here we go again. Deuteronomy 28:68. 68. Let me go Bible Hub. All right, here we go. So we have different versions of this book. Which version do you want, my brother?
I subscribe to the King James version of the Bible, like y'all know all Israelites do. But go ahead.
And by the way, too, we're not acquiescing to a faulty premise. We do not believe that you're an Israelite. You're claiming that in our eyes, just for the record. Hold on. Hey, bro, can we have a conversation? Or you feel like you're better than us, so you got some superior knowledge? We're going to have a conversation, and we're going to vet what you're saying. Relax.
I know some Hebrew
You
Israelites
sound
that don't
Relax,
read
bro.
English.
Relax.
You
Relax. You
Straight to
act
the
like you
point. They go
better than
straight to
us,
the
bro. You
point.
like, oh, yeah, man, I don't know. I'm going by what my. Who cares what the Bible says at this point? I don't care.
You must care. Y'all bring it up every day.
I could because y'all misconstrue and misinforming the people. So I'm talking in defense of the people who don't have the mindset to think for themselves or research for themselves. But let's get to Deuteronomy 28:68, King James Bible.
Go ahead.
And the Lord shall tell me when you want me to stop. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
So we say we talking about three different things here. The Lord, we talking about Egypt again, and we talking about ships, and we talking about thee. Who is the thee that he's talking about?
Okay. All right.
It says thee into Egypt again with ships, not America.
Right. Okay. So well, from our understanding, this is the understanding we have. Yeah, and I think y'all know this understanding that first of all, can you show in history that the Israelites were back in Egypt again off of ships as slaves?
Yes.
Okay. Show that. Let's show that history.
All right. Before we do that, I could show. By the way, I could show in ascertainable records of actually the king Manasseh of Judah going into Egypt on ships, and he's an Israelite. But I also could show the people of Israel going into Egypt with the Assyrians on ships. I could prove that in history, clean and simple. Hold on one second.
Let's do it.
Hold on. Before we even go there, because we don't have to go there. I'm gonna show something right now. Look at this right here. And anybody in the audience could come on and challenge me. Bring your best scholars, your best teachers. This is the problem. It says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again, but this time with ships. Now, the issue here is it says what it says after that. It says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Who is talking in this scripture right here? By the way whereof I spake unto thee. Who is the I?
The Most High.
Okay. He said, what did the Most High say? He said, thou shalt see it no more again. When did the Most High say that to the people of Israel?
What you mean? I'm not understanding.
When you're saying it says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, and it says, by the way whereof I, meaning the Most High, spake unto thee, thou shalt see no more again. When did the Most High say that to Moses, to Egypt, whatever? He says, thou shalt see no more again. When did he say that?
You got that history?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna ask if you want me to share my opinion on what he's talking about, you could ask me, but I'm asking you because you're the Bible believer.
No, I'm saying that I'm saying that in my estimation, what that passage is saying, that exactly how this is being mapped out by me through Moses, this is how it's going to happen.
All right.
Now
ladies and gentlemen,
interpretation of it that you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to prove to you that this gentleman is faking the funk. He does not understand the Bible, and he doesn't understand basic English. Watch this. And the Lord shall bring is an action, right? Thee into Egypt again with ships. He brought them into Egypt before, of course, when the 75 went in with Jacob or whatever, the 75 or 70, right? In Genesis 46. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, which is the Most High, thou shalt see no more again. Now watch this, family. Take a look at this. And I'm not the Bible believer now. Watch this. Exodus 14 verses 13. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if Deuteronomy 28:68 was written during the time of Moses, you have to find a verse before Deuteronomy 28:68 where God is actually saying this to the people of Israel. It has to be from Genesis 1 to Deuteronomy 28:67. It has to be before that. So if Moses, we could pretend that Moses actually had something to do with the biblical text and wrote it in the 14th century BC or 12th century BC, whenever, right? So we find a verse where God is talking, right? And Moses said unto the people, Fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Again, Lord representing Yahweh, it's in capital, which he shall shew to you today. For the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, Sean, ye shall see them again no more forever. So this is why he's saying that I told you that you will not see these people again or see Egypt again. But let's go to another verse before Deuteronomy 28. Hold on. You can't talk when I'm talking. You're going to get your chance. Calm down. Because you're getting cut. You want to interrupt.
No, stay right now. Stay right.
17, Deuteronomy 17:16. Witness number 2 of these Bible believers. 17 verses 16. Let's take a look. Go to the King James again. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he shall multiply horses. For as much the Lord had said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. The same wording that we find in Deuteronomy 28:68. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you read Deuteronomy 28:68, now you want it to be regarding us here in America as African Americans. You want it to be us. But listen to what it says, though. By the way, hold on. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee, this is the Most High saying it, thou shalt see it no more again.
Right,
That's what
exactly.
he's talking about. But watch this now. Watch this, family. My brother, calm down. Watch this. This is the most important part to the whole entire conversation. Watch this right now. Thou shalt see it no more again. That's what the Most High said. He said in the verse before. I spake means the Most High. Now watch this most important part right here. And there, you see, if Egypt meant bondage, right? This word wouldn't be here because there means a location. It doesn't mean bondage. This is why this Egypt here means a location Egypt. It don't mean bondage. It means actual Egypt because it says, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. But look at this, family. When you go into the Hebrew, look at what it says. And there you will sell yourselves to your enemies. That's what it says in the actual Hebrew, wihit makarten. So they don't tell y'all the King James translation is incorrect from the Strong's 4376. It means to sell yourselves. African Americans never sold themselves. Jamaicans never sold themselves. You were sold, and we have receipts. And then watch this, family. They sold themselves, but no one will buy you. They say, oh, this means to redeem. No. If you look at the word, it means to purchase, to own. You are selling yourselves, and no man will purchase you. So this has nothing to do with Leviticus 26 or 25 that they like to go to. So what we're doing, what I'm showing and proving, family, is that based on common sense and English, you shall sell yourselves into slavery. African Americans never did that. We are kidnapped victims who were sold because we were insured to make sure that those people who were trying to buy you got paid regardless. So you saying that this has to do with us in America is totally incorrect, and I yield.
Okay, good. So he went to Exodus 14 and shot himself straight in the foot. I'm saying that he don't even know he did it. It says that, go back to it, Garfield. Go back to Exodus 14.
Okay.
Because you said that they went back to Egypt as slaves, did you not?
I never said that. I said I could
prove.
You asked me if they came off a ship. No,
okay,
you asked me if they came off of ships, and I said I could prove that with the Assyrian records. I never said anything.
What I asked you, I said, can you prove to us that Israelites went into Egypt as slaves again on ships? And you said, yeah. You said you could prove that.
I could prove that they went into Egypt on ships. I could prove that.
When? Where? Well, let's get to it.
No. I want you to talk about King James.
Okay, all right, go ahead. What did you read? Exodus 14 and what?
13.
Okay, I can hardly see it really.
And Moses said unto the people, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will shew to you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. That means you won't
So
see them.
if he
This is
said
still not
right
in the
there,
Americas. This is still not in the
If
Americas.
he
Is that
said,
correct?
hold up. If he said, you shall not see them again no more, that just contradicted everything that you said about them going back to Egypt on ships.
All right, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You
Okay,
know what?
go
Good
ahead.
point. Good point. Very good
I
point.
know it.
Watch this. Watch this. But look how you kill yourself. Watch this.
No, I killed you.
Hold on. Relax. Good point. You make a point to Garfield. If they said that they won't see it no more, this is why the Most High says in the English King James Version, by the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spoke unto thee that thou shalt see it no more again. He said it before that you will never see it again forever. But he's trying, hold up, time out, nigga. Time out, man. You spoke
He
and
hurt
you
'cause he
answered and I
didn't hit.
responded. Relax. By the way whereof I spake the Most High unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. So the Most High is saying, I told you you won't see it no more again. He told you that. So he's saying that I did tell you that, but forget about it. Disregard it. That's what he's saying. And there you shall be told. They went into Egypt on ships. I could prove that in a heartbeat. That's easy.
You said the heartbeat.
No, hold on, Garfield, but you letting him steer you away from what I initially asked him about him being in the Americas. So he was not on a ship to the Americas. He was on one of them little boats to Egypt.
Who? What do you know? What I'm saying is that the scriptures never said that they was in fact, the scripture said opposite of what you're saying. It says that they would not go back to Egypt again.
No, that's no. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. I asked you about this. No, bro. Garfield asked you about this. He asked you about Deuteronomy. He asked you specifically about Deuteronomy. This passage in Deuteronomy. He said, "So do you believe X, Y, and Z?" And then you said yes. And then I asked my question. I said, "Oh no, hold on, because you're going somewhere." You're getting away from the question that was posed.
Garfield just shot. Hold up, Garfield just took that off the track. You saying that I pulled it off the track? If I was, because I never was on the track.
No. Do you understand what I mean by that? Because clearly we only got on this passage in Deuteronomy only regarding being on a ship and being brought to the Americas, not to fucking Egypt.
I'm saying, hold up, listen, I got you. But what I'm saying is that Garfield went to prove, in fact, I got called names. I'm getting called niggas and all of this, right? Because you niggas is hurt. What I'm saying is that Garfield brung up these scriptures and they didn't prove shit that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying now, hold up.
One question.
I keep letting you. I see how I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
Go ahead. Finish up. Go ahead. Because you're not making no sense.
So because he just accused me of not knowing the Bible, this proves the exact opposite, that he don't know shit about the Bible, because the Most High never says I'm gonna do something and then turns back against that. You know what I'm saying? The only example. Hold up. Listen. I'm saying that the Most High says that when he does something, his word does not go forth, you know what I'm saying, in vain. You know, so he would not say you're not going to Egypt again, but then he gonna turn around and send them to Egypt. That's not how the Bible works, or how the supreme being of the Bible works. That's all I'm saying.
Are you finished?
Go ahead, Garfield.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the word of God. You believe it's from God. This is man writing about it. You can't.
Right. That's what we believe.
I am talking. I am talking. So now you mute up. You see, you notice I backed off of you. You see, now that I'm talking, you're jumping in again. I keep telling y'all, these Hebrew Israelites have no absolute discipline. It's a front.
That's what you just did to me, nigga. Stop that fake ass shit,
right.
Garfield.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put you down. When it's time for you to talk, I'll bring you back up. Listen to me again, family. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. And he's saying, if it's the Most High, it says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Remember, by the way, I did tell y'all won't see it no more again. He's saying, but forget about that. That's what it's saying. And there, so when did he see thou shalt see it no more again? In Exodus 14:13 and Deuteronomy 17:16. So he's saying, disregard what I said. This is why I told you the book had to, that instruction had to be before, between Genesis 1 verse 1 and Deuteronomy 28 and 67. We have to find a verse that says when God said you will not see it no more again. And he did say that in Exodus 14:13 and Deuteronomy 17:16. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you, bro. The Bible is saying that before Deuteronomy 28:68. He said, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. When did God say that? He said it Exodus 14, Deuteronomy 17:16. And he's trying to tell you, you're going to go into ships into Egypt. Did ancient Israelites, according to the Ashurnable records, go into Egypt on ships? Those, a matter of fact, the majority of soldiers in the army that was attacking Assyria went to become militant. Records show them in the charioteers of the Assyrians on ships going into Egypt. Whether they went into there as slaves or whatever, I don't know what the writer is here trying to prove, but they went into Egypt on ships. I could prove that. Whether they were there and they were slaves and no man bought them, I don't know. I'm not saying the Bible is a true historical account, but if we're using common sense, again, we're trying to use this verse that said it's referring to America, that it's Egypt. I pointed out, it says, and there, pointing to a location, T-H-E-R-E. That kills the whole argument that it's bondage. It can be a place, a location, if it's bondage. Egypt is actual Egypt. And I could prove again, several times they went into Egypt as slaves. In Joel 3:6, it talks about the Greeks. Remember under Alexander the Great, you find the records of the Phoenicians taking them to Egypt on ships, and they were slaves in Egypt. So that's even another situation where it happened if you want to deal with it from a different level. So I don't know when Deuteronomy 28:68 was being written. I am saying that this connection to Egypt is because Egypt is a main focus of where they are located, and it's a big spot. But as far as this verse, it's connected to verses before that where God was saying that you won't see it again. So, and by the way, too, there's prophecies where it says that this place won't exist again forever in Damascus. Damascus exists. It says that Egypt would be conquered and be defeated by Babylon. They weren't defeated by Babylon. That's a false prophecy. God has said over and over forever. It's just how people wrote. It's not something to take literal. But if you believe God wrote the Bible, then I understand where you're coming from. But that's not me making a mistake. That's God making a mistake and changing his mind.
Garfield. So again, this is not them being. This verse isn't about them being on a slave ship and coming to the Americas, as was the original question.
That's what y'all understanding is with, and I'm fine with that, no problem. So because
this is going to Egypt, not America.
I'm not asking you any questions, brother. What I'm saying is that I'm just going forward to further detonate Garfield's logic, right? Like I did with Exodus 14 and throw that out.
You're avoiding what I asked you to.
See how this nigga just called me rude and undisciplined, and every time I open my mouth, this is what y'all do. The record's gonna reflect that. I don't know if y'all know how recordings work or playbacks work. It's going to reflect you crying and bitching when I say something, but then every time I open my mouth, this is what y'all do. So
nobody's trying to bitch, and you're avoiding the original question, which is how we got on
whenever I want to. It's my God-given right.
But then that's it. That's all you got to say. You can concede the point, and I'll let you just talk about the Bible.
Garfield just presented some information to me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm dealing with that. I can't deal with everything at one time. So what I'm saying is that, lastly, the brother challenged my knowledge of the English language, which is dangerous, right? Because I don't think he's ready for that argument. And when he says that he brought up the word Egypt in the text first, right? And it says that, and the Lord will bring you back into Egypt again. Then further down in the commentary, it says, and there you shall be, so on and so forth. And there is in reference to where, Garfield? What is there talking about?
There is a location, my brother.
There in Egypt is the same thing in this paragraph.
There is there. When you use the term there, it's for a location. If it was
The location go ahead.
Is the location is Egypt. That's my point.
Well, right.
Bondage.
What I'm saying
doesn't mean bondage because you guys are trying to say that Egypt in this context means bondage, and it doesn't.
Right. The reason why we go there in that way, Garfield, is because we know this cannot be talking about the literal land of Egypt. We understand that. That's what you're not getting. That's what you're
saying. Hold on, repeat that. Say that again. I didn't hear that.
That when it says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again, we understand that as to saying that the Lord shall bring you into bondage again. Because let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Garfield.
Hold on.
So
just
when the Bible
just to be clear, Israel Bound, I understand what you're saying. I am saying that the term there kills that argument because it says, and there ye shall be sold. So if it's there, do you understand English? THERE referring to there is the Egypt because it's a location, not bondage.
Right. It's
bondage
talking about
not a location. Bondage
basically
is not a this is bro. This is easy, bro.
Oh, bro, Garfield, I doubt you have a firmer understanding than the English language than I do. I sincerely doubt that. That's just my belief. That's my belief. Listen, a reason why I'm saying that, especially in this passage, because you're not understanding, you're trying to relate there and Egypt in this passage as two different things. There in Egypt is the same, it's not the same word, but it's just like saying, we're going to go to the movies. And when we get there, we're talking about the movies. So just because
Jamaicans don't speak English,
they don't speak it like people who speak English.
Speak English, bro. Jamaicans first language.
That's another argument. That's my stance. That's my stance, and I'm keeping it. But the only reason I came on here, Garfield, for real, I didn't come on here to debate with y'all or none of that. I came on here to pose a question. Two questions actually, and then I'm gonna yield. My first question is, why is it that because all of these men across the United States, far more than any other thing that any of y'all are trying to push or relate to is moving, right? Like the Israelite campaign is caught fire and spread, no matter whose camp is right, this or that's not the issue. My question is, why do y'all got a problem with it? And then secondly, why is it that y'all don't never come and challenge these white people about who they are?
The white people don't claim to be nobody but Europeans.
No, the white people are claiming to be Jews just like we are.
1 second. I guess you don't know Garfield very well. I don't believe anybody.
No, Garfield, that might not specifically apply to you, Garfield. Let me scratch that. Let me clear that up.
You ask your question. Let me respond. I'm going to say this to you and say this to everybody in general. I don't believe anyone can be an Israelite, whether they're white, black, red, or yellow. What I am saying is because Israel is not a real person. Jacob is not considered to be real in academia. So you saying that you descend from Jacob is ridiculous. This is why I find the 10 tribe chart and the 12 tribe chart, I find all of it ludicrous. But I'm going to say this to you though. Deuteronomy 28:68 is actually something in context because matter of fact, hold on, let me get my Uber Eats. Go ahead, guys.
Man, I don't give a fuck about what you want to claim you are or what you think you are. That's none of my business. You can believe and claim what you want to claim. I don't argue with y'all about trying to be some Mortal Kombat action figures. I don't get into that. That's not my business. No, it ain't. No, it's not. You don't even know why I'm here. I asked you specifically about why I'm here. I'm talking about the Americas. I'm talking about y'all trying to because y'all are claiming to be natives. Y'all are claiming to be abos. Y'all are claiming that these Native Americans are a part of some shit that they ain't a part of. This is what y'all saying. I'm only dealing with that.
Who said that, bro? Who said that?
Why do you think
I don't subscribe to the 12 side chart.
Okay, so Garfield asked you about 2867 or 2868, whatever the fuck he asked you about. When Garfield asked you that, that was pertaining to people who have the belief that y'all came off ships into the Americas.
But I don't believe that. I don't believe that the. I don't believe that the people that they like. Say for instance, I'm just gonna choose one randomly right off the 12 tribes chart. Let's say Mexicans, right? I don't believe Mexicans are Israelites. I don't believe none of that mumbo jumbo, right? Just like, so what sense do it make? All right, ask yourself this question, right? Because Garfield said that he doesn't believe that these people are even real people. Okay, why would we have fake Hebrew people and then still have a Hebrew language? You see how stupid that sounds? Why would we not have
No, you're
people
not
who was
understanding
taught?
what he's saying.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, let me finish. I'm gonna be real brief. Just this last point. Lastly, why do we have on all of these ancient archaeological writings like the stelas and the Menepmas, the cuneiforms, all of these different nations of people talking about the conquering and the interactions that they had with the nation of Israel?
Hey, good point, brother. Hey, brother, can you hold on 1 second and let me respond to you real carefully?
All right, go ahead.
All right. Have you ever heard? I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever heard of Persia before?
Persia?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Do you know where that name Persia comes from?
I don't.
It comes from Perseus. Perseus is what's called an eponymous ancestor. The people claim in Persia that they come from Perseus. They know Perseus is not a real person, but in their history, listen to what I'm saying now. They write that they come from Perseus, right? Now watch this now. Look, have you ever heard of Romulus before?
Yes.
Who's Romulus?
That was one of the Greek leaders, right?
That's who the Romans claim they come from.
I mean Romans. I'm sorry, Romans. I'm sorry, not Roman. Greek Roman.
Was Romulus a real person?
I don't know, man. Like, we can ask this question about many.
Listen to what I'm asking and respond. Don't argue with me. I just asked a simple question. Romulus is considered a person that never existed, but he's a part of the Roman etiology of their origins. Now, watch this now. Do you know who the Hellenistic Greeks are?
Yes.
All right. Do you know they claim they come from Hellene, right? Are you familiar with that tradition?
No, I just know who they are. I just know the history of the Hellenistic Greeks through the biblical account, and then that little history that surrounds that, but not too in depth with it.
Now watch this. Hellene is where they say they come from, those Hellenistic Greeks. Hellene is the eponymous ancestor. Hellene never existed, but that's where they write and say they come from. What the Israelites are doing, the writers, they're trying to end up doing something that's called an etiology, where they come from. So what they did is they changed Jacob's name to Israel and said the Israelite tribes come from Israel. So now watch this. Jacob does not necessarily have to be real. That's just how they wrote in the ancient Near East. Now, you don't have to take my word because this is your belief. But if I ask you to prove that Jacob actually existed, it would take you 1,000,000 years to prove it. You can't. Neither has anyone in academia. So they look at the patriarchs, the people before David. They don't consider them to be real people. That's a part of what's called the etiology. Just like how the Persians have Perseus, just like how the Hellenistic Greeks have Hellene, just like how the Romans have Romulus, it's the same thing with Israel. So when you guys claim you come from the 12 tribes, the 12 tribes are not even considered to be real as far as literally 12 tribes. So you in America reading a biblical text don't understand in the context of back then. You see, it's hard for me to debate you back and forth. And this is why I know Deuteronomy 28:68 has nothing to do with us, because we have something called the Esarhaddon Treaty, where the Deuteronomy 28 is mimicking the Esarhaddon Treaty with some of the curses. This is what the Assyrians would do. They would go to your country and have these curses for you if you don't follow the law. And all the writer of the Bible did was switch the name of the Assyrian God to the biblical God. And then now it's in your Bible, and we arguing about it in the year 2024.
So is there any?
I'm saying to you and hold on, listen. So I'm saying to you, you have a belief, stand on your principles. I don't have a problem with you living by the laws and the commandments. But to tell people who don't believe that they're less than, or let them feel like they are nothing because of what you believe, to me, it's craziness. And this is why I speak the way I speak. I'm way ahead of the game.
But I don't get where you got that line of reasoning from, like saying that thinking or acting like somebody is better or worse. Like I ain't never, Garfield, I ain't nothing but respected you every time I've been on your show, brother.
That's true. That's facts. That's facts. Facts.
I ain't never came off to you like that. And so my whole thing was that when I came on, like I said, I did not come to argue. I came to just simply ask a question. What's it to everybody? Why is everybody attacking the so-called Black Hebrew Israelites? You got Vocab Malone. You got
you keep making excuses, brother. Y'all liars.
Hold on, Sean. Hold on 1 second. Hey, by the way, Israel Bound, you do realize that Israelites attack Christians every day, right?
I could not deny that. I could not deny that, but I don't propagate that though. You know what I'm saying? Like now it's different.
Putting yourself in that, not you.
I think what happens more often than not though is that you actually get approached by Christians who don't believe what you believe. Like for instance, right? Like say for instance, we might be talking to some brothers in the barbershop about, you know what I'm saying, the law, whatever. We might say, all right, the Bible said that men shouldn't cut their beards off, right? You're going to have somebody who just got their beard cut off that get mad about it. And they going to come and say, oh, well, this and that. That's when that type of confrontation comes about. It's not like you hunting down Christians to attack them about what they believe.
IUIC did that when they went to what's his name, church.
Yeah, totally. IUIC is bogus. Like I said, like I don't believe everything that these camps believe. Like I said, I don't believe Mexicans are Israelites. I don't believe that they can show any proof of how Israelites left that side of the earth as Mexicans. I could never subscribe to something like that. So all in all, just to touch on your last point, that when you talk about the people who are identifying as Israel or Israelites or what have you, you can say, I mean, who can't we go back in history and say, oh, did this person exist or did that person really exist? I'm sorry.
The Bible is different though. The Bible takes it literally.
But I'm saying though,
it takes it literally.
And this is a filibuster crying game going on right now, and y'all letting it happen.
You said what now?
Yeah, and I'm trying
right now. Why y'all attacking us? Why y'all doing this? No, y'all been throwing rocks for years, and then when people reverse it, now it's why y'all attacking us. We just want to believe we Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You're entitled to your belief.
Sean, I've been sitting back trying not to interrupt, listening to this crying and complaining. And why y'all talking to Israelites? Why y'all don't go against the white people? Why y'all don't go against Christians?
Just a question, brother.
Listen, I'm against all of y'all. I'm against you wanna brew. I'm against you Christians. I'm against you Muslims. I'm against you pantheists. I'm against you creationists. I'm against you intelligent designers. I'm against all you people that think that there's some spirit that just said, you know what, I'm going to think everything into existence. And then once I think everything into existence, I'm going to have some ancient people write a book that I told them to write in a language that somehow I speak, but nobody else speak, and I somehow was able to speak it to them.
Hold on 1 second, Sabio. 1 second, please. Mandinka Mali, you got a beef with Mika in the chat. She says you could talk because I wasn't going to let you talk. But go ahead, Mandinka. What's up? What's popping?
That's all, y'all.
Mandinka, what's up?
So are you saying no Israelites was on the slave ship, John? I can prove Israelites started the Malay Empire.
Go ahead and prove it, bro. You
Prove
said the
it. Yeah,
Israelites
go
started
ahead.
the Empire.
Heard
Go ahead,
what I
bro.
said.
Go ahead,
Is
brother.
that what you
And wasn't none of them in Mali either.
Yeah. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Go ahead, brother.
What during the Malian
First of
Empire,
all,
there wasn't a single Jew that started the Malian Empire, and it wasn't no motherfucking Jew. Go ahead, show us the proof. Go. We want your proof.
okay, well, why are you cussing? See, the problem is, Sean, you don't know any
Man,
of the
that's
subject.
JJ7000.
You don't know
You can't
anything.
hide your
You don't
voice
know
from
nothing
me,
about the
JJ.
subject. You got
You cannot hide from me, JJ. You are
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
JJ7000. I
That's it.
know that
That's it.
voice.
That's him. That's him, bro. That's him. He tried to
That's
hide
good.
his voice. That's him. Yeah, that's him all day.
Well, okay, so the brother that was just talking, not the one that just stopped talking, but the brother before him that said he's against everybody, right? So what do you have to put forth for the betterment of people?
What do scientific naturalism, methodological naturalism, science, education. Hold on. I'm not through. Science, education, and pushing us forward by doing good and doing the best that I can for my people, those that I come into contact with, and the rest of humanity. That's what I have to offer. I don't have a book. I don't have a scripture. I don't have no ancient holy text from no ancient people who was living in a time where we did not have science and advancement.
So right.
So I can't give you no ancient book.
So ultimately, you have nothing. Got you. So
I have more than you. Ultimately, I have more than you because you want to hold on. Because you're not finna just try to negate the things that I said that I have and I have been giving to nothing. What you have to offer is a Bronze Age book written by some goat herders in the middle of the desert about a Canaanite, about a statue, about a deity that lived in a mountain.
What deity that lived in the mountain?
Yahweh, nigga. Yahweh from Timon. And Yahweh is from the steps. This dude don't even know where Yahweh from. Yo, Garfield, why are we talking to him?
Where'd you get that from?
Garfield, why are we talking to him?
We got it from the Bible.
I got it from the Bible.
No, that Yahweh lived in a mountain?
He's from the steps of Timon.
Man, if you don't shut the fuck up.
Yahweh from the Holy One from Mount Paran. Yes, he is. He's correct.
Oh, this nigga stupid.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. And you believe that shit, you crazy as he is.
Hey, that's what the archaeology and history and the Bible says.
Man, we talking about what the Bible said. We talking about what the Bible said. We don't deal with what anything other than the Bible said.
So, Garfield, can you pull up that scripture for this man?
Please pull it up.
I don't want to pull. Why are we giving this Hebrew Israelite Bible study? We're
Man,
teaching him about his book.
This nigga stupid.
Yo.
Pull the scripture and stop crying, feminine ass boy.
Garfield. Yeah, here we go. Now I'm feminine. You weak ass bitch.
I sure did.
You a weak ass bitch. And you ain't no Israelite.
Your mammy, nigga.
Yo, mammy, you fake ass Israelite. Now, can you show this? Now, can you show this nigga where his mama, where his mountain god come from T-Mom, please? Because this nigga don't know his book.
Yeah, read it, nigga. You the one who brought it up, faggot ass nigga.
Your mama, the faggot that had you.
Habakkuk 3 verses 3.
Can you read that for him, please? Read?
It's on the screen.
Read it. Shit, y'all bringing up these scriptures. Read them.
You read it, smart
Nigga,
ass.
you brought it up, bitch. You read it.
Yeah, this nigga dumb. We know this nigga dumb. He don't know his
Yeah,
own
you
Bible.
ain't read
All
that
right,
scripture
let
yet,
me
though.
read it for you. Let me read it for you. I'm gonna read it. God came from Timon, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. Selah. His glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise. King James Version. The
This
New
nigga
King James.
stupid as
God
fuck.
came from
Hey,
Timon. God
listen.
came from
This
Timon.
how we
The
know.
Holy One from Mount
Go ahead.
Paran. You
Go ahead.
fucking idiot.
Go ahead and get
You're
your.
an
Go ahead and get
idiot.
your little
You're
panties.
an
Go ahead and get
idiot.
your little
You're
panties
an
in your
idiot.
ass to
You're an
show that
idiot.
you don't know.
You're an
This
idiot.
proves.
You're an
This
idiot.
proves that you.
You're an
This
idiot.
proves. Okay, go ahead.
You're an idiot. You don't know
You
your
done?
own Bible, and you're
You done,
arguing
little
with
bitch?
a person who knows your
You
book
done,
better
little
than
bitch?
you. Yeah,
You
get it.
done, little
Show,
bitch?
show your emotions. Go ahead,
Are you
show your
done, little
emotions.
bitch? Are you
Nope.
done, little
Go ahead,
bitch?
show your emotions.
Are you done, little bitch?
Go ahead, crash out.
Okay, so now all this proves is that you stupid motherfuckers don't know the Bible. Now I'ma let you simmer on that. I'm gonna let your little sweet ass simmer on that. I'm arguing with feminine ass niggas about the Bible. I'm talking to the nigga. No, don't make this about nobody else on the panel other than this little sweet nigga that's talking right now. So you take that and you
Fuck
run
your bitch.
and you deal
I
with it
will
how you
fuck your
want to, nigga.
ugly dumb bitch in front of you, and then put that bitch on the track to show you how unfeminine I am, you weak ass bitch. Now, your Bible said that your God came from Timon, you retarded son of a bitch.
Everybody knows that the creator of the universe didn't come. Everybody knows that the creator.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Y'all gotta chill, man. Y'all gotta chill out. We just having a friendly conversation. We gotta stop the name calling. It started with me. We're gonna stop the name calling and all that stuff. We're gonna have a conversation. Let me get back to my review. Sean, you want to say something, man? If not, let me get back to my review. And we come back to that.
References. While he challenges existing narratives, his argument could be strengthened by directly citing specific biblical passages to support his claims. This is just the first round. I'm not talking in general, just the first round. And then evidence presentation. Providing more concrete evidence, such as detailed genetic studies or historical documents, could bolster his argument. But overall, Dalton's round is thought-provoking and encourages a re-examination of historical assumptions, though it could benefit from more direct evidence and scriptural support. What are the strong points from each party in round one? In round one, both Deacon and Ron Dalton Jr. present strong points that bolster their respective positions. Deacon's strong points. Number one, archaeological evidence. Deacon effectively uses archaeological findings to support the traditional view that the Holy Land is located in the Middle East, specifically in modern-day Israel. This reliance on tangible evidence can be persuasive to those who value historical artifacts and documented discoveries. Number two, biblical references. He references specific Bible passages such as Luke 21, verses 24, and Leviticus 26, verses 32, to align scriptural prophecy with historical evidence, reinforcing his argument with religious texts. Number three, logical structure. His argument is well organized, presenting a clear narrative that connects archaeological evidence with biblical prophecy, making it accessible and compelling to the audience. Now, Ron Dalton Jr.'s strong points. Number one is critical examination of evidence. Ron Dalton challenges the reliability of archaeological evidence by questioning the chain of custody and the potential for artifacts to be moved and misrepresented. This critical approach encourages the audience to reconsider accepted narratives. Number two, alternative geographical argument. He presents a bold alternative by suggesting that the Holy Land is in sub-Saharan Africa, supported by geographical and genetic indicators. This fresh perspective can provoke thought and discussion. And then number three, cultural and historical critique. Dalton Jr. critiques the historical narratives and cultural shifts, such as the rapid adoption of Greek language and culture by Israelites, which can resonate with audience skeptical of traditional historical accounts. So both parties present compelling arguments, with Deacon focusing on established archaeological and biblical evidence, while Dalton Jr. challenges these narratives with critical analysis and alternative interpretations. So, who is the round one winner? Based on the arguments presented and the supporting evidence, Deacon appears to have a stronger position in round one. His use of well-documented archaeological evidence and specific biblical references provides a solid foundation for his claim, aligning with widely accepted historical and theological perspectives. Ron Dalton Jr.'s arguments, while thought-provoking and challenging conventional narratives, rely more on speculative interpretations and lack the same level of academic support. His alternative perspective is intriguing, I must say, but does not have the same evidential backing as Deacon's position. Therefore, I would say that Deacon's approach, grounded in established evidence, gives him the edge in this round.
You want us to get filthy rich. I'm like blown away. So it does.
In round two, Deacon reinforces his position that Israel is historically located in the Middle East by presenting a series of historical and biblical references. These are some of the historical references that he provides. He cites Tacitus. Deacon cites this Roman historian who mentioned Jesus in his execution by Pontius Pilate, indicating Roman activity in Israel, not in sub-Saharan Africa. He mentions Philo and Josephus. So he
Now, we got to be careful. You know what? I'm gonna once he finished, I'm gonna make a point here that I don't agree with. But continue. Let me continue playing.
references both these first century Hebrew historians for their accounts of Roman interactions with Israel, including invasions and subjugations. He mentions Herodotus, who he says is known as the father of history, and he described Israel as being situated between Egypt and Phoenicia. He mentions Aristotle. He referred to the Dead Sea as being in Palestine, supporting the Middle Eastern location of Israel. He then uses biblical references. He cites Genesis 12, where he uses this passage to illustrate Abraham's journey south to Egypt, aligning with a Middle Eastern location for Israel. He cites 2 Kings 2:24. He argues that the bears mentioned in this passage are native to the Middle East, not sub-Saharan Africa. He mentions the Queen of Sheba, where he states that her title as the Queen of the South suggests Ethiopia is south of Israel, not north as it would be if Israel were in sub-Saharan Africa. He cites geographical and logical arguments. Deacon questions the plausibility of the Egyptian army drowning in the Nile, suggesting the Red Sea crossing is more feasible. He asserts that major empires like Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome never conquered sub-Saharan Africa, but did conquer Israel, as documented in the Bible. He challenges Ron to address the biblical locations of Edom, Moab, and Ammon, which are stated to border Israel. Overall, Deacon's round 2 position is well supported by historical and biblical evidence, reinforcing the traditional view of Israel's location in the Middle East. Deacon's second round can be rated quite highly due to several key factors. Number 1, use of historical sources. He effectively incorporates well-known historians like Tacitus, Philo, Josephus, Herodotus, and Aristotle, which adds credibility and depth to his argument. Number 2, biblical integration. By referencing specific Bible passages, Deacon strengthens his position with religious texts that are significant to the debate, appealing to audiences who value scriptural evidence. Logical consistency. His arguments are logically structured, connecting historical and biblical evidence to support the traditional view of Israel's location in the Middle East. And then he challenges his opponent. Deacon also challenges his opponent to address specific geographical and historical points, which can be effective debate strategy to highlight gaps or weaknesses in the opposing argument. So overall, I must say that Deacon's second round is well constructed, persuasive, and grounded in both historical and biblical evidence, making it a strong performance.
Let me ask you a quick question. What if you can start and grow your own profitable business by helping other businesses?
All right, the issue that I have, right, with this review right here. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go here. So we're at 432. All right. Historical references. None of these people mention Israel. Let me say that again. There's no Israel at the time. Israel, remember, Israel as a national spot stopped existing as of 722 BCE. There's now a Yahuda, which includes the whole location if you go by the Hasmonean dynasty. So Tacitus, Philo, and Josephus, I don't think, Philo and Josephus, I got to double check. I don't think they're mentioned in Israel because there's no Israel. There's Judah. Herodotus definitely doesn't mention Israel. I don't think Aristotle mentions Israel. There's no Israel, there's no Solomon, David in Herodotus as far as history. It's just facts. So he mentioned Syria, Palestine, which is the same location. So what this guy here now, Ron Dalton, if he had sense, if he had an argument that the people who left during the Assyrian exile created another Israel, then he could probably bring an argument and say, hey, it's in South Africa or in Congo. That's the argument, because those would be the so-called lost tribe argument. But he's saying that historically, Israel is in South Africa, Jerusalem is in Congo, or vice versa, whatever he's saying. It's just absolutely nuts. So Deacon won this debate by default. Deacon just had to show up. That's all he had to do and just listen. Deacon didn't have to say a word, but Deacon is a very he's a well-rounded guy. He's one of the top 10 guys when it comes to history and all that stuff on the Bible. He's definitely top 10. Him and Assad. Let's go back to 432. So let's get to Ron Dalton.
Round 2, Ron Dalton Jr. presents a series of arguments challenging conventional views about the location of Israel and supporting his belief that the true land of Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa. Number 1, skepticism of historical records. Dalton questions the reliability of archaeological evidence, suggesting it could be manipulated or lack proper documentation. He doubts the authenticity of Greek and Roman historical records, proposing they might be fabricated or altered. Number 2, geographical and environmental arguments. He argues that the land of modern-day Israel is too barren to support the agricultural and livestock needs of the ancient Israelites. Dalton claims that the characteristics of the land described in the Bible, such as fertile soil and abundant resources, align more with sub-Saharan Africa. Number 3, cultural and linguistic points. He finds it implausible that the Israelites could have quickly adopted Greek language and customs after Alexander the Great's conquest. Dalton emphasizes the importance of Bantu oral history and scientific facts over historical texts authored by non-Israelites. Number 4, genetic and historical claims. He asserts that the DNA of the Bantu people, which includes unique haplogroups, supports his claim of Israel's location in Africa. Dalton highlights the migration tradition of the Bantu people from Egypt southward, aligning with his belief in the African location of Israel. Number 5, biblical and traditional evidence. He references biblical descriptions of the land's resources and wildlife, suggesting they match those found in Africa. Dalton mentions ancient African tribes and their traditions, which he believes correspond with biblical descriptions of ancient peoples like the Canaanites. So overall, Ron Dalton Jr.'s round 2 position is built on a combination of skepticism towards traditional historical narratives, reliance on oral history and genetic evidence, and reinterpretation of biblical descriptions to support his claim of Israel's location in sub-Saharan Africa. In his second round, Ron Dalton Jr. emphasizes the significance of Bantu oral history as a crucial element in supporting his claim that the true land of Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa. He argues that the Bantu people have a tradition of migrating south from Egypt, which he believes aligns with the historical movement of the Israelites and supports his theory of Israel's location in Africa. Dalton suggests that Bantu oral history and scientific facts should be prioritized over historical texts authored by non-Israelites, referred to as Gentiles, implying that these oral traditions provide a more authentic and reliable account of history. Overall, he uses Bantu oral history to challenge conventional historical narratives and reinforce his argument for the African location of Israel.
There's a hidden 5-minute credit trick that millions of Americans are using to send their scores soaring. Have you?
So, Ron Dalton Jr.'s second round can be rated as compelling and thought-provoking, particularly for those open to alternative historical interpretations. Here's a breakdown of his strengths and areas of improvement. Number one, strength, challenging conventional narratives. Dalton effectively questions the reliability of traditional archaeological and historical records, encouraging the audience to consider alternative perspectives. Number two, integration of oral history. By emphasizing Bantu oral history, he introduces a unique cultural perspective that is often overlooked in mainstream historical discussions. Number three, use of genetic evidence. His reference to DNA evidence adds a scientific dimension to his argument, appealing to those who value empirical data. Number four, biblical descriptions. Dalton's use of biblical descriptions of the land and its resources provides a familiar framework for audiences who value scriptural evidence. Now, his areas of improvement. Number one, lack of specific biblical references. While he uses general biblical themes in round two, more specific chapter and verse references could strengthen his argument for those who seek detailed scriptural. Number two, skepticism without alternatives. While he questions the authenticity of traditional records, providing more concrete alternative sources or evidence could enhance the credibility of his claims. Number three, complexity and clarity. Some of his points, particularly regarding historical manipulation, could benefit from clearer articulation to ensure the audience fully grasps his arguments. Overall, Dalton's second round is strong in its originality and challenge to established views, though it could be bolstered by more detailed evidence and clarity. So in round two of the debate, both Ron Dalton Jr. and his opponent, Deacon, present strong points that bolster their respective position. Determining who won round two depends on the criteria used for evaluation. Here's a breakdown based on different aspects. Ron Dalton Jr.'s strength, innovative perspective, challenging conventional views. Deacon's strength, use of established sources, logical structure. What is the conclusion? It all depends on the audience preference. So if the audience value innovative perspectives and alternative interpretations, they might lean towards Ron Dalton Jr.'s argument. However, if they prioritize traditional evidence and logical consistency, Deacon's argument might be more convincing. Ultimately, I would say that the winner of round two could vary based on the audience's values and the weight they place on different types of evidence.
I don't want to live 9 to 5, paycheck to paycheck.
You know, I'm going to say this to everybody, right? The debate was over before it even started. Let's look at this for a second. When the Assyrians, right? And I'm going to pull this slide up right here. When the Assyrians, let me stop sharing for 1 second. Let me bring my slides up for a second. When the Assyrians attacked Israel, did Israel Second Esdras. Hold on. When the 10 tribes or 12 tribes or whatever tribes were carried off, right? What I want to ask is, when doesn't the Bible tell you where they went? And doesn't the Bible say they came back to Samaria? And don't we have evidence of them coming back to Samaria? So how could we think Israel is somewhere else? Right here. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria. Placed them where? In Halah and in Habar by the river of Gozan and the city of the Medes, where Persia is. And the king of Assyria did carry away Israel unto Assyria and put them in Halah, So now I'm trying to figure out, if we know where they took them and we know where they took them from, how is there even a debate to have? I'm trying to figure that part out. How? Where is the debate? Some of these debates make absolutely no sense. No sense whatsoever. And then you can't tell Ron Dalton he's wrong. You can't tell him he's wrong. Let me play the rest of the video. It's crazy. But nice review.
In round 3, Deacon presents a well-structured argument emphasizing the traditional view that Israel is located in the Middle East, supported by both biblical and historical evidence. Here's a detailed summary of his position and points. Deacon's position. Geographical location of Israel. Deacon asserts that the Bible and historical sources confirm Israel's location in the Middle East, countering claims that it might be in sub-Saharan Africa. Key points and arguments by Deacon. Number 1, biblical prophecy. Deacon references several Bible passages to argue that the land of Israel is prophesied to be occupied by Gentiles until the end times. This includes passages like Luke 21 verses 24, which speaks of Jerusalem being trodden down by Gentiles. Number 2, occupation of heathens. He cites Ezekiel 36:5 and Ezekiel 7:24 to support the claim that the land of Israel will be occupied by Edomites and other heathens, reinforcing the idea of foreign occupation. Number 3, captivity and gathering of Israelites. Deacon uses passages such as Deuteronomy 30 verses 1-3 and Ezekiel 36 verses 24-28 to argue that the Israelites are currently in captivity and will be gathered from all nations, a process that requires repentance and adherence to commandments. Number 4, location of Israelites in end times. He suggests that the majority of Israelites will be in the land of the north, interpreted as Babylon or America, during the end times, supported by passages like Jeremiah 3:18 and Jeremiah 23 verses 6-8. And then number 5, challenge to alternative theories. Deacon questions the historical and archaeological evidence for the claim that Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa, pointing out the lack of evidence for Gentile occupation there. So in conclusion, Deacon's arguments in round 3 are grounded in a traditional interpretation of biblical text, effectively using scripture to support his claims about Israel's location and the current state of the Israelites. His approach is logical and anticipates counter arguments, making his position compelling for those who align with conventional biblical interpretations. Now, Deacon's third round can be rated quite highly.
Oh, I don't agree with Deacon with with Jeremiah 23:8. And I'm going to tell you why. But the Lord liveth, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of the north country and from all countries whither I had driven them, and they shall dwell in their own land. Now, remember this. Jeremiah is writing before Cyrus. So, Deacon, I know you think this is futuristic. No. Jeremiah or whoever writes this is actually writing for the time period when he's actually around the Babylonian time period. All right. So what happened is, remember, Cyrus offered that all of Israel should come home. So it says, from all the countries whither I had driven them, and they shall dwell in their own land. So they're coming home to their own land by choice, if they had been given a choice. Because if you read Ezra, Cyrus gave all of God's people, which included northern tribes, southern tribes. Because look at this, family. In Assyrian exile, there's different people taken from the north and people taken from the south. Remember, as far as the biblical tradition, the so-called 10 tribes or that era, they took people from the northern kingdom, right? And took them to Assyria and took them to Medes in Persia. When Sennacherib come, he's another Assyrian, 701 BC. He goes and take all the people from over 200,000, according to him, from the southern tribe. So now when Jeremiah is writing, which is after that, he's talking about the people that were taken by Nebuchadnezzar and the people that were taken from before. And then when Cyrus comes in now, he says to all of God's people. Who is God's people? The Israelites, whether they come from the northern tribe or the southern tribe. So this is back then. This don't have nothing to do with today. What we're doing is projecting a futuristic tone on a biblical text that's from the ancient Near East. So I would disagree with Deacon's interpretation, and of course it don't even make any sense because America is not in the Bible. America is not in the Bible. When it says the four corners of the earth, if you notice when I talked earlier, I showed how they thought England was the last corner, the fourth corner. It has to do with your own interpretation. The four corners of the earth has to do with how you're expressing in the Bible. It's like an idiom. It's like you're expressing the entire world that you live in. The ancient Near East was the entire world at the time to the writers of the Bible. They didn't know about America. They didn't know about South Africa. They didn't know about Central Africa. They didn't know about West Africa. They didn't know about They didn't know about Russia. They didn't know about South America, North America, Central America. They didn't know these places. So when we say applies to the people over there, we're making a grave error because people have been living in those areas way before they were Israelites. Look at the temples in Peru that they built up. But I just wanted to bring up that point with Jeremiah 23:8. Forget about me trying to it's prophets of Garfield. I understand, brother. Garfield, the Lord said in Isaiah to then prepare slaughter for their children for the good of their fathers. Again, that's in context of that time period. Stop trying to project it to now. Remember, all of these things must have come true in the Bible. You know what? You know why I know? Because of the Hasmonean time period when they got to control all of where Israel is today. They got to control where they used to live when the Assyrians took over. They got it all in control during the Hasmonean time period, the Maccabee period. They got it all. So all of this in the futuristic sense don't make no sense because of that. That alone kills the whole argument. I don't think people who claim they believe the Bible understand the Bible. They're trying to put themselves. Always say it this way. You take a picture, you want to see yourself in the picture, how you look. And that's what with the Bible. You want to believe in God and believe in the Bible.
Number one, use of scriptural evidence. He effectively uses a wide range of Bible passages to support his claims, which strengthens his argument for those who value biblical authority. Number two, logical structure. His arguments are well organized, making it easy to follow his line of reasoning. This logical flow enhances the persuasiveness of his points. Number 3, anticipation of counter argument. Deacon anticipates and addresses potential counter arguments such as questioning the historical and archaeological evidence for alternative theories. This makes his case more robust. And 4, clarity and consistency. His points are clear and consistent, maintaining a focus on the central theme of Israel's location and the current state of the Israelites. So overall, Deacon's third round is strong, particularly for an audience that values traditional interpretations of biblical texts. His use of evidence and logical consistencies makes his arguments compelling and persuasive.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it. Like, it used to cost millions to advertise on TV, and now...
In round 3, Ron Dalton Jr. presents a compelling argument that challenges traditional views by asserting that the true land of Canaan is in sub-Saharan Africa. Here's a detailed summary of his position and points. Geographical claim. Dalton Jr. argues that the true land of Canaan is located in sub-Saharan Africa, not the Middle East. These are the key points and arguments that he makes. Number 1, descendants of Ham. He identifies African tribes as descendants of Ham's sons, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan.
You see, I'm a teacher, man. I teach these Israelites, man. Let's go to Kings of the Four Corners, bro. Let's go to the wiki article. It gives you a personal breakdown of King of the Corners. And this is for the brother. Let me highlight his comment because, again, you guys do not know the Bible or understand the Bible. And there's nothing that you guys could teach me about this text. And I say it respectfully because I don't think you guys know the Bible. You just don't. You're just a believer. Four corners of the world is another way of saying north, south, east, and west. Garfield, you wrong, bro. Oh, that hurts. King of the four corners of the world. Guess what? Guess what? Like my son would say, it's in the Sumerian and the Akkadian records. King of the four quarters of the world. King of the heavens, four corners of the king of the four corners of the universe. King of the four corners. It's all over ancient Near East, bro. They got it all over. So what happened is the title was first used by who? Naram-Sin of the Akkadian Empire in the 23rd century BC, way before Israel, way before any writings. You had another culture doing it. It's an idiom, crazy guy. It's an idiom. The term four corners of the world appear in several ancient mythologies and cosmologies, whether it roughly corresponds to 4 points of the compass in most, It's an idiom. But I'm going to say this. Let's go down a little bit further and look at the point that I'm trying to make, the greater point. Why they use four corners of the world. See, under the Cyrus the Great, they use the same time. King of the four corners. See, look at this. Neo-Babylonian king to assume the title of King of the Four Corners was Nabonidus, who another aspect also tried to emulate the Assyrian kings. But look at this though. King of the Four Corners, where did he rule? King of the Four Corners, the Neo-Syrian Empire. Where did Shulgi rule? And they just translated some stuff from Shulgi last year. I got some fresh stuff that I was going to use on Jabari. Shulgi, they got some new stuff from Suma that they translated at Penn State University. I was going to destroy Jabari with it. Look at this. King of the Four Corners in Babylon, Hammurabi. Again, before biblical writers. Hammurabi. Did he rule the four corners? All the way north, south, east, and west? What about Marduk? King of the Four Corners in Middle Eastern. Neo-Assyrian. Ashurnapal, Shalmaneser. Tiglath-Pileser that actually conquered. So this is where the Bible writers got it from. They got it from the Assyrians or the Babylonians because they were the ones that used kings of kings, lords of lords, and all that stuff. King of the Four Corners. King of the Four Corners, Cyrus the Great was called King of the Four Corners. So you see where the Bible writers got it from, bro? I'm not even trying to beat up on nobody. I'm just saying study some more and you'll get it. Not that I'm always right, but come on, brother. Think about it. But anyway, That's the king of the four corners. I just wanted to make that point. Back to the debate review, which I find very interesting. Let's get it.
Suggesting a direct lineage to the biblical Canaanites. Number two, historical and cultural evidence. Dalton Jr. points out that ancient Egyptians depicted people with features similar to modern African tribes, indicating a historical connection. He emphasizes the importance of oral traditions and DNA evidence from African tribes, arguing that these align with biblical descriptions of Canaanites. Number three, critique of traditional sources. He questions the reliability of Greek and Roman historical sources, suggesting they have manipulated history to fit their narratives. Dalton critiques the use of European and Middle Eastern DNA studies, arguing they do not match the DNA of African tribes. Number four, physical anthropology. He highlights the presence of pygmies in Sub-Saharan Africa, suggesting they could be descendants of the Canaanites. Dalton asserts that the ancient Egyptians, Cushites, and other Hamitic peoples were black, and their descendants are found in Africa today. So, in conclusion, Dalton concludes that the true land of Canaan is in Sub-Saharan Africa, supported by oral traditions, physical anthropology, and DNA evidence. Overall, Ron Dalton Jr.'s argument is innovative and challenges conventional narratives by integrating cultural, historical, and genetic evidence. His focus on African oral traditions and physical anthropology provides a unique perspective that may resonate with those interested in exploring alternative historical theories.
The best side hustle to do in 2024 is to get a fully remote online job that takes 2 hours a day to do and that pays $6,000 to $12,000 a month. Yes, an actual job.
Ron Dalton Jr.'s third round can be rated positively based on several aspects. Number one, innovative perspective. He presents a unique viewpoint by suggesting that the land of Israel is in Sub-Saharan Africa. This fresh perspective can be intriguing and thought-provoking for the audience. Number two, the use of diverse evidence. Dalton Jr. effectively combines oral tradition, DNA evidence, and the physical anthropology to support his claims. This multidisciplinary approach adds depth to his argument. Number three, challenge to conventional narratives. By questioning the reliability of traditional Greek and Roman sources, he encourages the audience to reconsider established historical narratives, which can be compelling for those open to alternative theories. Number four, cultural and historical connections. His emphasis on the cultural and historical connections between African tribes and biblical figures provides a rich context for his argument. And then number five, engagement with counter-argument. Ron Dalton Jr. addresses potential counter-arguments such as the use of European and Middle Eastern DNA studies, which I must say strengthens his position. So overall, Ron Dalton Jr.'s third round is strong, particularly for an audience interested in exploring alternative historical and biblical interpretations. His innovative approach and use of diverse evidence make his arguments engaging and persuasive. So in round three, both Deacon and Ron Dalton Jr. present strong points that bolster their respective arguments. Deacon's strong points: scriptural authority, logical structure, anticipation of counter-arguments, focus on prophecy and fulfillment. Ron Dalton's strong points: innovative perspective, multidisciplinary evidence, challenge the conventional narratives, cultural and historical connections. So both parties present compelling arguments with strong points that cater to different aspects of historical and biblical interpretation, making their third round presentation engaging and thought provoking.
If a huge down payment is keeping you from getting a new roof, then stick around for 30 seconds and you can thank me later.
To people's captivity. In the Q&A session, Deacon poses several challenging questions to Ron Dalton Jr., focusing on historical and archaeological evidence. Deacon questions historical invasions. So he questions the historical accuracy of Ron's claims about invasions by Babylonians, Persians, Greeks, and Romans in sub-Saharan Africa, seeking evidence for these events. In Ron's answer, Ron asserts that historical invasions did occur in sub-Saharan Africa, though his responses lack specific archaeological evidence. Deacon questions about geographical borders. He asks about the biblical lands bordering Israel, such as Edom, Moab, and Ammon, challenging Ron's geographical assertions. In his response, Ron maintains his stance on the geographical location of biblical lands, though his answers are more speculative. Now, on archaeological evidence, Deacon inquires about archaeological support for Ron's claims, pressing for tangible evidence. In Ron's answer, he claims there is biological proof but does not provide detailed archaeological evidence. Now, captivity and repentance. Deacon questions about the Bantu people's captivity and their religious practices, which aim to scrutinize Ron's narrative about the biblical connections. In his response, Ron acknowledges the Bantu people's current situation, but does not directly link it to biblical prophecies. Age of the Earth. Deacon challenges Ron's views on the Earth's age, contrasting them with scientific findings. In his response, Ron provides a young Earth estimate, aligning with certain religious interpretations, but not with mainstream science. So when we look at Deacon's approach, his questions are directed and focus on demanding evidence, aiming to highlight gaps in Ron's argument.
Hey, a quick point. Most African spiritual systems and their oral traditions, they don't talk about a young earth. So I think that's something that Ron Dalton have to be honest about. They don't talk about a young earth in African systems. I've never heard one. Maybe you guys have found one. Maybe you could enlighten me. I'm not saying I know the answers to all of that, but I don't see a young earth argument in African systems.
When you look at Ron Dalton's responses, while he maintains his positions, his answers often lack the detailed evidence that Deacon seeks, relying more on broader claims and interpretations. Now let's turn to Ron Dalton's questions and Deacon's answers. Ron Dalton asks about historical conquest. Ron questions the historical narrative of various empires, such as the Babylonians and Persians, invading sub-Saharan Africa, challenging the conventional historical timeline. In his response, Deacon responds by emphasizing the lack of historical and archaeological evidence for such invasions in sub-Saharan Africa, reinforcing traditional historical narratives. Biblical geography. Ron inquires about the biblical lands and their modern-day equivalents, questioning the traditional geographical interpretations. In his response, Deacon defends the conventional geographical interpretations of biblical lands, citing scriptural and historical sources. Archaeological evidence. Ron asks for archaeological evidence supporting the traditional claims about the location of biblical lands. Deacon, in his answer, points to established archaeological findings that support the traditional locations of biblical events and land. Now, cultural and religious identity. Ron questions the identity and practices of the Bantu people, linking them to biblical prophecies and narratives. In his response to this, Deacon challenges Ron's connections between the Bantu people and biblical narratives, emphasizing the need for more concrete.
You see, when Fourth Family was on, right? Fourth Family brought up a crazy argument. I mean, he's crazy in his ways, but he made a good point. He said, when did Ron start teaching this stuff? Because this doesn't make any sense. Again, he's discounting African Americans, but yet saying one breath, African Americans are the Israelites. In his book and his documentary, he points out that Deuteronomy 28:68 could be the people from East Africa, not the African Americans. He's pointing out it could be the people in Australia. So he's connecting all these different people. So we can't say we agree with Ron Dalton if you're here in the Americas, because he's pushing everything except that the Americas as the main people of Israel. Just a point. Just a simple point.
Evidence. And then scientific claims. Ron challenges scientific claims about the age of the earth, presenting a young earth perspective. In response, Deacon counters Ron's young earth perspective with scientific evidence supporting the earth's age as understood by mainstream science. So the overall analysis, Ron Dalton's questions aim to challenge conventional narratives and encourage a re-evaluation of historical and biblical interpretations. When we come to Deacon's responses, his responses relies on traditional scholarship and scientific evidence to counter Ron's claims, emphasizing the importance of established historical and archaeological data.
So this book called Six Figures from Scratch is designed to keep open while you trade. So
in a conclusion and scoring of the debate between Ron Dalton Jr. and Deacon, based on their strong points, information, clarity, and evidence, I must say that the debate centered around the interpretation of biblical texts and historical narratives. Ron challenges traditional geographical and historical interpretations, suggesting alternative locations for biblical lands and questioning established historical events. Deacon, on the other hand, defends conventional interpretations, emphasizing the importance of archaeological and historical evidence. So if I'm supposed to score, this is how I'll score it. Strong points, Ron Dalton Jr. Alternative perspective. He offers a fresh perspective on biblical geography and lineage, encouraging re-evaluation of traditional narratives. Number 2, engagement with scripture. He uses biblical texts to support his claims, showing a deep engagement with the material. Deacon. Evidence-based argument. Deacon relies on established archaeological and historical evidence to support his points. Number two, clarity in defense. Deacon clearly articulates the traditional interpretations and counters Ron's claims effectively. Now, information. Ron Dalton Jr. provides a wealth of alternative interpretation, though sometimes lacking in detailed evidence. Deacon offers well-supported information grounded in traditional scholarship. Number three, clarity. Ron Dalton Jr. presents his views clearly, but occasionally lacks specificity in evidence. Deacon, on the other hand, maintains clarity throughout with well-structured arguments. Now, evidence. Ron Dalton Jr. relies more on interpretive arguments with less direct archaeological evidence. Deacon strongly supports his arguments with archaeological and historical data. So the overall score, according to Rabbi Akwete Amar, being very objective, out of 100%, I would say Ron Dalton Jr. scores 70%. He shows strength in offering new perspectives and engaging with scripture, but needs more concrete evidence to support his claims. Deacon, I would give an 85%. He was strong in clarity, evidence, and defending traditional interpretations with well-supported arguments. So this scoring reflects the effectiveness of each debater in presenting their case, with Deacon having a slight edge due to his reliance on evidence and clarity in argumentation. I guess the person who argues, or the person who debates, or the person who sits down with Ron Dalton now has a clearer understanding of his position. And I'm looking forward to that sit down. It might be me, but it's going to be a whole different ball game.
Hey, first I want to say, Akwete, you're very kind, and you're giving a very professional political commentary. And Ron Dalton was pure garbage. It was pure garbage based on what you said. And I think you're being honest to the best of as far as the information coming out. It's two things, right? If you believe in the Bible, like Sister Naftali in the audience, right? Shout out to Sister Naftali. She believes in the Bible wholeheartedly. It's God's words. If you believe that the Bible is God's words, 100, and you're a fundamentalist, there's no way you can say Ron Dalton has a conversation. That means you don't believe in the Bible at all. The Bible talks about Nebuchadnezzar coming back and destroying 3 different times. He comes back to Judah. The last time he destroyed Jerusalem around 586, right? Now, you're telling me that he went to South Africa or he went to Congo and that's where he destroyed it? Where is the evidence of Nebuchadnezzar or the Assyrians going into sub-Saharan Africa? Assyrians did go into parts of Egypt, going down to Nubia. Yeah, Kush, which they call Kush. But that's the farthest anybody went from the ancient Near East who had a problem with Israel. And that's well documented. We have primary sources stating this. The issue that I have is what is the people that's supporting Ron Dalton with this foolishness. Whether I like Hakar or not, that ain't got nothing to do with me, how I feel. I already told Hakar to take this debate seriously, because what happened is you're gonna slip up and he's gonna throw something in, and it's just nonsense. All right, now watch this, family. Let's take a look at this. I want to know, right, about the animals. I didn't hear the brother do a review on the animals. What a lot of people don't know is that the Greeks actually went into as far as modern day Ethiopia. They had two major cities, one in Aksum and one is called Ptolemy Tamaris or something to that effect. So I'm saying if these people are in that region, so some of these animal names that you see in the Bible, because we speak English, the people who are transliterating the text are translating it has to give the best word for that animal. So sometimes the animal might come up as a rhinoceros, and it's not really a rhinoceros, but that's what the translator come up with to try to answer what was the Bible trying to say. So that's why you're going to have some names in the Bible for these animals that don't make sense to you. But that doesn't mean it's in Africa. We got to stop this, man. I'm not even a believer like y'all, and I'm telling y'all this craziness. This dude is absolutely nuts. Nuts. Where did Abraham go into? He went into Egypt, right? And when y'all came out of Egypt, y'all went into the land of Israel. So when y'all left Egypt and went into the land of Israel, where did y'all go? To Arabia? Is that Israel? I mean, y'all had a better opportunity to say Arabia is Israel. That don't make no damn sense. Oh, man. But Garfield, Ron Dalton teaches the Aborigines of Australia are Israelites. Yes, if I remember correctly, he talks about how the Australians and their DNA and all this stuff and connect them to Israelites and all that stuff. He's the guy's just a wacko. That's just a wacko. Just an absolute wacko. All right, let me go through some of these comments. Hey, Keon, I'll stay on if you want to come on and say some stuff. Because I was gonna go into the whole King Monologue video, and then the ancient Israelites were not black. Let me read these comments. Native Americans, it would be Solomon Island link is probably what he's saying. Khan, Native American Hispanics are historically not the Israelite. Let's set up a 12 tribe charts conversation. That's a strong and clear. The negative plus a negative still equal. The negative two fake divine is still two fake Israelites. El Buddha, I don't know what you're talking about. Why is the dome? What's up? Native American Hispanics are historically the Canaanites. Let's set up a conversation on that. Brother Garfield, stop protecting these. Who am I protecting? Brother Hassad has responded to your sister Naphtali. Not interested in debating a pseudo. A good matchup would be you versus Ron Dalton for the king of pseudo. Ah, man, they figured out Naphtali already, man. They figured out Naphtali. Naphtali, oh man. Oh man. Yeah, but let me play this video real quickly of King Monologue and get into King Monologue again. Because I put him in the title. I told him I was going to troll him. I actually like King Monologue, but it's just that he just do his thing, and he just want to be crazy. You know what I'm saying? King Monologue. Let me put him in. King Monologue. King Monologue. I like the name of that. All he talks about is the whole dichotomy of black versus white. I mean, let me look at his shorts real quickly. All right, so this is the beef that we have. All right, not really a beef, but a disagreement. And he's like, Golfy, you don't know the sources. You're not well rehearsed in this topic, and all this crazy stuff. But let's see. Yeah, he wrote that in 1973, and it came out in 1977. We're very familiar with that. All right, so King Monologue came out with this video.
Before the invention of the printing press,
it's estimated something like 50,000 books were produced in Europe during the entire millennium leading.
All right, so 50,000 books by Europeans. So he's basically, his videos is all about black versus white. The whole dichotomy of Europeans are white people and Africans are black people, and Africans are better than white people, and hence follow me and subscribe to my channel. That's what he's all about. What I'm saying is, why does there have to be a dichotomy in this whole conversation? Why don't you just talk about Timbuktu, the manuscripts, and talk about how great the Africans were? We don't need to talk about what white people are doing. We're so concerned with white folks accepting information so much. It's like we got to brag and lie about quote unquote African-centered information. So he's saying between 450 and 1450, 1,000 years, white folks produced 50,000 books, right? All right, not disputing that.
Up to Gutenberg's brainwave.
Here's another interesting fact. During the same time period, in the early 15th century, it is estimated that the library in Timbuktu housed around 700,000 books.
Now, this is my gripe. Where are these 700,000 books at 1450? Because remember, the Mali Kingdom, I mean, they've been there from the 8th century BC. There's a book trade, there's a paper trade, there's all type of trade. But the issue here is, how do you get this number for 700,000 at the 15th century? So he's trying to say that Africans are super great people because we produce 10 times the amount of books that they produce in the same time period. That's his argument. I'm saying, bro, you wrong with that 700,000 number. I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of books because they had different libraries, and of course, they rewrote Aristotle, they rewrote Herodotus, they rewrote all these Greek books in Arabic, and they did it in Africa in Timbuktu. They did. But the manuscripts, when it said 700,000 manuscripts, it could mean books and just regular manuscripts. So that's where he got me on, because I was like, these are manuscripts, not books. So he did get me on that point. But watch this now. So where are these? Anybody in the audience aware of these 700,000 books? 700,000 books. Assad would destroy Naphtali, man. Naphtali, let's leave it alone, man. Leave it alone. I'm telling you, leave Assad alone, man.
Taking a conservative estimate, this tiny educational metropolis had probably produced in the region of 500,000 of these books due to the high global demand to purchase their literature. To be clear, this means in a few years, literature authorship and book production in Timbuktu outperformed what the entire continent of Europe had managed in the past millennia by a factor of 10. This, of course, prior to the invention of Gutenberg's printing press. This one statistic alone should really put into perspective how widespread general literacy and scholarship was in Central Africa in comparison to the rest of the world.
Now, again, these are Arabs that did this. These are Arabs. They're writing in some script. They're writing some African languages, some African scripts. But these are Arabs. That's the ones that's basically trading with Egypt to get paper to rewrite different books or different things that they have in history. Things about the moon, the sun, the this, the science, astronomy, all type of different things. But the point is, this is an Arab project. Because remember, Arabs took over these regions, man. Arabs took over these regions. Naphtali, you're calling out everybody, man. Nobody want to debate you, Naphtali. They're scared of you. No, I didn't talk about Obama because I mean, Obama should have never said what he said. He should have been like, you know what? Who has a better program for black people? That's what he should have said. He should have said, does X, Y, and Z have a better program, or this one have a better program? That's what he should have said, and then we could have did what we, you know what I'm saying? Let me see. I need to talk about something. What is this guy name? Useful charts. Useful charts, videos.
literally in a few.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Today we're going to look at some of the earliest depictions of Jesus. Over the last 2,000 years, Jesus has been depicted in many different ways. But as I'm sure you know, nowadays he's usually depicted as a gentle-looking European with long hair and a beard. Like in this famous 1940 painting of Jesus by Warner Salmon. Of course, Jesus wasn't European, though. He was from the Middle East. So, in recent years, there have been attempts by several different artists to show what Jesus really looked like, such as this anthropological reconstruction by Richard Neve, or this a photorealistic image by Bas Uderwijk. Well, another way to figure out what Jesus might have looked like would be to go back as far as we can to see how he was depicted in art in the first few centuries following his death. So that's what we're going to do in this video. I'm going to be showing you 10 of the earliest images we have of Jesus, and I'll be doing it in the form of a countdown. Okay, let's now look at some of the earliest depictions of Jesus in art. I'm going to start with an image that can be found here. This is the St. Catherine's Monastery, located in Egypt near the mountain that is traditionally considered to be Mount Sinai. This is also the monastery where the Codex Sinaiticus was found, which I discussed in my video about the oldest Bible manuscripts. However, I mention it now because it also houses this image, considered to be one of the oldest Byzantine icons still in existence, dating to around 550 CE. Now, if you know anything about the history of the Byzantine Empire, aka the Eastern Roman Empire, you'll know that icons were a source of great controversy. Basically, an icon is a religious image used for worship. In the early medieval period, there were some Byzantine Christians who felt that icons should be used, and others who felt that they should not be used. Well, during most of the 700s into the early 800s, those who felt that they should not be used held sway. And therefore, during those years, many of the oldest images of Jesus were destroyed. However, this particular one survived because it was located in Egypt, which by that time was controlled by Muslims. Now, let me point out two things about this particular depiction of Jesus. First, it is in a style known as the Christ Pantocrator, which to this day is quite frequently used in Eastern Orthodox churches. Some of its main features include a halo with a cross in it, a New Testament in Jesus' left hand, and his right hand making a very specific gesture that represents the letters I, C, X, C, which stands for Jesus Christ. Secondly, this particular Christ Pantocrator is unique in that there's something special going on with Jesus's face. At first glance, the eyes look a bit weird, and you might have assumed that the artist was simply not that good. But the reason why the face looks a bit strange is that the artist actually painted two different faces. This becomes clear if you mirror each side. The reason for this probably has to do with the artist's attempt to symbolize Jesus's supposed dual nature. Okay, the next image we're going to look at is located in the Israeli town of Shivta, which is actually not too far from the St. Catherine's Monastery.
Let me ask y'all this. Would the first one be whitewashed? I'm just curious because I always hear about this whitewash argument. Shout out to Andre Boyce in the building. What do you say? It's not legitimate because he's light skinned?
2 comes from a Byzantine site and dates to around 550. But as we're about to see, it is quite a bit different. For one thing, the image is no longer in very good shape. The church it is located in now lies in ruins. And although the site was investigated in the 1930s, it was only in 2018 that this image was noticed. Here's what it looks like. If you can't see much, I don't blame you. Let me zoom out a bit and add some lines. So 2 things stand out right away. One is that this Jesus does not have a beard. And 2, he appears to have short, curly hair instead of long, straight hair. So although this image was created around the same time as the previous one, it represents a very different way of depicting Jesus, one that we will see more of the further back in time we go. A good example is the next image I want to show you, which is over 100 years older and comes from the mausoleum of Galla Placidia in Ravenna, Italy. Galla Placidia was the daughter of Emperor Theodosius I, who was the emperor that made Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. This isn't actually her mausoleum or burial place, though. Rather, it is a chapel that she had built during her lifetime. Luckily, it is very well preserved. Over the north entrance is this colorful mosaic of Jesus as the Good Shepherd, a theme that comes from the Gospel of John, chapter 10. Once again, note the curly hair and lack of a beard. Next, I want to show you another image from the same time period, roughly 425 CE. This is a carving from the doors of Santa Sabina Basilica in Rome, which is the headquarters of the Dominican Order of Catholic Friars. What makes this image particularly important is that it is the oldest known image of Jesus on the cross, the other 2 individuals being the 2 thieves that Jesus was traditionally said to be crucified alongside. Here, Jesus once again has a beard, which goes to show that during the 5th and 6th centuries, there was still some variation when it came to how Jesus was depicted. Let's now move from the 5th century to the 4th century, i.e. the 300s CE. Most of the images from this century, as well as any that are even older, are located in catacombs. Catacombs are underground burial places, and in ancient Rome, there were many of these. It is often said that early Christians used these catacombs to worship in secret for fear of being persecuted. However, generally speaking, this is not actually true. Most of the catacombs were used by early Christians as, well, catacombs, a place to bury the dead. But what's useful for our purposes is that catacombs were often decorated, and because they were located underground and eventually forgotten, many of the decorations survived longer than those that were located above ground. Take, for example, this next image from the catacombs of Comodilla. Here we have what's likely the oldest surviving image of a bearded Jesus, dating to around 375 CE. What's interesting about this 1,650-year-old image is that it's not too far off from the average image of Jesus we see today. The 2 symbols on each side of his halo are an alpha and an omega, the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet, often used by early Christians to represent the belief that Jesus has existed for all eternity. But take away that halo and the 2 letters, and we're still left with an image that most people today would easily identify as being Jesus. However, this is not going to be the case for the images that are even older than this one. This is because originally, Jesus was always depicted without a beard. And as we're about to see, he usually just looks like a typical Roman from the time of the Roman Empire. Take, for example, this image from the catacombs of Marcellinus and Peter. Here we see a woman depicted as touching the edge of Jesus's garment, a story that comes from Mark chapter 5. According to the story, the woman was healed automatically.
Jesus black, man. Look at that. You got an afro, y'all.
As soon as she touched Jesus's clothes. But what's important to notice is that he is depicted as looking very Roman. Short haircut, no beard. And look what he's wearing, a tunic with stripes over the shoulders, something that in Roman society was very common and indicated a person of authority. He's also wearing a mantle on top of his tunic, which, take note, is different from a toga. The mantle was actually the more common garment at the time. It was basically just a sheet that wrapped around a person and served as a simple coat. What's notable about Jesus's mantle, though, is that it has a visible tassel, which is what the woman is touching. This is likely a depiction of a tzitzit, a ritual fringe that Jews wear to this very day. So note that Jesus's Jewishness is indicated not by the color of his skin or by his facial features, but by something that he is wearing. The rest of the images we're going to look at all come from the 3rd century, i.e. the 200s CE. This one shows Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead. Again, we get the short haircut with no beard, combined with a simple tunic and mantle. But this time, he's got a wand. Yep, that's right, a wand, just like Harry Potter. In the Roman Empire during the 3rd century, wands were a symbol of magic, just like they are today. And to Romans back then, the stories of Jesus healing people and raising people from the dead were understandably seen as being stories about magic. We've now come to our final 3 images. The 3rd oldest image we have of Jesus is from this sarcophagus lid, which is inscribed with the words Severa in Deo Vivas. But note that the person shown to the left of the words is not Jesus. That's likely an image of Severa, the woman who was buried in this particular sarcophagus. In Deo Vivas means, may you live with God. Jesus is over here. He's, of course, the baby being held by his mother, Mary. Standing behind them is presumably Joseph. And in front of them are the 3 wise men and the Star of Bethlehem. So, yeah, image number 3 is basically a Christmas image. Moving on to number 2, which is this image that comes from the catacomb of Calixtus and dates to around 250 CE. Here, Jesus is once again depicted as being the Good Shepherd, and this time he's wearing a short tunic, the kind a shepherd at that time would have worn. Note that he also looks quite young, as he most likely would have been, considering that he died in his early 30s. You should also note that seeing a religious figure with a lamb or goat around his neck was not something that ancient Greeks and Romans would have found all that strange. In fact, they were quite used to that imagery, as it was commonly used in depictions of the god Hermes, or Mercury. Okay, we've now come to what is very likely the earliest known depiction we have of Jesus. Unlike the last several we looked at, which were all found in Rome, this one was found in Syria, in the ruins of an ancient city called Dura Europos. The Dura Europos site is located on the Euphrates River, near what is today the border between Syria and Iraq. But during the early 3rd century, it was a thriving city and Rome's easternmost stronghold. Luckily for archaeologists, it was abandoned soon thereafter and never rebuilt, and therefore it is a bit of a time capsule. Located at Dura Europos is the oldest church ever found, as well as one of the oldest synagogues. Both contain artwork. So not only does Dura Europos give us the earliest known depiction of Jesus, it also gives us the earliest known depictions of many other Bible characters too, such as Abraham, Moses, and David. But in this video, we are focusing on Jesus. So without further ado, let me reveal to you the oldest known image we have of Jesus. This image is based on a story that is told in all three of the synoptic gospels, in which a paralyzed man is lowered down through a roof so that Jesus can heal him, which he does. So on the left, you can see the now healed man carrying his bed. And on the right, you can see Jesus in his typical Roman form: short hair, no beard, simple tunic, and mantle. Our best guess is that this image dates to around 235 CE. So basically, we have nothing from the first 200 years after Jesus' death. Well, not quite. There's actually one more bonus image that I want to show you. I didn't include it on the main list because it doesn't actually show Jesus' face. This is actually a piece of graffiti made by a non-Christian in order to poke fun at someone named Alexamenos, who was a Christian. The words, written in Greek and scratched below the image, read, "Alexamenos worships his God." Depicted on the left is presumably Alexamenos, and on the right is Jesus hanging on the cross, but with the head of a donkey, which was obviously meant as an insult. To non-Christians at the time, it seemed absurd for anyone to worship someone that had been crucified, and this graffiti expresses that sentiment. Okay, so that was a look at some of the earliest depictions of Jesus. If you know of any that I've missed, let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
All right, anybody want to jump on and prove that the ancient Israelites were black people? Or white people, or brown people, or yellow people? Nobody want to jump on? Nobody want to dialogue with your brother? Mika want to jump on and beat me up about Jesus. Y'all ain't got to believe that Jesus existed. Ain't nobody forcing nobody. That's just where I'm at. Don't make a difference to me, whether you're alive or not. But anyway, man, let me jump off here. I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm out of here. Go watch the rest of my game and lie down and chill out. All right. Peace and love, family. I'm out. Hey, thank you guys for coming on. GD and Capone, I appreciate you jumping on. Fourth family, thanks for trolling. Mr. 707, continue trolling in the chat. And we good. Peace and love. We out of here.